everybody, this is Grimmy, and this is an audiobook of my ongoing series, My Father's Warmth, which is a My Hero Academia Todoroki AU. Don't expect any good voice acting from this, I'm not a voice actor, so when you're listening to this audiobook, think of more like your mum telling you a bedtime story. I will not be attempting to replicate people's voices. Don't expect that from me, please. Please. So, but yeah, just bare minimum, below average expectations from me, please. My Father's Warmth is a happy Todoroki AU fanfiction where it's a retelling of the Todoroki family story if Enji Todoroki was never traumatized and got the guidance and support he needed growing up. Another thing to consider is I am making references to the My Hero Academia Vigilantes series, and I am trying to keep it as canonically accurate as possible, but because of some of the continuation errors with Vigilantes and My Hero Academia, I've tried to make it as canonically accurate as possible, but there might be some things wrong. I'm trying my best. But I am writing these references and the timeline of My Hero Academia Vigilantes alongside this story with the assumptions everybody has read it and knows what's being referenced. I'm not going to delve into detail with Vigilantes and that side of things because that's too much for my tired little brain to handle, unless it's absolutely necessary. I will be writing Vigilantes' timeline from the perspective of the Todoroki and what they know. So if you want to fully understand what's going on, go read Vigilantes. Some of the events from Vigilantes will be off, they will be wrong, they might not be accurate, but some things that needs to happen for some story stuff and my mental sanity because there's a lot to keep track of. So I tried my best to make it as canon compliant as I could, but yeah, I tried my best, that's a lot, okay, I'm sorry. Chapter 31, Fiery. I guess I don't understand why Toya was so set on becoming a hero just like Dad, Natsu explained, legs crossed on the couch she was sitting on, opposite to Dr. Tsuzura, who was smiling as she listened to him. Whenever we spoke about it, he'd just go round in circles, coming back to the same topic. It's like it was impossible to get across to him. And then when we had that conversation the night before the accident, I was so upset he didn't want to team up with me because it wouldn't be like Endeavor. Does being like Endeavor bother you? Or being compared to him? The doctor asked, the question surprising Natsu a little. No, I don't think so. I haven't ever thought about it. Toya's the one who always goes on about Endeavor. The child shook his head gently. Endeavor's a really good hero, though I haven't seen Dad work like Toya has. He paused for a moment, looking hesitant. I've been told I look a lot like him. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Why would it be a bad thing? I don't know. Fumi peered up at the huge campus that was UA, the high school her father had attended to become one of the most successful heroes seen in history. Not to mention All Might, and so many other of Japan's best heroes. The third semester of the school year had already started by now, and she could see various students in their uniforms of every shape, size, and colour walking in and out of the building. Fumi might have been a little intimidated if she wasn't hand in hand with her domineering, confident father, the man demanding respect just by how he stood. Of course, despite Enji wearing casual clothing to not prance around as Endeavor and potentially stress Fumi out, they still got stares and looks as they walked down the hallways to Nezu's office. What's the principal like? The 13-year-old asked curiously, fascinated at how grand everything was despite it only being a high school. She smiled to any students who made eye contact with her, and while they were focused on her tall father, her smile was contagious and they returned it. Enji hesitated, not sure how to describe the principal. He's a good teacher. A little odd at times, but does the best he can for the students. Fumi hummed at that as they arrived at the principal's office, knocking on the door. Come in! A voice piped from the inside, not one Fumi would have expected from the head of UA. The door opened, and Fumi let out a little gasp at seeing the odd animal-looking creature sitting at a too-big desk. Not one of shock or horror, but of delight. The principal looks like a stuffed toy. Cute. Hello, Endeavor, and you must be Fumi, Nezu said with his light tone, jumping down from his chair to walk to the girl and extend a handshake. Nice to meet you. I'm Nezu, the one who could be a dog, or a mouse, or a bear,
But more importantly, I'm the principal. Fumi grinned at the introduction and shook his hand back with a little bow. Nice to meet you too, Mr. Principal, she chimed. Your father tells me you and your older brother want to join UA's General Studies course together. Nezu discussed as tea was set up for the three people, Enji and Fumi on one side of the desk and the principal on the other. He explained the situation. From what I understand, you want to support your brother. Fumi nodded as she took a sip from her tea, before looking down at it curiously. It wasn't one she had before, and she couldn't place the flavour. You understand that if you were to join at the same time, you'd be the youngest in your class, joining a year earlier than you should. I know, that's okay with me. Fumi nodded again. Enji didn't say anything as he too drank from his tea. He and Fumi had spoken a little before, and he trusted she could talk for herself with Nezu. Enji would only chime in if something needed explaining. Nezu hummed thoughtfully at the girl's response, smiling expression never changing. Supporting your brother is of course an admirable cause, but what about yourself? He asked, gaining a surprised look from the girl. Do you have any ambitions? Something he didn't want was for the girl to dedicate all her time and strength to supporting her brother, only to burn out and not have a true sense of identity. Oh, I want to be a teacher, Fumi chirped brightly, not at all deterred by the question. Enji looked at her, in turn surprised to hear this. You didn't mention that before, he noted, gaining a smile from Fumi. I've been thinking about it for a while, but I wasn't sure until recently, the girl explained, swaying her legs as her feet still didn't reach the ground. Toy got bullied because the kids didn't understand him and his quirk, and the teachers weren't aware, and didn't know what to do about it. I want to be the teacher Toya needed back then. I want to teach little kids, like Grandpa. An elementary school teacher with an education in quirks? Nezu asked, matching Fumi's clear excitement at the prospect. His tail wagged slightly. I want to help kids, really help them. I've seen how Grandpa handles his classes, gives everybody a chance to try out everything, helping them find their place. I want to do the same. The girl grinned to Nezu when she heard his matching energy, making the small creature's smile widen. Guess he hadn't needed to worry. He looked at Enji, the man having a barely noticeable fond smile as he looked at his happy daughter. As long as both you and your brother can pass a written entrance exam, then of course you can join, he said, raising his little arms and paw-like hands up. This is the best place for you to learn about quirks, after all. Hara almost burst into tears when Fumi and Enji told the rest of the family what had happened. Don't cry, Grandpa, the little girl said, frantic as she saw the man's eyes become comically watery. They're happy tears, happy tears. Hara tried to reassure through a choked, shaking voice, wiping his eyes with the back of his sleeve. I'm just really touched you want to become a teacher, he admitted softly, his granddaughter by his side. The girl smiled and hugged him tightly, Hara placing a gentle hand on her head. Out of everyone in the family, we understand each other the best, don't we, Grandpa? Fumi said with a little laugh. They both worried and stressed about the same things. They easily got emotional and tearful, whether it be happy or sad, and often had the same opinions about a lot of things. In many ways, Fumi was much more like Hara than her own parents. The older man let out a small laugh himself, looking at his granddaughter's blue eyes as she grinned up at him, so much like her mother. I want to be a teacher like you, in my own way. It was Toya's birthday very soon, and Hara took Fumi and Shoto to do some shopping for their eldest brother. Natsu stayed with him to do some studying with their mother. Along with that, they were going to get new ice skates for Fumi, who would be starting ice skating lessons soon. She adored the idea once her parents suggested it to her, as she had really enjoyed that outing on her birthday. Stay close, okay, Shoto? Hara said as he held hands with the little boy. Your dad told me you were running off at the hero convention. Don't do that in the city, it can be dangerous. Hara remembered how dangerous the streets used to be before All Might and Endeavor. I was just excited to see All Might, the boy admitted with a pout, gaining a giggle from his sister. Things went smoothly. They got Fumi a lovely pair of silver ice skates, and were now looking for a birthday present for Toya. Of course, that meant they were in the Endeavor section of a toy shop. Mr. Todoroki! A voice called out. Hara turned to look at a group of about 3 8-year-old boys jogging up to him, grinning. He smiled back, recognizing them from his class. Hello, boys, he greeted back, Fumi smiling politely at the younger boys. Shoto stared blankly, not sure what to do with these strangers. Last time a group of boys approached his family, They'd been Toya's bullies. The unpredictability of these newcomers put him on edge. "What are you up to?" "We're getting trading cards," one of the boys piped up happily. "Yeah, I still need an Endeavor one, and I've got a full collection," another said, before looking at Fuyumi and Shoto, recognition sparkling in his expression as he connected the dots. "Are you Endeavor's kids?" he exclaimed. Shoto looked up to his grandfather unsurely, the man smiling down at him warmly. Yeah, I'm Shoto," he said hesitantly as he looked back to the boys. "And that's Fuyumi." "Hi," his sister waved at the boys, the latter waving back. "That's so cool! Being Endeavor's son must be awesome, right? You've got to have a super strong quirk for sure," one of the boys rambled on excitedly. Something about that irked Shoto, but he couldn't place it. "Man, having a pro-hero dad like Endeavor's got to get you a lot of perks, like early merch and stuff." The icky feeling only grew. I don't. If I asked, maybe," he said, feeling himself withdraw as he became unsure of the conversation topic. Fuyumi and Haru noticed this. "Endeavor has to be your favorite hero," one of the boys said brightly. Shoto saw no maliciousness in these older boys' faces, but something about their enthusiasm was rubbing him the wrong way. "I know if my dad was Endeavor, he would be." Why would they make that assumption? They'd only just met. "I like All Might," Shoto said sharply with a small frown, annoyed. The tone halted the boys' enthusiasm as the air became awkward. "Sorry, boys, we need to get something for Shoto and Fumi's older brother. I'll see you in school tomorrow," Haru said warmly, an Endeavor action figure he was sure Toya didn't have yet in his hand. He pulled a grumpy-looking Shoto and slightly confused Fuyumi away from his students. At the counter, he saw the trading cards the boys had been talking about. "Shoto, Fuyumi, do you want a booster pack? They're randomized, so you won't know until you open it what hero you get." "No thanks," Fuyumi shook her head, not interested in heroes. Shoto's eyes lifted, a longing look in them as he wordlessly nodded. Despite holding the booster pack in his hands as they left the store, Shoto only stared at it as he walked, still holding onto his grandfather's hand obediently. He wasn't sure why. He didn't want to open it yet. Endeavor felt the villain wheeze out a choked cry as he landed on his back with both feet, knocking him out instantly. There was a crowd watching as he exhaled. He wasn't about to say that fighting this villain had let out some pent-up emotions, but he'd be lying to himself if he said this wasn't exactly what he needed right now. Between Toya, Ray, and the rest at home, Endeavor hadn't been out in public nearly as much, keeping most of the paperwork and business side of things. With the now 14-year-old Toya well on the mend and normality returning to his family, being back out in the field felt amazing. "Endeavor!" an excited voice exclaimed loudly from the crowd, and Endeavor saw a child, probably Shoto's age, running up to him. He was holding one of his boards for the hero to sign. "Stand back!" he ordered firmly, expression harsh as he extended a hand to stop the child. The hero's authoritative voice made him freeze in place. "Wait a moment." Endeavor forced his voice to be less stern, seeing the shock on the child's face melt to uncertainty. Only once the police had arrived and shackled the passed-out villain did Endeavor look at the child again. "It's dangerous to run onto a battlefield, even if a villain has been knocked out," he scorned the child, frowning down at the shorter human. A glint of fear entered the boy's dark eyes, and Endeavor let out an exhale. Walking towards the, probably not as much now, fan, Endeavor knelt down on one knee in front of the boy, before ridding his face of the fire that covered his eyes. "You need to be more careful," he said, voice as soft as Endeavor could make it. This seemed to make the child relax a little, but still with a glint of fear in his face. "Do you want me to sign that?" He pointed to the board the child held. The bright, enthusiastic smile returned, and he nodded. "What's your name?" he asked as he took the pen from the boy. "Inasa! Inasa Yuarashi!" the boy exclaimed with a loud, obnoxious voice. "I want to be a hero when I'm older!" Endeavor's blue eyes met Inasa's dark ones, and well before the fire had made the man seem intimidating and scary of how he scowled at him, Inasa now saw an unexpected softness in the hero's face. "How old are you?" he asked. 6! I'm 7 in September!" Inasa grinned brightly. It reminded him a bit of All Might. I have a son your age, Endeavor commented as he did his signature. He wants to be a hero too. Oh, then if we both go to UA, we could be in the same class. Inasa replied, enthusiasm skyrocketing that he was almost vibrating. A small, exasperated smile graced Endeavor's face. Now that reminded him of Toya. Train well, Inasa Yuarashi. You certainly have the enthusiasm, Endeavor said, giving Inasa his signed board back before standing up straight and reigniting his fire to speak with the police. Inasa was all sparkles and excitement as he went home with his new signature to add to his collection. Endeavor had been terrifying initially, the first time in his life he'd felt fear, but he was actually really nice. Inasa had never seen him smile before, and he even got encouragement from him. Surely his son would be just as nice. Inasa couldn't wait to grow up and join UA. Shoto was strangely silent as he was brought to the garden court of the hospital to meet up with Tenya. His mother had wanted to visit Ray, so had taken the boys along. Shoto! Tenya chirped happily as he saw his friend, before his eyes widened as a shadow loomed over him. Enji was the one to bring Shoto. Oh, Endeavor! I'm Tenya Ida, Shoto's friend and Ingenium's younger brother, the boy said with formality unusual for his age. Tensei laughed at his brother's mannerisms. He's known you since you were a baby, Tenya, the younger man said, smiling to Enji. It's been a long time, Endeavor. Last time Enji had seen the boys, Tenya had been a small baby. It was an odd sensation to see Tensei as a built young man and an already successful pro hero. Indeed. I've been hearing good things about you, Ingenium. Enji nodded back, a small smile. How's your father? Tensei and Enji caught up as Shoto and Tenya tried to play in the plain hospital garden. It was really a glorified small grass field with a few benches and flowers. All they could really play was tag, and that quickly got tiresome. For Shoto. Tenya was having a blast. But he could see his friend wasn't in the mood. What's wrong, Shoto? Are you worried about your brother? Tenya asked as he plopped down beside Shoto, who was picking at the grass absent-mindedly. He shook his head. Toy's doing better, he mumbled. Some boys from my grandpa's school came up to us a couple days ago. Tenya raised an eyebrow. He vaguely knew of the confrontation with Toy's old bullies, so this made him worry. Did something bad happen? No, I don't think so. But I still didn't like it. Didn't like what? Tensei asked with a smile, squatting in front of the two boys. His smile was kind. Shoto liked it. My father took Shoto and Fumi shopping. They met some boys from his school who kept talking about Endeavor. Grandpa said that bothered you, Shoto. Enji replied for his youngest, who was visibly struggling with his words. Shoto nodded. Do you know why? The little boy shook his head. I didn't like it when they said Endeavor is my favorite just because I'm his son. He mumbled. But he didn't know why he didn't like that. It made sense to him too why his father would be his favorite hero, but it had still soured his mood. That happens a lot, unfortunately. Tensei sighed lightly. It's easy for people to make assumptions even when they don't know us. Shion? Shoto looked confused. Something that is accepted as true even when there is no proof. Tenya replied helpfully, pushing his glasses back up. Always the walking dictionary. Oh, his friend mumbled. Why? The older Ida shrugged. People make assumptions based on their own life, and they assume they're correct. It's human nature, Tensei said a little exasperatedly, before grinning up at Enji from his squatting position. You know all about assumptions, don't you, Endeavor? There was a joking, teasing tone in his voice that made Enji narrow his eyes down at him. It happens to all heroes, he argued lightly. Absolutely, but if there was a rating for the most assumptions made on a hero, you'd be number one, Tensei laughed, no maliciousness and only light teasing. Enji huffed, but a small smile was on his lips. Tenya and Shoto looked at each other. Tenya smiled, not really understanding why any of this bothered Shoto, but his friend didn't say anything further, preferring to stay silent as he mulled over his thoughts. Ingenium said it's human nature, but I don't like it, Shoto said as he drew with crayons Dr. Tsuzura had gotten him. She watched as he drew a large picture of All Might with bright yellows. All they knew was my name and who my family is, but they still talked like they knew me. Do you know what caricature means? No. It's when details about something are exaggerated to the point of ridicule. They had an image of you in their minds that was only a caricature of you, and then pushed that image onto you. Is that what was annoying? Shoto's eyes lit up as the doctor put his sentiments into words he could understand and process. Yes, I didn't like that at all, he agreed, nodding aggressively. That's what Toya's bullies did to him too. By the end of his therapy session with Dr. Tsuzura, Shoto now understood that he didn't like people making huge assumptions about him, or anybody, that weren't true. Even if it's something he'd have to deal with for the rest of his life, 6-year-old Shoto decided there and now he wouldn't tolerate anyone who made the wrong assumptions. Especially if all he was to someone was Endeavor's son. That's only an aspect of who he is. He didn't want to be defined by that alone. Toya grumbled under his breath as Ray gave him his math test back. He'd barely gotten half of them right, and that was still a fail. Fumi had passed easily. She didn't struggle with math like her brother did. Toya, you used the wrong equation to calculate this section. Ray instructed as she showed him what exactly he'd done wrong. Now that he saw his mistake, Toya wanted to slap himself. He groaned loudly as he slid in his seat, almost slipping to the floor. Fumi, you did very well, but you seem to have misread this entire problem here. That's a 3, not an 8. If you hadn't gotten that mixed up, you would have gotten the point. Fumi's eyebrows flew up and she squinted at the paper, confusion over her features as she tried to decipher the numbers. It was slightly too blurry and hard to read. Ray noticed the intense expression of focus on her daughter's face, but Toya groaned again before she could comment on it. Math sucks! Why is it so hard? He whined. Toya's wounds were mostly healed up now. I do great in everything else! Ray had to bite her lip to stop herself from admitting she found math hard too. Well, you just need to practice, Firecracker. She laughed lightly instead, running a hand through his white hair as he pouted. He really didn't like the idea of practicing math. Looking back to Fumi, Ray saw the girl rubbing her eyes after staring too long at the paper. Mama, it's too blurry. I can't read it. Fumi admitted, still rubbing one eye as Ray hummed. Chapter 32. Glistering. Fumi pushed her glasses back up her face as she looked through the pile of stones Dr. Tsuzura had set in front of her. They were of various shapes and sizes, some round, some jagged, some plain-coloured, and others with imperfections. This one, she said, lifting a rectangular, jagged and red marble stone from the pile. It was quite a bit larger than the girl's palm. The doctor tilted her head curiously. Why that one? It's rather jagged, she asked, and Fumi grinned. It's imperfect, she agreed, running her finger across the edges that could potentially be painful. Like us. We have rough parts that could really hurt if we're not careful, but the sharp ends are rounded, see? Fumi pressed the pad of her finger against it, and it didn't get cut. Because we don't want to hurt each other. It just happens sometimes. Even if Toya says mean things, the doctor asked, recalling the various conversations she and Fumi had gone through. Toya says mean things because he's hurting. When he's not, he's really nice, Fumi chirped brightly. We haven't argued in ages, and he gets along with Shoto now. They laugh together. Dr. Tsuzura smiled at the girl's happiness. Truly, she was at her happiest when her family was doing well. Why else did you choose that stone to represent your family? She continued. Well, it's red and white, just like us, Fumi laughed at the obvious detail. It's pretty, and I'd want a kitchen countertop in this colour. Her therapist laughed with her. Fumi wouldn't need these regular sessions for much longer. Toya looked with sparkling eyes at the Endeavor trading card Shoto gave him. After a couple months, Shoto had finally decided to open the booster pack he'd gotten from his grandfather. Of course, he had got an Endeavor. But while that might have upset him on the day he met those 8-year-olds, now he was delighted to gift this to his older brother. Which made Toya very happy. The art's so cool, look at that! The fire shimmers! He he said as he tilted the card left and right in the light. Thanks, Shoto. The little boy grinned at his brother, happy to have made the older boy smile. He'd bide his time to annoy him again. The TV set up in Toya's bedroom was on, and it showed All Might and Endeavor on the screen, teaming up to fight a group of animal-themed villains, namely rhinoceros and hippo mutant quirks. The fight was over in seconds, and the camera showed All Might enthusiastically talking while Endeavor had the most unimpressed expression possible. Clearly, All Might had made some pun about the villains' quirks. Teaming up with heroes looks fun. I'd love to team up with Gang Walker in the future, Natsu said as he abandoned his reading material his mother had set for him. Didn't he tell you to contact him once you needed work experience in UA? Toya asked with a smile as Natsu nodded excitedly. He could teach you how to use frost in water environments. That'd be cool. The middle brother's eyes sparkled at the comment. Imagine being able to skate across water on my ice! I could do ocean rescues too, Natsu said. Toya matched his enthusiasm. You could make a raft of ice to carry people back to safety. He shared his own idea. The two boys were grinning twinkles as the idea bounced in their heads. But you suck at skating, Shoto said bluntly, remembering how his brothers and father had all tumbled on the ice. We all do, except Mum and Fuyumi. Natsu's mood wasn't deterred. Fuyumi could help me. She's been doing classes since February and she's gotten really good. I'll ask her when she's done with Dr. Tozura. He smiled to his younger brother. You have ice too. Wouldn't skating on your own ice be awesome? Shoto thought about it for a moment and nodded. That would be pretty awesome. And you have fire. You could use it to propel yourself forward like a rocket booster, Toya added, trying to get Shoto to be excited about using his quirk like he'd always been. If Toya couldn't use his quirk the way he wanted, he could at least share the ultimate move ideas he'd had since he was a toddler. It seemed to work, because Shoto tilted his head thoughtfully before smiling. Or like a jetpack? Toya and Natsu gasped at the idea of Shoto being able to fly. I've seen some old clips of Dad using his fire to fly into the air, the older brother said excitedly. Though he doesn't really do that anymore. Not sure why. You should ask him to teach you when he has time. Shoto looked at Toya, worried for a second that he'd see maybe jealousy or even hatred at the notion of Shoto being able to train his quirk with their father. But there wasn't any. Only excitement and the idea of his baby brother learning how to fly across the sky. Okay, but only once you're home, Shoto grinned. Toya's expression turned to confusion. What? Why? We want to train with you too, Natsu replied, poking at his brother's arm muscles. You and Mum and Dad normally train together. We want to do the same. His heart swelled in Toya's chest, and a bright blush lit his face. It was immediately noticed by his brothers, who smiled widely at him with a hint of smugness. Embarrassment overcame him at his brothers knowing that it meant a lot they wanted to train with him. Training and exercise is an important bonding time for him. He does like us, Shota laughed, Toya's face only turning redder. No, I don't. Shut up, he argued, crossing his arms. You totally want to spend time with us, right? Natsu teased, leaning against the older brother. Only to see you fail and faceplant, Toya argued again, but the insult flopped when his brothers cheered. He admits it, they said in unison, and they hugged him tightly. And being Endeavor's sons, it was tight. Toya let out an annoyed yell as they did, trying to wriggle out of the affection, but his loving baby brothers refused, only laughing the more the teen struggled. You both suck, he whined, kicking his legs as the trio toppled onto the floor, sending books, pens, and papers flying everywhere as a chair was knocked over. Natsu and Shota only laughed at their brother's embarrassed cries of protest. Rei found her sons in a pile of limbs and paper on the ground in what could have been a fight, but seeing her two youngest laughing loudly as Toya tried to fight back his own smile and laugh, Rei felt relieved to see her boys roughhousing. Definitely not something she would have thought 6 months ago. I'm glad you've been able to talk about heroes without feeling jealous. That's such a big step. Dr. Tsuzura smiled as Toya recounted the events. Toya also smiled, allowing himself to be a little proud of that progress. Sharing your quirk ideas is such a good idea. It's fun, Toya agreed, grinning. Normally it's just Natsu and me talking, but Shota's been joining in our conversations a lot more. His expression fell for a second, and guilt settled in his gut. Dr. Tsuzura noticed, but said nothing, giving the boy a moment to process the emotion. I was worried the accident would make him afraid to use his fire. Toya had burnt their mother because she pushed Shota out of the way. If she hadn't, Shoto would have been the one burnt. Toya had no doubt about that. His baby brother's tearful, terrified expression still haunted him. Less so now, but there were nights he startled awake because the scene replayed in a nightmare. Dr. Tozura's face softened at the boy's word. She understood his worry, and to an extent, Shota had admitted fire did scare him a little. It was scary and could hurt. But she also knew that Shota loved Toya deeply, so he'd never blame him for that, even if he had every reason to do so. I love using my quirk. I don't know, it's freeing and exhilarating. I could do cool stuff with it. Toya lamented softly, a sad expression entering his eyes. But he'd been hurting his family all the while he burnt himself having fun. I don't want to rob Shota of that feeling. A tenderness entered his voice, one that had slowly revealed itself over the last few months of therapy. Just like his father, there's a tenderness in Toya if he lets himself show it. Well, when you train with him once you're home, you can help teach him just how fun it is. Dr. Tozura smiled. I'm sure having his big brother help him train alongside your father will make him very happy. Toya smiled. He hoped so. Having a day off from intense endeavor work, Enji found himself with Haruo watching Fuyumi skate. The older Todoroki man was the one to usually take Fuyumi to her ice skating lessons, but today was a special day. Fuyumi's class was arranging a mini competition showcase of sorts to show the parents how far their children had progressed. Nothing big or official, just a fun little rivalry for the kids. Something about that hit an old wound in Enji's gut. And yet, Fuyumi was having fun. Dressed in a black ice skating dress and her silver skates, she did her beginner's routine. Enji had no reference to what good ice skating looked like, but he could see the control and balance the girl had. With her hair tied back, he could see her happy smile as she did her movements. Her silver-rimmed glasses matched her skates and framed her sweet face perfectly, matching the red speckled white of her hair as the girl did little turns and movements on the ice. Once she was done, she grinned to her father and grandfather as she received her applause with a polite bow. The two men smiled back at her. Yes, they were very proud of her progress, but more than anything, Enji was happy Fuyumi found something she loved to do. Even when Fuyumi got second place, she never once stopped smiling. Papa, look, I got a silver medal! It matches my glasses and skates, Fuyumi said happily as she did little hops on the ice. Enji wondered how she managed to not lose her balance. Well done, Ice Cube. You did really well out there, Enji praised, Fuyumi skating into his hug as she reached the edge of the ice rink. We're going to be trying jump soon. My teacher says that my glasses might fall off, so I might have to get contacts. Is that okay? The girl asked as her father helped her sit on a bench so she could undo her skates. Haruo was given the silver medal to look after. Of course that's okay, Enji smiled. He looked to his father, who was equally newly adored with glasses. When Ray noted that Fuyumi was having a hard time to read, Haruo had been the one to take her take an eye test. Once there, Haruo decided to get one as well. He hadn't gotten his eyes checked since he was in high school, and it's not like money is an issue for the Todoroki. Turns out, age was catching up to him, and glasses could be of help. So now Fuyumi and Haruo matched, something the whole family found very funny. According to Toshinori, glasses fit them. You're really happy about getting second place, Toya noted when Fuyumi came to visit him at the hospital, telling him of her achievements in her sport. The boy realized how that could sound as soon as he said it, and immediately started worrying. I mean, second in your class is really good. He hadn't meant to be rude about it. Fuyumi knew that and smiled, not at all upset by his wording. I'm happy because I had fun. I happened to end up in second place, but I would have been happy even if I lost. Fuyumi chirped, playing with the silver medal in her hands. Plus, Papa is the number 2 hero, so I guess that makes me the Endeavor of ice skating. Endeavor joined in when she started giggling. A smile pulled at Enji's lips as he watched his 2 eldest children have fun. Being able to be happy with not being number 1 and just having fun, that's something he could only dream of possessing. He was glad Fuyumi had that attitude. He'd do his best to encourage it. Ray laughed to herself softly as she doodled some flowers. She missed tending to her garden at home, but she trusted Hiro to look after them while she stayed with Toya at the hospital. Being September, the autumn bellflowers had started blooming, and Enji had been thoughtful enough to bring a few to decorate Rei's room with. She hadn't asked him to, he'd just done so because he knew they were her favourite flowers. He's observant like that. He just notices little details. I love all flowers, and I only mentioned once that they were my favourites, Rei said lovingly as she continued her drawing. Dr. Tozura also drawing her own flowers. 2 green teas rested on the table by the women. Having things noticed about me and someone caring about them, I never had that growing up. And that's why I fell in love with him so quickly. Seeing that love like that is possible, it must have been a breath of fresh air, the doctor smiled, looking at the flowers Rei was lovingly drawing. Being able to draw so many flowers from memory, Rei's love and dedication to her garden was clear. More than that, it's like a whole world opened up for me, Rei said tenderly. I thought I was just going to go with the first person my family approved of, whatever form that came in. That piqued the doctor's interest. What do you mean? It's not unheard of among the Himura to send family members to fight for organizations, or for work as long as it pays enough. Arranged marriages aren't the only option, the woman said with a sigh. Of course, we have a say to what happens to us, we're not prisoners. But the attitude to always act in the family's best interests above our own was ingrained in me at a young age. I'm very fortunate Enji found me first. She looked to the other woman with a smile. My mother has mellowed out over the years. My father too, but I always worry he'll impact the children somehow. A valid worry. Doing the effort to visit them on occasion and giving your children the option to have a relationship with your parents is very kind of you, Tozura said, noting how Rei took delicate effort to shade in the flowers. Speaking of, how did your parents react to the news of the accident? They were worried. They knew that Toya had struggles, but I never went into the full extent with them. I didn't want to embarrass Toya in case he didn't want them knowing, Rei said with a smile. My parents are in their 60s now, and quite old-fashioned. Travelling all the way from home to here by any means of travel would be too much. I don't think either of them ever left their prefecture. But I update my mother. She homeschooled me, and while I didn't have the best experience, she still has some useful tips. I appreciate her help. Tozura nodded at that. Rei wouldn't need weekly therapy for much longer either. They'd gone over a lot of her insecurities in childhood. While there was still quite a bit to go through, Rei herself felt that moving from weekly to monthly sessions would give her more time to collect her thoughts and process the sessions in full. Plus, she wanted to get ready to go home. Endeavour flipped through the files he had, mainly just reports from his sidekicks about various things that needed double-checking. This year had been very busy with hero work, lots of villains suspiciously acting up, crisis after crisis left and right all over the country. Not as much as when he was a child, but there was a rise again. Enji worried for Toshinori's absence outside of heroism. If they weren't teaming up as Endeavour and All Might, Enji never saw him. He tried to ask Sir Night-Eye about it, but the sidekick simply said that the number one had a lot of work going on. Enji felt that wasn't the whole story. Shoto's 7th birthday had just passed. He got a new All Might onesie from his Uncle Toshi, since he'd grown in the last year and didn't fit his old one anymore, as well as a personalised birthday card from All Might. Enji had claimed he personally asked for it. Truth be told, both gifts had been sent in the mail, the birthday wishes from All Might being an attempt to lessen the blow of Uncle Toshi not being able to make it to Shoto's birthday. It had helped a little, but the boy still missed his uncle deeply. All Might wasn't making many appearances at conventions anymore. That in itself put an uncomfortable weight on Endeavour's mind. He wanted to know what was wrong with All Might, but, much like himself, he knew his friend wouldn't give him an answer he was happy with. Endeavour sighed as he laid the piles of reports down and okayed all of them. Better he concentrate on Toya's 15th birthday. Rei told him their eldest son was absolutely set on getting the new Endeavour hoodie that was now available for pre-order. Endeavour was sure he could pull a few strings to get one in time for his birthday. I so failed math, Toya whined as he laid face down on his hospital bed, the All Might and Endeavour plush neatly propped up beside him, as well as the Endeavour action figure he'd got on his 14th birthday. He wore his new Endeavour hoodie as a form of comfort to mourn his bad math skills. I'm sure you didn't. You were doing better during the mock tests, Fumi reassured, patting her brother on the back. A whole year had passed, and now the 15-year-old Toya and 14-year-old Fumi had done their entrance exams, as it was now February. Fumi had gone into UA itself to do her written entrance exams, feeling much less intimidated by it every time she went, while Toya had been granted permission to do an online version. He just needed to be recorded and watched by a member of faculty as he did his exams. Recovery Girl had very kindly volunteered to do so. The old woman was pleased to see how much happier and brighter the boy had been since last year. And now they were waiting for the results, which would arrive in a few days. If all went well, they'd be attending UA in April. No, I'm sure you did great, Natsuo tried to encourage, but Toya only groaned louder. Fuyumi, what's UA like? He asked instead, trying to steer away from the lamenting older brother. It's huge, the girl replied, pushing her glasses up as she tended to her ice skates. Much bigger than you'd think for a high school. But there's lots of different courses, so it makes sense why it'd be big. Toya, we're going to have lots of fun. The principal is really nice. Have you met any of the teachers yet? Shota asked, and Fumi nodded, grinning. The teacher that overlooked my entrance exam is a hero called Ectoplasm. He teaches a hero course, though, so I don't think he'll be teaching Toya and I. Toya's head perked up at the mention of Ectoplasm. Whoa, really? His eyebrows lifted. Laments of his weak math abilities forgotten as he sat up. Did you see his legs? The question confused Fuyumi, and she made that known by her expression. Shoto and Natsuo followed her example. Yes. They looked a little like peg legs. Why? Ectoplasm lost his legs to a villain years ago, but he got prosthetics, so he's still able to fight. Toy explained to himself, his siblings giving him a united "oh" as they understood. Man, I bet you're going to have a whole bunch of heroes who are going to teach you guys, he said to Natsuo and Shoto. While there was no hint of jealousy, it was clear that's something Toya wanted to. Speaking of heroes, we should go visit Dad's agency, Natsuo offered, once again steering away from that conversation. Something he'd learned to Dr. Tsuzura is that encouraging healthy conversation about things that make us happy when an unnecessary uncomfortable topic comes up is a good way to save his mental health. I don't think I've been since that one Christmas party. Oh, same! The year Shoto was born. We should all go. Fumi agreed happily. I don't remember that, Shoto said thoughtfully. He would have been just under a year old at the time. We could ask to go after you get your results. That's only if I get good results, Toya sighed heavily. No, we go no matter the results, Fumi argued. We both worked hard, no matter if we failed or not. Let's ask Dad when he's done with work tonight. The two younger brothers cheered at their sister's enthusiasm. Toya could only roll his eyes and smile. Not having closure is the worst part, Haruo sighed, taking off his glasses as he felt tears pricking at his eyes, rubbing them with his thumb and index finger. It's horrible to say, but I'd rather know she was dead than not know where she is at all. Then at least I could mourn her. Speaking about his wife was never easy. You've mentioned before that Natsuo reminds you of Enji, and that seeing him interact with Rei is difficult sometimes, Dr. Tsuzura said, tilting her head. Would having closure help with that? Haruo sighed. I don't know. Maybe it would prove to me that I truly am a terrible father, denying Enji of a mother. Or maybe it would tell me we were better off as just the two of us. I don't know which is worse. His voice became quiet. I know that what happened in the past can't be changed, but there's so many times where I think back on how she acted, on the things she said, and I overthink of how I could have helped, tried to make her stay. Haruo, you were 18 years old, just out of high school. Dr. Tsuzura's voice softened. Not even full-grown adults can properly deal with life, especially not intense cases of postpartum. You did all you could with the means you had. Haruo lowered his hand and sighed. I know that, but it's still hard to believe it, he murmured. Haruo would need to continue weekly sessions for a long while. He felt it in himself that they barely scratched the surface of how deep his wounds went. But that's okay. He could be the one to accompany Toya to his own ongoing therapy sessions. At least he wouldn't be alone. Confetti blasted out of the party poppers with sharp pops. "Congratulations!" Dr. Tozura and her colleagues cheered for Fumi and Toya, who grinned at laugh at being covered in the colourful paper. Their acceptance letters into UA laid on their beds. "Told you you'd do fine," Fumi teased her brother, nudging him with her elbow. "Barely," he replied with a snicker. But she was right. They'd both passed and were going to attend UA. The 15-year-old looked up to his family, where his mother and grandfather were busy offering everybody non-alcoholic, celebratory drinks at the children's success. Natsuo helping. Enji stood off to the side of Shoto in his arms, the boy wanting to be one to help serving cupcakes, but needing the height boost to do so. The father caught his eldest look. Toya grinned mischievously. "Guess I can still do some things like another." A nervous sweat collected at the base of Enji's skull. "Toya, you're making me nervous," he wheezed. "I'm just joking," Toya laughed, leaning back on the bed. He was wearing his Endeavour hoodie again, the one he'd gotten for his birthday. It was a little too big, but he liked it that way. He found it comforting. "I'm gonna do things my way." Enji smiled sweetly. He was glad to hear it. Natsuo, Fumi and Toya sat on the eldest hospital bed as Enji stayed standing, listening to Dr. Tozura discuss the next steps in the family's life. Toya would need to leave the hospital to attend UA, after all, and while he'd done amazing progress in the last year, there was a lingering worry in the boy that he'd relapse. "Natsuo has given me permission to say that he feels he doesn't need regular sessions anymore. Same with Fumi and Rei," Dr. Tozura explained. "Well, that means that weekly therapy will be stopped. You'll also still be in the system, and because of your family plan, you can make an appointment at any time you need with me." Natsuo and Fumi looked at each other with smiles. They'd be okay. "I'd like to move from weekly sessions to every fortnight with Shoto. He's only 7, so he doesn't have the words to express everything yet, and I'd like to keep an eye on him as he grows," the doctor continued. She had a feeling Shoto would ask eventually to stop the sessions when he was old enough to completely understand the situation. Tozura just wanted to give him the foundation to properly prepare for life. "We'll stick with weekly sessions for Haru and Toya." The eldest nodded. He was a little surprised to hear his grandfather needed the same support as him. He thought adults would progress faster than children, but maybe he'd been wrong. Then a confused expression washed over his face when the doctor said nothing more. "What about Dad?" he asked, pointing to his tall father. "Your father doesn't have therapy sessions," the woman shook her head. She could have burst out laughing at the incredulous expression on the white-haired boy's face when he heard that, looking up accusingly at Enji. "Wait, why?" he asked, eyes narrowed. Enji glanced out at his son. He had a mix of surprise and wariness swirling around as he saw his son's blue eyes glaring at him with a look of disbelief. "I just don't." The answer wasn't satisfactory at all, and it just made his other 2 present children back their brother up. "But why not?" Natsuo asked, matching his brother's disbelief. "It helped us all a lot. Wouldn't it be good for you too?" Fumi followed up, gentle and concerned, sounding unlike her brothers. Enji didn't know how to react to any of this. Thankfully, he didn't need to, as Shoto burst through the door with a look of victory on his face. "I finally got All Might!" he exclaimed loudly, waving the All Might trading card in the air. Enji had never been so relieved to have an All Might fanboy as a son. "And Gangorka! Natsuo, do you want it?" The grey-eyed boy lit up at the mention of his favourite hero. That's when Rei and Haru wheezed and panted into the room, looking like they'd just ran a marathon. Enji raised an eyebrow at his wife and father before his eyes narrowed onto Shoto in a very Toya-like fashion. "Shoto," he said lowly, his youngest jolting a little at the tone and looking up at his huge father with big, guilty eyes. "Did you dash again?" The boy clearly couldn't hold back his guilt-filled yet proud smile. "He ran across the street," Haru wheezed, hand against the door. "He's lucky there weren't any cars, the light was green for them." "And ran down the hospital hallways," Rei added with a pant, hands on hips. "You're fast, Shoto, I'll give you that." "I got All Might!" Shoto exclaimed, trying to justify his sudden burst of energy. He'd wanted to show his siblings and gift the Gangorka one to Natsuo. In his opinion, the adults were just too slow. "Shoto, you keep doing this, I will get a leash," Enji threatened lightly. Not an actual threat Shoto was worried about. He'd said that at the hero convention and hadn't actually done it, so why should the little boy believe his father's empty words? Dr. Tozuro was holding back laughter at the chaos that is the Todoroki family. A few days later, Enji was heading out the door to meet Kurumada. It was raining, and yet Kurumada was crouching on the ground next to a bush with his umbrella, looking for something instead of being beside the car. Kurumada? Enji asked curiously. He didn't care that he was getting wet, rather that they needed to get to the agency. Endeavor had a long day ahead of looking for potential new sidekicks for the next year. Good morning, Endeavor, sir, Kurumada replied without looking to his boss, peering at something in the bushes. What are you doing? I heard something. Heard what? A small cry came from the bushes somewhere. It sounded high-pitched and coming from a very small animal. That sounds like a cat. A kitten, most likely, sir, Kurumada agreed. Yet I cannot see it. The cry happened again, and Enji realized it was coming from inside one of the bushes that lined his property. Wordlessly, he crouched down as well beside his chauffeur, and dug into one of the bushes. Thankfully, its leaves weren't spiky, but they were very wet. Not as wet as the squirming, now hissing, furry creature that Enji wrapped his hand around. Pulling his hand back out, he was holding a very small, very feisty white kitten with bright blue eyes. Oh dear, Kurumada voiced as he moved to the umbrella to cover the kitten. That left the two men to be exposed to the rain. It must have been here a while. Was it abandoned by its mother? Enji looked at the small creature that barely fit into his palm, it was so small. Slowly, it calmed down when it realized that the hand holding it was very warm and comfortable. The purring started as it blotted its little head against the heat of Enji's hand, shivers starting to settle in. It was so small. Chapter 33. Fervid. Turns out, Enji was being completely serious about leashing Shoto. Since Toy was due to return home in the following days, Ray had already started settling back ahead of him. The family was walking in the park close to the hospital so a teenager could get a feel for not being in the hospital anymore. He'd been in its safety for a bit over a year now, and while he had gone on walks in the hospital garden, the notion of going back into the public, especially school, made Toya nervous. Excited, he looked forward to it, but nervous. Fumi being in the same class as him brought some comfort though. So did watching Shoto writhe and fight against a leash connected to the child-proof strap that the child couldn't figure out how to free himself of. It was hilarious. This is what happens when you don't listen to your parents and grandfather. Ray all but wheezed as her youngest flopped to the ground like a fainted goat, whining loudly at being leashed. Enji didn't even acknowledge the scene, just kept walking with Natsuo, who very much did the same. Take it off, Shoto whined, face grumpy and mismatching eyes glaring up at the sky. Sorry, Peppermint, actions have consequences. Haro laughed lightly at his grandson's comedic tantrum. Shoto let out a loud groan, showing he truly was the youngest of four. Come on, we get to have pancakes if we keep up with Dad and Natsuo, Fumi urged, really desiring her sweet treat that was promised. Toya agreed, grinning smugly at his younger brother's demise. Shoto whined and pushed off of the dirt, letting himself be pulled backwards by his mother like an unwilling dog being dragged to the vet. The white-haired woman rolled her eyes at her youngest. Shoto had to learn to not run off suddenly, as while nothing had happened the last few times, it could become dangerous in the long run if he didn't look at his surroundings. Excited to go back to the agency? Ray asked her eldest, who had his hands deep in his oversized Endeavor hoodie. The boy looked at her with a grin. He was promised he'd be able to visit his father's workplace again once he settled home. Yeah, Dad says he has new sidekicks since last I've gone. I want to meet them, he replied peppily. The Endeavor agency was never a place he felt nervous. Really, it was like home for him. Onima and Kido. Onima only recently finished hero school, and Kido was a solo hero for a bit before Endeavor sought him to be a sidekick. He's got a really interesting quirk. I want to see it in action. The boy rattled off excitedly. He was always eager when it came to anything Endeavor related. You're becoming quite the hero encyclopedia. Haro laughed at his eldest grandson's passion. The latter nodded, a slightly serious look in his eyes. I have to be. That way, I can keep up with everybody's quirks. Any accidents they've had, or changes as they develop more. he said, focused blue eyes narrowed onto his father's back in the distance as the man led the group through the park, Natsu by his side. If he couldn't physically keep up, he at least could tribe with his brain and mind. Unless it required math. Ray watched her boy and smiled softly with a slight, exasperated sigh. Seems despite it all, Toya was still focused on his father over everything else. Maybe that wasn't something that could be therapized out of the eldest Todoroki child. He just really loved his dad. Enji is the same with his own father. Hey, firecracker, Ray snickered to her eldest, catching Toya's attention. She lifted her hand, the one holding Shoto's leash. Want to hold Shoto? Toya's face broke into a mischievous grin. Shoto shot a stink eye to both his mother and brother. The moment the leash was being transferred to Toya, Shoto tried to make a dash for it in a moment of vulnerability. But he didn't take into account that Toya had trained with both their parents longer than Shoto had been alive, and as Toya dug his heels into the dirt and tensed his abdominal and arm muscles, Shoto made a "Kia" sound as his momentum was used against him. He lost his footing and found himself flat on his back. Once again, glaring at the sky. "This is unfair," he whined, flailing his arms and legs on the floor. Toya and Ray looked at each other and laughed. That was a familiar phrase. Enji glared at his phone. He'd sent Toshinori a text, but the man still hadn't answered. Eyeing the news, he saw a reporter interviewing Detective Tsukauchi about All Might's earlier successes of the day. The detective still had a young, inexperienced look to him, but Enji knew that the man was capable and clever. He worked with him and the police regularly. Finally, he felt his phone buzz, and angrily scowled at the message. Endeavor understood what being busy meant, and he knew All Might was too, at all times. They both were. That's what came with being the top two heroes in Japan for multiple years. But this was ridiculous. Toshinori used to always find the time to be with his family. What had changed? Not even Sir Naitai would give Enji a direct answer, and it was eating at his nerves. What little remained, anyway. "Sorry, busy," was the text, with a sad emoji. Too busy for both Toya and Shoto? Enji knew he shouldn't be so accusatory. But something was clearly wrong. It was giving him nasty flashbacks of both himself and Toya. Things not being right, yet never expressing it clearly, letting it bubble and ferment in their hearts instead. He got a faster answer this time. "I'm sorry, Enji." Enji bit the inside of his cheek and closed his eyes, hissing through his teeth. Toshinori is a grown man, several years his senior. He had to trust him that he was doing the right thing. Plus, he had Sir Naita as his sidekick, a smart, passionate man in his own odd way. Enji had to trust his number one. Nervousness flooded Toya's nerves as he stepped out of the hospital. He'd handled the park fine. This was just going home. The home he'd almost burnt down. "You'll be absolutely fine," Dr. Tozuro reassured with a smile as she walked Toya out of the hospital. "We can talk about how you're settling in next week when you and your grandfather visit for your next sessions." At the sight of Enji and Kuromada waiting for him in the hospital lobby, Toya released a nervous sigh. It was the first time he saw his father's chauffeur since the accident, and guilt settled in his stomach. "Hi," he started, before two strong arms wrapped around him and choked a squeak out of his throat. Just for a moment before he was let go, forever stern-faced and mustached Kuromada looking down at him with his usual intensity. "Let's get you home!" he exclaimed firmly, with enough force to make someone wince, before turning on his heel and marching forward. Toya blinked and looked to his father, Enji just as bewildered. The two shared a smile as they followed the driver to the car. "Welcome home!" Fumi exclaimed, Shoto and Natsu jumping up from where they were all waiting for their older brother on the doorstep. Toya stopped, feeling awkward. Home looked the same. Different seasonal flowers surrounding it were the only sign he'd been gone for a year. It looked like he'd never left. Like he had never almost destroyed it. In his hands, he held Shoto's All Might plush. His Endeavor toys were carefully and neatly packed in his backpack. Looking to Shoto, Toya walked to him and handled the plushie back, arms outstretched. Shoto's grin widened and he happily took his stuffed toy back. Despite lending it to Toya, he'd missed it quite a bit at night. Fumi and Natsu glanced at each other with soft smiles. "Mum made udon noodles," Natsu said, hand reaching out to Toya as Shota eyed the eldest mischievously. No, not yet. Shota didn't want to ruin the moment. He'd bide his time. Toya's face lit up at the thought of the hot noodles, and eagerly took Natsuo's hand, letting himself be guided back into the house for the first time in over a year by his brother. Fumi grabbed his other hand too, giggling as Toya didn't complain about it for once and squeezed her hand back. Shota looked at his father with a big toothy smile. When are we giving him the surprise? The youngest asked with a small bounce in his knees. Enji pressed a finger to his smiling lips. After dinner. The living room looked different. The flooring had been replaced, the furniture was a different colour, and the walls looked newer. No smell of burnt or the aftermath of blue flames having scorched the surfaces. Toya felt tension release from his shoulders and chest as he exhaled heavily. A hand came to mess with his hair. It looks nice, Toya complimented the room to his grandfather. I'm glad you think so. I refurbished it myself. Haruo smiled softly at the boy through his glasses, hand smoothing out the thick mess that was Toya's hair. Dinner's ready, Ray called out, a choir of hoorays from the 3 younger siblings ringing out as they all piled into the dining room. This isn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, Toya murmured as he and his grandfather made their way to join the family. I thought I was going to have a stronger reaction to coming home. Maybe that means you've been able to heal a little from it, Haruo suggested with a warm tone, happy to see Toya's proud smile stretching across his face. Yeah. Dinner was bright and happy, the siblings talking animatedly about Fuyumi and Toya's future at UA. They were due to getting their uniforms in the coming days, and they were all very excited on their behalf. Toya hadn't been to UA yet, but Fumi assured him it was awesome and he'd be impressed by it. The adults let the kids talk as they ate in silence, sharing happy smiles and secret glances at each other. I'm still a bit worried about not fitting in, Toya admitted with a small, worried twitch of his eyebrows. Like what happened in elementary school. Natsuo and Shota looked to each other. They'd never witnessed their older brother's bullying besides that one confrontation with his old bullies, so they didn't really know what to say to that. Things are different now, Fumi chirped brightly, unfazed by the concerns voiced. We're older, UA has much better facilities, and we know what we're working towards. It's going to be fine, she grinned, pushing her glasses back up her nose as her blue eyes twinkled. We'll figure it out together, as a team. Despite the worry still bubbling in his gut, Fuyumi's peppy attitude was contagious, and Toya couldn't help but be soothed by it. He grinned back at her. Ray and Enji caught each other's eyes, and they smiled. As a team. Being all together again for dinner was perfect. They'd all missed it, something they had taken for granted until it was gone. We're going to start training with Dad soon too, Natsuo added to the conversation bouncily through a mouthful of noodles, which Ray quietly corrected for him to not talk with his mouth full. All brothers looked to their father. We can start any time, Enji confirmed after a sip of his water. Tomorrow? Toya asked, slightly hopeful. He'd really missed training with his parents. Some muscle mass had been lost in the last year of not training to his full capacity, and he was eager to get back into the routine of things. Enji made eye contact with his wife and father, who just gave him exasperated smiles. We can start tomorrow after I return from the agency. Just in the gym for now. Toya triumphantly punched the air as his father said that and slurped more of his noodles. I'll do like I did with Toya and concentrate on learning how to control your quirks. I can help Shota with his fire, Toya chirped, Shota's eyes sparkling at his brother's excitement to quirk train with him. Even if Toya couldn't use his own fire, that didn't mean he didn't have the knowledge to aid Shota with improving his own ability. Can we go to Sekoto Peak too at some point? I've never been, Natsuo asked, motioning with his chopsticks to the mountainside. Enji's eyes lifted to that direction and thought for a moment. There wasn't a reason why not. Toya hadn't been since that time Enji had found him training there, and it was the same place Enji had trained with his father when he was a teenager. It was a good spot, away from prying eyes with nothing but nature for miles. The same reasons why Toya had snuck up there so many times. Eventually, Enji nodded. Conversations continued as food disappeared from plates and platters, the atmosphere feeling energetic and vibrant as the family was finally all together home again. Once all the food was gone, Enji took charge of bringing the used tableware to the kitchen. Shota could barely contain himself as his father winked to him when he watched the tall man leave. "What's with you?" Toya asked his little brother with quirked eyebrow. "We've got a surprise for you," Ray replied, placing a soft hand on her two-tone-haired son. "Consider it a welcome home gift." Toya gave his mother a confused expression as he looked at his excited siblings' faces. Clearly they all knew what it was and believed it would make Toya happy. As if he wasn't already happy being home with them. Enji returned, and from Toya's sitting down angle, he couldn't see what it was that his father was holding in his muscular arms. "Toya, hands out," the redhead said, and when Toya did, bringing his two hands together to accept whatever it was he was being gifted with an even more confused yet curious expression, Enji carefully placed the little warm ball of white fur in his eldest hands. Toya's eyes widened as the kitten squirmed in his hands, small and soft. It mewed loudly, flexing its little paws as it looked around the room and made eye contact with Toya. Blue met blue, and the small kitten screamed and meowed at the boy holding it. "A kitten?" Toya asked, not able to tear his gaze away from the warm ball of white fluff. "Dad and Kurumada found him in the rain," Natsuo explained, grinning as he saw his brother being completely awestruck at the lively gift. "Dr. Tozura said a cat would be a good idea for you. Something about calming nerves." "He doesn't have a name yet, but Shoto and I have been affectionately calling him Tonya for the last couple days," Fuyumi informed almost proudly, making Shoto snicker. Only then did Toya send them an unimpressed side-eye. "Tonya? Really?" he asked flatly, before looking at the kitten again with a softened expression. A male kitten, with soft white fur and vibrant blue eyes. And it was his to look after. "You're trusting me with a cat?" "Will help, of course," Enji replied as he sat beside his teen son and ruffled his hair a little. "But if you want him, he's officially yours. I took him to the vet, and he's in full health despite having been in the rain. You should thank Kurumada next you see him. He's the one who started looking for the kitten," Hara added. Toya nodded. He would. "I want to keep him," he said, stroking the kitten with a careful finger. Immediately, the little thing playfully nipped at it, not at all painful, and it made Toya laugh. "That means you get to pick a name," Ray grinned. "I propose Tonya." Fuyumi raised her hand. "Me too," Shota added. "I refuse to say that name." Enji shut his daughter and younger sibling down with a playful scowl. It'd be a cold day in hell before Enji would say Nya out loud. As his family discussed and laughed about the temporary nickname, Toya's eyes never once left the kitten. He could still taste the pleasant flavour of udon noodles on his tongue, and the slight pressure of the kitten's small teeth and claws playing with his hand made Toya's chest feel warm and with endearment. His eyes caught Natsuo's movement as the boy laughed at something Shota said, and Toya was reminded of his love for the aquarium. "Harusame," Toya said suddenly, gaining his family's attention. "I want to call him Harusame." "Like the noodles?" Shota tilted his head. He remembered having them once, a while ago. Toya grinned. "Yeah, like the noodles. Plus, he was found in a spring rain, and he bites like a shark. Makes sense, no?" he explained, sending a cheeky grin to his grandfather. Haru responded with an amused roll of his eyes. "Haru. Spring." "Oh, because spring and shark are written differently, but they're both same," Natsuo piped up, grinning. "I like that." "Harusame it is," Enji said with a slight laugh. Harusame mewed, then purred as Toya petted his head. Everything was right again in Natsuo's world as Toya settled into the futon next to him in their shared room. Natsuo had found it hard to sleep alone throughout the year. Having his brother back, with the addition of Harusame that Toya had been very set on bringing to bed, Natsuo felt like he could sleep properly again. The light went out, and other than Harusame's light purring, the room was silent. "Natsuo," Toya whispered in the dark. Natsuo's lips pulled into a happy grin. "Yeah?" "I'm sorry about our last argument. The one from the year before, when Toya had not understood how he'd hurt Natsuo's feelings. Even if I'm not going to be a pro hero, I still want to work with and help you, like Dad's medics do at his agency." A happy feeling flourished in Natsuo's chest at hearing that, tears stinging in his eyes, but he blinked them away. "I'd like that," he whispered back into the dark. "You have some really cool ideas. I'm not as creative as you are." Nah, you're plenty creative, Toya argued back, but Natsu could hear the smile in his voice. I just offer a different angle. It's a good angle. Harusama's purring lulled the two brothers into a peaceful, happy sleep. Things were okay. Chapter 34. Insight. Chaos didn't wait to be reinstated in the Todoroki household. For the record, this isn't because I used my quirk, Toya stated flatly with muted annoyance as he pointed to his bandaged wrist. Shota bit me. Anima and Kido stared with barely stifled amusement at Endeavor, who held a writhing Shota in his arms. Shouldn't have eaten my yogurt, the youngest argued, arms crossed. It was my yogurt! You already had yours! Toya argued back, indignant. Endeavor's sigh came out like a steam engine. So this is Shoto, supposedly my son, though I believe you if you said he was a dog in a boy's body, the number 2 hero said to his sidekicks, getting an indignant response from his 2-tone-haired son. And that's Toya. He's out of hospital. You'll be seeing each other more. Well, it's nice to finally meet you both, Anima grinned, sorting out his horned headband. We've heard a lot about you in the last year and a bit from the other sidekicks. Good to finally put faces to the names. We heard you're going to UA for general studies. Kido gave the white-haired boy a thumbs up. Well done, that's no small feat. Toya grinned at the compliment. Eventually, Shota had to be freed from air jail, and it was with a very watchful and distrusting eye that Toya let his little brother hold his hand as the two boys followed Anima and Kido to the training room to show them their quirks. Endeavor strictly forbade either of his sons to use their quirks while at the agency, something that would have once annoyed Toya, but now he accepted full-heartedly. Shota was just starting to learn how to use his. Endeavor flipped through various files, though he was mainly interested in the hero work studies forms that listed various names of soon-to-be third-year hero students. With everything happening in his personal life, Endeavor had opted out of them. Between his family and his own duties as number 2, he didn't have the time to supervise students. Now that his eldest 2 would be starting high school and things were becoming normal again, Endeavor was more than ready to get back into his workaholic habits again. He should get his team to contact some of the other heroes, like Best Jeanist, Edshot, or Gangorka, and see if there was anything they could work together on. Like how All Might and he used to do much more in their earlier days. These days, All Might was too busy. According to his PR team, the general public lamented not seeing their 2 top heroes interacting as much as they once had. It shouldn't bother Enji as much as it did. A name in the files caught his attention, and his blue eyes narrowed down on its familiarity. It clicked almost instantly as he saw the photo of the student that came with the form. Well, she really was serious about it, he muttered to himself as he picked the paper out from the pile. A smile tugged at his lips as he saw the fiery-haired girl's sharp-toothed grin. Ray fussed with her eldest son and only daughter, sorting out their uniform collars and straightening their ties, trying to get a comb through Toya's thick mess of hair and making sure Fumi had her spare glasses in case anything happened. You both have your mobile phones? Ray asked as she managed to not break the comb and make her wide-haired son look half presentable. Yes, Mom, Fumi replied as she held her and her brother's brand new phones. Same brand, same model, same everything, but they looked completely different. Toya had a dark blue phone case with shimmering blue flame designs on the back, the stylized kanji for flame layered over it in bright reds and oranges. Fuyumi, on the other hand, had an icy blue-grey phone case with little snowflakes and silver dots decorating it, with a small charm hanging off of it in the shape of a small ice skate that resembled her own. Toya's lock screen was of some Endeavor art he found online that was his favourite, and Fuyumi's was a photo of her family she took on her grandfather's birthday, all of them grinning at her from where they were eating dinner at a restaurant. She would have liked for her Uncle Toshi to be in it too, but he hadn't been able to get away from the All Might agency to come celebrate Haro. The latter wasn't offended, he understood. He only worried about Toshinori's well-being. Enji, on the other hand, was livid, but pushed those emotions aside to not ruin the family outing. Good. Anything happens, you call me or your father immediately, Ray said as she continued to fuss with Toya's collar and hair. The boy rolled his eyes and grinned at his mother's worrying. Mom, we're just gone for the day. We'll be back in the evening. It's not like we're leaving the country or anything, he groaned. Ray shot him a squinted look, which made the scar on her left side of her face pull a bit. It didn't hurt Toya to see it these days, especially when his mother wasn't at all ashamed of it. Doesn't matter. Something happens. Call us. the woman insisted, slapping her hands onto her eldest shoulders. He'd grown quite a bit all of a sudden throughout the year, but due to the lack of exercising during that time, Toya's build wasn't as square as it could have been. Not something Toya was insecure about. If the last few training sessions with his father and brothers was anything to go by, he'd be back in peak shape by the end of the first semester. He'd never seen someone sweat as much as Shoto did from trying to do a single push-up, something Toya teased him about until Enji reminded him that Toya had struggled too at first. Annoyingly, Natsuo seemed to get the hang of training almost instantly, something Shoto and Toya bonded over. They promised to topple their fathers look-alike together. Natsuo only laughed at them for it, not in the least bit intimidated or worried when staring down at his two, noticeably, much shorter brothers. Okay, Toya sighed as his mother finally freed him and let him join his sister by the front door, the girl handing him his phone that he slipped into his pocket. Bye-bye, Harusume, see you tonight, Toya cooed as he leaned down to pick up his little feisty kitten and give him a kiss on the top of the head. Harusume mewed and purred in response. Bye, Mum, I'll text you at lunchtime. Fumi grinned as her and her brother left for their first day of school at UA. As Onima and Kido had said, it was no small feat getting into UA, as UA was no easygoing school. Even for the non-hero courses, the pressure was felt throughout the entire school as soon as the term started, if only due to its reputation, but also because of the dedication of the school and teachers to educate the students. Almost instantly, Fumi and Toya knew they'd be vigorously working for the next 3 years. Despite being the youngest in the class and jumping a grade, Fumi fit into the environment easily, thriving in her classes and among the other students. She's bubbly and friendly, easy to get along with, and impossible to hate. Within the first week, Fumi had formed quick and close friendships with her classmates, no matter how different they were to her. Toya, on the other hand, got along fine with the students and was friendly, but for some reason felt completely out of place. Maybe the unpredictability of the people around him put him off, or perhaps it was the constant prying questions about his personal life that ruffled his feathers. Even though he knew that was normal, that's how you get to know people and become friends with others, something in Toya just couldn't let himself relax. I guess I'm not used to interacting with kids my own age, Toya sighed during one of his therapy sessions with Dr. Tozura. Or maybe I'm assuming they'll all just become like my bullies in elementary school. Whatever it was, it made Toya relatively friendless despite getting by just fine day by day. Other than in math, he excelled in his classes, with him and Fumi being among the top of the class. Fumi was even class representative with another boy, having been voted for just for her likability alone. It didn't surprise Toya at all. He'd voted for her, obviously. Fumi of course worried about his lack of personal friends. He hung out with her a lot, and by proxy her own friends, but she had hoped maybe he'd find a couple of other students to have his own friend group with. But that had yet to happen. Harusume stretched and yawned. It was still early in the morning, and the two boys he shared a room with were still asleep. Blinking with his big blue eyes, Harusume delicately sat and wrapped his tail around his paws. His owner was sleeping on his back with his mouth open, one leg sticking out from under the blanket, while Natsuo was on his side, drooling a little. Both of their white hair was a complete and utter mess, and they'd complain in the morning as their mother tried to get them to neaten it up and brush it. Footsteps could be heard from across the hallway. The kitten watched as a large form passed by the traditional Japanese screen doors towards the kitchen. Harusume knew this routine by now, and with gentle tip-taps of his paws, squeezed between the door frame to follow the tall man. Morning, Dad. A girl's voice was heard, yawning as she left her bedroom. Morning, Ice Cube, her father's voice replied. Turning the corner, Harusume saw Fumi joining Enji into walking into the kitchen. The girl always woke up early enough to see her father before he went to the agency, having an early breakfast with him before getting ready for the rest of the day. She'd been doing it since she was tiny. She wasn't about to stop anytime soon. Arriving at the kitchen, the smell of mackerel caught the kitten's nose, and his nostrils sniffed the air. Pushing his white head into the kitchen and shaking his ears a little, the kitten saw the girl sitting at the kitchen table as the tall man grilled them their fish. The grandfather and eldest son don't like fish, so this was a special father-daughter only early breakfast the two indulged in sometimes. Harusume made his presence known by meowing. His feeding time wasn't until later, but the desire for mackerel was stronger. Good morning, Harusume, Fumi chirped from her seat, reaching out her hand. Harusume purred and stood on his back legs to be pet by the girl, purring louder when she scratched gently behind his ears. Again, Harusame tried his luck and trotted to Enji, meowing up at him again. No, Enji said flatly. Another meow. No, a more insistent meow. I'm not feeding you mackerel. An indignant meow. Fumi giggled at her father arguing with the kitten, who looked up at him expectantly, tail swaying slightly. You're going to choke on the bones. Harusame's tail hit the ground with an annoyed thump, his butt wiggling a little. Don't even think about it. Harusame didn't think. He pounced up onto Enji's trouser leg, climbing up at a surprising speed in an attempt to steal his fishy prize. Enji audibly sighed as Fumi let out a delighted laugh at the cat's shenanigans. He's so stubborn, she giggled after taking a sip of her apple juice. Fits right in, Enji grumbled as he pried the kitten off of his thigh and placing the small creature on his shoulder instead. Okay, fine, have a piece. He gave in, ripping some of the flesh with the cooking chopsticks. Checking for any small bones, he offered the fish to the kitten, who gobbled it up instantly. Enji busied himself with making Fumi's plate as the kitten licked its lips and meowed again, demanding, This is Fumi's, wait your turn, Enji scolded. Fumi watched with much amusement as her father stopped Harusame from stealing a whole mackerel straight from the pan. How come Fumi goes out with friends on the weekend, but you don't? Shota asked as he patted the ice off of his right side, looking to his older brother who was doing push-ups with Natsuo. Because Toya doesn't have any friends, the latter teased. It was with a yelp and a thud that Natsuo landed flat on the ground when Toya grabbed his wrist from underneath him, making him lose his balance. What, Natsuo said? Toya cackled, sitting on his knees as he looked to Shoto, the boy sending him a confused look. Why? He asked again. If I was your classmate, I'd want to be your friend. A smile pulled at Toya's lips. Fuyumi's just better at it than me. Kinda like how Natsuo is better than both of us at training, he shrugged, looking down at his grey-eyed brother as he pushed off the tatami floor. Nobody's better at training, their father argued as he put away the various weights and items they had used for training. Everybody learns at their own pace. His eldest and youngest sons shot him an unconvinced look. In the first few months since the Todoroki boys had started their training, it was clear Natsuo outdid Toya and Shoto. He kept up with their father the most, didn't tire as easily, and understood concepts much better than his brothers. Already, Natsuo's preteen body was squaring up, shoulders and back were broader, arms and legs firmer, much more than Toya's ever did. A year ago, that would have annoyed Toya. But thankfully, he had Shoto to side with him. The youngest couldn't do 5 push-ups without dry heaving and needing to take a break. When it came to quirks, despite Natsuo having an ice quirk, Enji was able to teach him just as well as he did Toya. Much like how Enji's primary weakness was overheating, Natsuo's would be frostbite if he overused frost. Something Shoto wouldn't struggle with even if he tried to. If you can learn to use both sides of your quirk equally, it'll become second nature for your body to cool you down or warm you up, Enji explained when teaching Shoto to summon both ice and fire simultaneously. Something Shoto picked up on easily, just like with controlling his fire. Toya had been the one to teach him how to do that, just like their father had done for the eldest. Initially, Haro and Rei were a little worried about Enji letting Toya be in charge of that, but the latter proved that they needn't fret. Teaching Shoto how to control his fire in the same vein as Enji had done for him brought the eldest an unexplainable joy. Especially when Shoto succeeded in whatever task his brother gave him, and looked to the eldest for approval with his big, mismatching eyes. And Toya always praised him. Only then to absolutely demolish his little brother in hand-to-hand combat. "Biting is not tapping out!" Toya screeched as he flailed on the ground. "Have you considered getting a muzzle for Shoto?" Natsuo muttered to his father as they watched the eldest and youngest wrestle in what was more akin to aggressively smacking each other than actual combat. "Your mother won't let me get one," Enji replied flatly. On one particularly peaceful and warm early September day, Toya decided that he wouldn't go home with Fuyumi. A lovely orange tint made the school corridors glow, a slight breeze made the campus tree sway, and the after-school silence was something that Toya enjoyed. He liked school, both his lessons and the building itself. He just wished he could find a group of students he clicked with to call for his friends. It's not like he didn't try, but he just never quite got it. Whatever it was. "I'm just like Dad," Toya sighed heavily to himself as he explored the empty UA halls. "That doesn't sound like a bad thing." A voice made the white-haired boy jump out of his skin. His eyes landed on a short, skinny man with large hands that had orange L-shaped pieces on his fingers. The man's face was hidden by the excavator-like yellow helmet on his head. Power loader? Toya's eyebrows lifted in recognition, before facing the pro hero and giving a small polite bow of greeting, just like how Ray taught him. I didn't realize I had wandered into the support courses hall. You haven't, the short man replied. I'm just collecting notes and items from the hero course. Some of the second years need upgrades, which I'm going to get my students to work on. Oh, I see, Tor replied, looking at the classroom Power Loader was just stepping out of. 2B. You're Endeavor's kid, right? Power Loader asked, pointing with an orange finger to the teenager. That's right, sir. I'm Toy Todoroki. The latter smiled, hands in his pockets. What are you doing wandering around? Don't you have an after-school activity to get to? The teacher asked. No, sir. I just wanted to walk around campus, Toy admitted a little sheepishly, pointing his thumb to the windows where the setting sun was framing his white hair with a soft glow. The quiet atmosphere is nice, see? He knew that wasn't really a strong excuse, but it was the truth. Between the sports festival he didn't go to, tests, exams, and other typical school activities, Toya's head felt busy all the time. A walk around an empty school at the beginning of autumn just felt calming. Power Loader pondered that for a moment, before making a follow-me movement. Help me with these, then, he said, showing 2 large boxes of various support items behind him. It'll save me doing 2 trips. That's how Toya found himself in the support course's workplace. It wasn't nearly as impressive or as big as the engineer's room at the Endeavor agency, but he was still interested. Bits of tech laid everywhere in chaotic but organized piles. Balls of scrunched up blueprints filled the bins, and there was a slight smell of oil wafting around the room. I didn't see you at the sports festival, Power Loader commented once the boxes were put down. Toya gave the teacher a confused look. Aren't you in the hero course? No, in general studies, with my sister. Toya shook his head. Apologies for assuming. Power Loader said sincerely. It's alright. With a father like Endeavor, I think most people would assume we'd be in the hero course. The white-haired teen shrugged with a small laugh. The teacher caught the hint of bitterness in the boy's tone. No, I didn't go to the sports festival at all. I watched it from home. Why's that? Power Loader asked as he started taking out the various items from the boxes and placing them on the workbench with a set of instructions for his students tomorrow. Toya followed his actions and handed him the various items from the box he was standing by. I wasn't in the right headspace, Toya admitted, almost ashamed. Some days were better than others, and the day of the sports festival was one of those other days. Maybe it was the excitement around the school that overwhelmed him and became suffocating, or the fear of his jealousy triggering again. But he woken up that day in a bad mood and shaking. Hara had settled him on the couch with warm homemade food, a blanket, and Harasame purring loudly in his arms as they watched a sports festival from home with Shoto, Natsuo, and Rei. Fumi had decided to be with her friends and enjoy the festival from there, while Endeavor went to work. It was a good day out of what could have been a horrendous day. Power Loader caught the boy's ashamed look. He really wasn't the teacher to talk through his students' emotions. He was a loner who preferred the company of his inventions over people. So he wouldn't even try to do the first, but rather use his knowledge to his benefit. Those headphones you're holding, he pointed to the object in Toya's hands, who blinked. It's for a student in 2B. They're a special noise-cancelling support item because his hearing is so sensitive it becomes overwhelming. Just his own voice is painful. Echolocation, Toya blurted out. That's his quirk. Power Loader nodded with a thumbs up, glad to see a small proud smile on the student's face. He's amazing for retcon, as just a small sound could give him the entire layout of an area. But living day-to-day life is very difficult without those headphones. They got damaged during an exercise, so I'm upgrading them myself. The others here my students can deal with, they're less urgent. He motioned with his head to the other items. Do most of these items help neutralize the drawbacks of quirks? Toya asked, handing the important headphones to the teacher, who nodded. That's what support items are generally for, he replied. Support items are essential to helping heroes push their limits and meet their full potential. It's also why they're so heavily scrutinized by the government and need to meet very specific requirements. That's what my father's engineer said too, Toya agreed, sitting beside Powerloader on a stool as the man set up the headphones under some sort of contraption. Being number 2, your father would have a lot more access to technological means and progress than the average hero. When the teacher handed a protective eye visor to Toya, he took it and put them on as he listened. And with his friendship with All Might, I'm sure he'd even have access to overseas companies. Toya knew for a fact he did. Endeavor had called every company and hero under the sun when his quirk started hurting him to try and find any support item compatible with Toya. The teenager watched in silence as Powerloader worked on a new set of upgraded headphones. There was a pile of notes with directions, a design change, the request for a mic, and additional padding for comfort. All of which was easy workings for the excavation hero, his fingers working nimbly and quickly despite how clunky they looked. Toya was in awe as he watched. I have the same quirk as my father, he said after almost 10 minutes of watching. Despite Powerloader not making a sign that he was listening, Toya continued. My firepower is even more powerful than his. I can turn my flames blue, but I don't have any resistance to fire. That made Powerloader stop what he was doing, the sparking sounds of his stools fading into silence as he turned his head to look at Toya. He called every connection he had at the time, but they all said it was impossible to make a support item that negated the damage. They're right, Powerloader replied. Cooling down support items are limited to begin with. They can only do so much, and even they get overheated with extensive overuse. They're only a boost, not a fix-it solution to any and all damage. He thought maybe he was being too blunt with his words and manner of speaking, but Toya's intensely listening look told him otherwise. The teenager was interested and focused on what the teacher was saying. Not to mention, with the restrictions set on support items, we're not allowed to use certain materials, among other things. And if my blue fire is hotter than red flames, that would need very specific materials. Toya pondered out loud before sighing. Add my emotions into the mix and, no matter what I do, it's an uncontrollable chaos. You'd think we'd be more advanced in tech by now. With the rise of quirks, technological advances became stunted, so only now are we really tapping into truly heroic level items. While in one century, we went from typewriters to mobile phones, in the next, we've stopped to a crawl. Powerloader explained, knowing his history. Maybe one day we'll have support items that can completely negate human limits. But then there's the ethical questions. How far should science go, and so on. Toya hummed at that and continued watching as Powerloader returned to working on the headphones. After another 20 minutes, Toya grinned mischievously. How far do you think science should go, sir? He asked, clearly wanting to start an argument. Which moralistic boundaries do you think should be broken? Powerloader paused for a moment, before looking to Toya. There was a barely visible, unhinged grin under that helmet. Toya spent most of his after-school hours helping and assisting Powerloader in his classroom. It seems even loners can enjoy the right people's company. No matter how many times Toya went to the Endeavor agency, he never got bored. It was like a second home for him, a comfortable place he knew like the back of his hand that always had something new and fun going on. And today was his 16th birthday. Time sure flies when you're busy, Toya cackled as he all but skipped beside his father, all rainbows and sunshine in his Endeavor hoodie he had slightly grown into. Endeavor smiled down at his white-haired son, glad to see him smiling. Shota's birthday had been the week before, but with a slight bitter edge to it as Toshinori was once again missing. He claimed to be busy. Angie wanted to know what type of busy he was to not even be able to give Shota a birthday call. Just a heads up, the psychics have organized a small party for you and another psychic, Endeavor said as they got to the entrance of the agency. Before Toya could ask further about it, the flaming psychics all but ambushed their boss and his son. Happy birthday! They cheered with all the passion of a roaring fire, familiar faces grinning at their boss's son, most of whom had watched him grow from a baby to a teenager. Endeavor quickly slipped out of the way to not be caught up in the congratulations and bombastic applause his eldest was getting. Toya, we haven't met! A voice pierced through the chaos as flaming green hair caught Toya's attention. blue eyes met saturated red-orange ones framed by vibrant green and sharp, grinning fangs. Her hand reached out to him, confident. "I'm Vernon, soon-to-be psychic of Endeavor." The young woman's voice was powerful and enthusiastic, completely demanding the room's attention. It matched her fiery appearance. "Oh, you're Vernon!" Toya exclaimed in recognition, shaking her hand and matching her toothy energy. "I've been hearing about you throughout the year, but we kept missing each other. Nice to meet you." "You and Vernon share the same birthday," Onima chirped from somewhere in the crowd. "Trying to steal my day at the agency," Toya joked upon hearing the news. He wasn't sure if it sounded accusatory or not. No matter, as Vernon barked out a laugh, her fiery hair whipping and sparking as she did. "Sure am!" Toya and Vernon got on like a house on fire. She was in her third and final year of high school, just about to become a full pro hero and join Endeavor Psychics, and had plenty of stories to tell from her time as a student. The celebration the Psychics had set up was simple but fun, with cake and snacks in honor of the birthday girl and boy. Endeavor made himself scarce, but did help with lighting the candles on the birthday cakes. "It's not like I could just not be a pro hero after that," Vernon laughed as she recounted the story of her meeting Endeavor all those years ago, and proclaiming she wanted to become his psychic when she was older. "Direct encouragement from Endeavor. It'd just be wrong to ignore it." "Wait, Dad, you never told me about this," Toya said with mock accusation at his red-headed father, who just smiled apologetically at his son. He was quickly forgotten as his son's attention returned to the young woman. "Your hair, does it work like normal fire?" "Oh yeah, I used to set fire to stuff all the time," Vernon replied with a laugh. "But then I learned how to control its temperature during quirk counseling. Good thing too, otherwise my parents would have gone bankrupt with how many pillows they've kept having to buy." The mention of quirk counseling with no bitterness took Toya by surprise. "Quirk counseling helped you?" he asked, a raised eyebrow as he took a sip of the fizzy drink in his cup. "For sure," Vernon nodded. "Although, probably not as much if I didn't have Endeavor to look up to. I used to be super self-conscious about my flames, but after my parents got me into hero stuff, not anymore." As she said that, her hair flickered enthusiastically, just to emphasize that point. Toya smiled, watching it with a mesmerized expression. "You have absolutely nothing to be self-conscious about," he agreed with a soft tone. "Fire truly is beautiful." Endeavor was, honestly, having a horrendous day. The sun was too bright, it was much too warm for mid-April, his agency was having an abnormal amount of requests today, and "Come on, Endeavor! Kill me!" And he was dealing with that today. This guy, Ending, as he called himself, had appeared out of nowhere and started terrorizing traffic in the middle of Endeavor's patrol. He kept spouting creepy things with an infatuated tone at the flame hero, ignoring everybody else around the two, yet somehow still causing enough damage and chaos to be dangerous. "What is your deal?" Endeavor growled as he dodged one of the white lines the villain was manipulating. All things considered, it was rather weak and slow, but there was the problem of civilians surrounding them. Some were caught loosely in the weak lines, but slowly being dragged towards Ending, making that Endeavor couldn't just attack him head-on without the worry of hurting the civilians. "Oh, Endeavor! Endeavor!" the villain continued, grossly swooning over the fiery hero trying to take him down. "My light at the end of the tunnel! Won't you do me this kindness? Won't you be my hero?" The white lines wrapped in on themselves before targeting Endeavor like pointed arrows meant to stab him. Yet they were easily burnt out of the way, Endeavor using his flames to propel himself forward. With his boot, he burned the connection of one of the white lines by stamping on it and freeing a civilian. He did the same with another, ripping it with his fiery fist like it was flimsy packaging paper. "Get out of here!" he roared at the newly freed civilians as he dashed forward. His speed didn't match a man his size, and Ending couldn't keep up. Yet all it did was make the man spit and cry in awe. "I've been pining for you to kill me for so long," he continued. "Ever since you took in that murderer, Takami, I've been longing for your arrogant flames to put an end to me." Endeavor's skin crawled from the words. He'd take those high school girls and their inappropriately personal questions over an infatuated villain any day. Why couldn't he have normal villains? "I am many things. A killer isn't one of them." Endeavor snarled at the comments, glaring angry daggers at the enemy as the man started twitching and contorting under the intensity of his own emotions. The white lines became more violent, and Endeavour knew he was running out of time to take him out. "Oh, but you must! You must!" Ending cried, the white lines shaking and spasming in the air as the man started losing himself. "Endeavour, you must! How I die is the only thing I have control over!" he screamed. As the man grabbed and clawed at his own face, Endeavour found an opening. It was over in seconds, the air smelling of thick smoke as Ending was taken down with an elbow to the throat. He might not be dead like he wanted, but he'll certainly feel like it once he awakes in police custody. "Thanks for your hard work, Endeavour," Detective Takauchi thanked with a smile and a tip of his hat. "Quite a character you had fawning over you." "Don't start." Endeavour gritted his teeth, a comically unimpressed expression on his face. "He mentioned Takami. That was years ago. I don't want to think of what he's been doing in the meantime." It made him shudder. "Typical stalker fan behavior, unfortunately," Takauchi said apologetically, as if any of this was his fault. Endeavour sighed and thought for a moment. "Still, what he said," he muttered. "How I die is the only thing I have control over!" "It is a worrying phrase," Takauchi agreed, shooting a look to the unconscious man strapped to a hospital bed in the ambulance. In another life, Endeavour wouldn't have cared. A villain is a villain, full stop. But images of the despair he'd seen in Toya flashed in his mind's eye. I don't think regular prison would be fitting for him. Take him to a mental institution. Anything that needs taken care of, my agency will sort it. Takauchi raised his eyebrows at the hero's words. "That's out of my control, but I'll certainly push for it in the reports and legal process," the man said. At that moment, Endeavour's phone rang. The caller ID was Toshinori. "Excuse me," he said as he picked up the call. "About time," he grumbled. "I just saw the news. I know you're not hurt, but it looked pretty bad, and the guy was saying weird things, and—" "Calm down, it's fine, just—" Endeavour sighed as he walked away from the police, rubbing his temple. Yeah, it was really weird, and not very fine at all." A tired sounding laugh resonated from the phone. "That's what I thought." Toshinori sounded exhausted. "I'm glad you're okay. I'm sorry I couldn't come to help. I was dealing with something up north." The last time he'd seen All Might, he, Endeavour, and the police had worked together to take down some villain's underground drug ring. Not as common as back in their younger days, but still annoying to deal with. All Might didn't waste any time and was gone before the number 2 hero could speak to him. Like the blonde was avoiding the redhead and left him to clean up the aftermath with an unfazed Takauchi. "You've been far too busy recently. This is the first call we've had in months," Endeavour said, genuinely not able to remember the last time he spoke of his friend. The only time he could remember was Shota's 6th birthday, 2 years ago. Longer. "Take a break, come visit." Toshinori hesitated. His mouth was slightly open, trying to think of what he wanted to say. "I can't. I'm sorry," he said after a moment with a tired voice. It's not what he wanted to say at all. Toshinori couldn't see the fire whipping angrily around his friend's eyes and shoulders, but he could hear it. "I'm fine, don't worry. Sir Naito keeps me in check." He tried to put all of his energy into his voice, despite feeling like he was going to kill over any second soon. "Toshi!" "I'm fine, Enji." He hung up on the redhead as quickly as he had called him. Enji had gotten better at being honest with his emotions over the years, thanks to Toshinori's help and friendship. He'd also gotten better at catching others' emotions throughout the years with his family. Toshinori says he's fine. Enji doesn't believe him. Chapter 35. Ardent. Enji felt like punching a hole in his desk. "Enji, I'm sorry." "You say sorry one more time, I'll fly to Tokyo and make such a scene at your agency that the news will be milking it for the rest of the year." Enji's voice raised to the point of yelling into his phone, body steaming with how angry he was. "What the hell is going on with you? You don't do interviews or conventions anymore. We haven't worked together in months, and you haven't visited us in—" he looked at the date— "in over 2 years!" Nothing but silence came from the other end of the phone. Enji could sense the guilt Toshinori was clearly feeling at the yelled accusations thrown at him, but his lack of justification and desperate attempts at explaining himself only pissed him off more. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Enji growled, blue eyes glaring at the dark sky. It was early January, just shy of a couple days before Shoto's 9th birthday, and Enji was one rejection away from dragging Toshinori by his hair bangs across Japan. Did you really think I wouldn't notice your absence? You didn't say anything. It's like Toshinori wanted Enji to burn down both of their agencies. You mean other than the texts you don't read? Enji snapped, cutting whatever Toshinori was going to say next off. Maybe it's because you're a grown adult and I trust that you know what you're doing, number one. That's right, I am number one. Toshinori's voice came back sharp. Something you'd never understand. Enji's mouth was slightly open, but silent. He couldn't hear the smile in his friend's tone. The words were like a punch to the throat, and the silence was heavy. They had been said as a reaction, without thinking and meant to hurt, something that wasn't normal for the blonde man to do. The muscles of Enji's jaw twitched. His brain wanted to take the words at face value. Yet another confirmation that the gap between him and Toshinori was too wide, this time from the man himself, and that no effort Enji ever did would be enough. Enough for what? Enji didn't know. But he didn't let himself fall down that rabbit hole. He didn't let himself get angrier than he was already feeling. He refused to let the jealousy and bitterness cloud his mind. Because number one hero is just a title at the end of the day. Not a title Enji cares for in the way some would think he does, and not something Toshinori used against other heroes. What don't I understand? Enji asks, voice strained as he kept it calm despite the anger bubbling in his throat. Toshinori didn't answer. Toshinori, what is it that I don't understand? The redhead pushed. Again, nothing. Stop being stubborn. I don't want to hear that from you. Toshinori's voice was nothing but a whisper. Enji wasn't going to be getting an answer from his friend easily, just like he thought he wouldn't. The younger man sighed, sitting back in his office chair and closing his eyes. Confronting Toshinori in person wouldn't do anything, probably only make their friendship sour even more than it slowly had been for the last months. Do you remember the situation with the high-speed hero, a clock? Toshinori's voice surprised Enji. It was hesitant. I remember you telling me to leave the scene and return home because it was my day off, even though you looked like you were about to pass out from exhaustion, Enji's voice said after a moment of silence. It had to do with an underground fighting ring that went out of control. A gas made the attendees go wild. Endeavor and his sidekicks had helped collect any stragglers and support the police, but because he hadn't been directly involved with the infiltration the police had organized of the clock, he didn't know all the details. He'd vaguely heard some of the underground attendees mumbling about a bunny girl. Right. Enji waited for his friend to continue. The man was obviously weighing his words, trying to actually think through what he was going to tell the redhead. I'm doing a follow-up investigation. That's why I'm so busy. I can't talk about it. It's a really sensitive matter. You couldn't just start with that? Enji growled accusingly. Good thing Toshinori wasn't in front of him right now, because Enji would have tested his all-might strength by now and see how many flash-fire fists it takes to knock out the number one. Nothing but a sigh was heard on the other side, one that Enji followed up with one of his own. You'll let me know when it's done? Yeah. Enji was going to deck Toshinori in the face the next time he sees him. Toshinori knew that when he ended the call, sheepishly glancing to Sir Naitai, who was giving the biggest stink eye to his idol. That went terribly, he criticized. Guilt weighed heavy on Toshinori's shoulders as he rubbed the back of his neck. What he said hadn't been fair, but the stress of everything had caused him to snap. I still think you should get him to help us. Absolutely not, Toshinori said instantly, shaking his head. It's bad enough you're involved. I'm not getting him involved too. Because if he gets involved, that involves Rei, Harrow, and the kids, and I can't do that to them. Sir Naitai pushed his glasses up with a sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose. He understood All Might's worry to an extent, but he'd never encountered All For One before, so the blonde's fears still felt unreasonable. Sir Naitai had tried to convince him to get Endeavor involved for the last 2 or so years, but had come down to nothing. Tapping his desk were piles of files, photos, and various transcripts laid about in an organised chaos. Sir Nighthigh could only hope they catch all for one before All Might broke himself down. Toshinori knew the only reason he was still standing is because he had Mirai to help him. Haro watched with concern as his son vented his anger at the punching bag in the training room. He and Enji didn't train together as much as they once did, but every so often, Enji asked him for his company. Enji trained a lot with the boys, but he never did his own hardcore training with them, as he didn't want them to feel the pressure of having to match his achievements. Something he knew Toya and Natsuo would be more prone to, while Shoto was more careful with how he worked his body and used his quirk. A sharp metallic snap was heard, and the heavy bag fell to the ground with a loud thud. Enji cursed his breath, panting a little at the exertion of his activity. "Bad day at work?" Haro asked meekly, a little off to the side to not be caught in his son's targeted wrath. Enji took a deep breath and exhaled. "I had a call with Toshinori a couple days ago," he explained. Haro's eyes widened at that. He hadn't heard from Toshinori in a long while. We got into, I guess, an argument. Into an argument that left Enji fuming. That doesn't sound like Haro's boys. It was always in good nature or teasing on Toshinori's part, something Enji learned to understand and even appreciate whenever the taller blonde would start poking fun at the fiery man. Enji had even managed to do it back a few times. But the outcome of an argument being an angry Enji and most likely an equally upset Toshinori wasn't normal. "Let me guess. You wanted answers, he didn't give you any, and you're both too stubborn to call it quits?" Haro said with a small smile and a laugh in his voice. Enji's pout told him he was right. "This is why I say you two are a lot alike," the old Todoroki laughed. Enji couldn't stay angry long when his father smiled like this. It was strange. He remembered very little of anything before the time of the accident when Haro almost died. The vague sentiment of longing remained, but stronger than anything, his earliest memories were of his father, exhausted and sleep-deprived. Being able to see his father in this smiley, healthy state, even with the grey peppering the dark burgundy of his hair, and wrinkles having become more pronounced around his eyes and mouth. Maybe especially with those signs of aging. All too easily, Enji could have lived his life without ever seeing this version of his father if things had gone for the worse during the accident. In that reality, he wouldn't have the supportive rock that is his father, but somehow always managed to put him at ease and give him a little sense of comfort and safety, even now that Enji is grown. Enji didn't want to think about it. Cooking was always a norm in the Todoroki household. With their parents and grandfather always being in charge of making a variety of homemade meals, Fumi and the boys had grown up with delicious foods ranging from curries to noodles to sweet treats and even homemade tea. Fumi also had a knack for cooking, helping her mother out with some of the easiest steps of various meals or watching her father cook from atop his shoulders over the years. Shoto had more than on one occasion been Haru's little helper, fetching him onions, leeks or cabbage when asked. Cooking and good food were no strangers to the Todoroki boys. Therefore, they felt nothing but confusion and mild horror when dark smoke filled the kitchen as they stared helplessly at the burned carcass of something in the oven. Toya's phone showed the recipe they attempted to use, besides the sink that was filled to the brim with used pots, pans, and cutting boards. The water reaching the brim of the basin as knives, forks, and cooking chopsticks floated about like sharks. Supposedly, the water should be draining, but something was blocking the way. "That's not supposed to happen," Natsuo muttered, eyes never leaving the suspiciously smoking oven. "Are you saying or you're asking?" Toya followed up, blue eyes staring too. "I don't know." "I think it's on fire," Shoto contributed. Indeed, whatever was inside the oven was on fire. "What on earth?" Ray wheezed, hand over her mouth as she coughed and squinted through tear-filled eyes at the stinging smoke. "Why is the oven on fire?" she exclaimed upon seeing the scene. The boys were interrupted by their mother before they could answer. "Never mind that, why are you all standing looking at it?" The exasperated mother quickly ushered her boys out of the way as she grabbed an oven mitt, and with the addition of frost on her hand so she didn't get burned, turned off the oven. "Open the doors and windows!" Having some directions, the three boys did as they were told, hearing their father exclaiming as well from the training room as their father's coughing echoed through the house. "Are you trying to kill your grandfather?" Enji yelled through the building with an exasperated annoyance. The three boys cringed and looked to each other. They weren't going to hear the end of it. After having dunked a bucket worth of salt onto the oven fire to kill it, Ray all but dragged her three sons into the kitchen that smelled like burned whatever it was they were trying to make. In the center of the dinner table was the tray they had used, looking rather charred with the ghost of measly-looking carbon sticks that were now dust. Ray and Enji sat across their boys with exasperated expressions. "What is this?" Enji asked flatly, arms crossed. "Yakitori," Shoto replied dumbly. "The chicken is already dead, you don't need to cremate it," Ray shot back, arms crossed like her husband. They had a very similar, unimpressed, pouting expression. "Look at the mess you made! You did not need to use every single utensil in the kitchen!" Ray motioned to the embarrassment that was the stacked kitchen sink, like a physical representation of the boys' shame. "How could you mess up yakitori this badly?" "We don't know! We followed all the steps correctly!" Natsu replied, embarrassed at having failed so spectacularly. "Marinating the chicken, making the sauce, skewering them, and everything! We even checked to make sure it was an oven-safe recipe." Enji and Ray eyed the oven. Other than the inside now being black from soot, they could see grease splatter all over the walls and even on the door window. Looking at the baking tray, other than the charcoal remains of what was supposedly once chicken, the hardened signs of brown, burnt grease droplets covered it as well. "You used too much oil," Enji said flatly, "and you preheated the oven at too high a heat for too long. It made the oil splutter, go everywhere, and hit the grill in the oven, thus causing a fire." "Aye," the three boys said dumbly, looking at the embarrassing cremated remnants of their attempt. "Are you trying to burn the house down?" their father asked accusingly, but it wasn't too serious. "Well, it's not Toya's first time Emma's setting the house on fire," Shoto replied without thinking. Toya sat there in dumbfounded shock at his little brother's audacity as Natsu completely lost it, howling with laughter. Enji side-eyed Ray as she also had to hold back her giggles, as if she hadn't been the one to catch Toya's fire with her face. "I'm home," Fumi's voice called out before she stopped, sniffed the air and audibly gagged. "What happened? Why is Grandpa dry heaving in the garden?" The girl entered the kitchen, having just returned from an outing with her school friends in the city. Kurumada had kindly taken charge of being her chauffeur. She stared at the scene, eyes drifting from her family at the table to the grease-covered oven to the overfilled, dripping sink full of dirty dishes before her eyes landed on the burned baking tray. Her expression turned blank in silent disbelief as her brothers sheepishly looked to the floor in shame. Under the strict supervision of their mother, Shoto, Toya, and Natsuo were punished to deep clean the entire kitchen, as well as were banned from cooking without a capable family member's presence. Enji couldn't believe he had such an easily flammable set of children. Sekoto Peak was a bittersweet location for Toya. In many ways, he loved the environment. It was peaceful at night, and the distance from people was comforting. On the other hand, he'd spent some of his worst days here, when his self-destructive mental state was in shambles. Not having gone onto the mountainside since his father had found him there, it should have been a challenge to return to the tree-dense area. "Wait, this place is awesome!" Natsu remarked delightfully, hopping from rock to rock as he followed his father up the mountain. "There are little ponds everywhere! Why are there so many rocks?" Shoto wheezed as he tried to keep up with his brothers. What should have been a challenging, even traumatic retreading of his younger years was turned into a brightly coloured, sunny day out with his brothers and father. Toya laughed quietly to himself at his brothers' two different reactions. Having been training at the home gym for just over a year now, with Toya and Fuyumi being in their second year of UA, Enji felt it was appropriate for them to move on to Sekoto Peak. He taught his two youngest all that he could within the restrictions of their home, and it was time to move on to bigger things. Also, he wanted to be as far away from the house if one of his children decided to randomly erupt. The kitchen scenario was fresh in his mind. "Whoa, that's so cool!" Natsu exclaimed once it arrived to Enji's chosen training ground, not the same one as Toya's. The middle brother pointed out to the landscape, where the sunrise was cascading over the green treetops, making it look like a painting as the leaves and stones were highlighted with a soft orange. Enji smiled to himself at Natsu's excitement. Hara often mentioned how much the boy looked like Enji, but the latter couldn't see it. Natsuo always noticed the little joys of life that would easily go unnoticed by the goal-orientated folk like Enji or Toya. He rejoiced at ideas for the future and found interest in everything simply because it existed. There was so much of his mother there that Enji believed the family overlooked. "Where's Shoto?" Enji said after looking around the grounds, seeing Toya and Natsuo but not the youngest. Panting and wheezing were heard as the boys struggled over the last ascent before arriving to the flat land of the training ground, flopping to the earth once he'd managed to join the rest of the men. As Toya and Natsuo laughed, crouching beside their baby brother to make jokes at his expense while simultaneously encouraging for him to get up, Enji felt a scowl twitch onto his face. Despite his quirk combination, Shoto was physically weaker than his brothers. While his durability was better, his stamina wasn't where Enji would like it to be, and the boys struggled to put on muscle mass. In contrast to Natsuo, who despite being almost 13 could easily pass for a 15-year-old with his broad build alone. Toya had also put his muscle back on, and it made Shoto look small in comparison, even though he wasn't short for his age. Something about it annoyed Enji a little, but he brushed the emotions to the side to get a start with training. For Natsuo, it was using frost and targeted attacks to see how far he could extend his ice from his body. The same for Shoto, but with addition to his fire side, alternating between the two with an attempt of doing it at the same time, but the latter was much harder to do and knocked his already limited stamina down to 0. "Come on, Shoto, push it!" Toya cheered, being the moral support as Enji crossed his arms to watch the youngest boys' movements, see where they were lacking and what they could improve on. One thing that really caught Enji's attention was their expressions. Natsuo was having fun, enjoying every strain and effort it took to reach the next milestone, hyping himself up when he got his ice to go further than the time before, or focusing harder when he didn't manage to beat his previous record. Shoto, on the other hand, looked like every movement he did was torture and that he'd drop dead from exhaustion at any given second. "Break," Enji said, after about 10 minutes of this. Natsuo stood to an upright position as he dusted his hands from the ice remnants, while Shoto dropped to his hands and knees, wheezily panting again. Enji didn't understand. "Hey, good work, Shoto," Natsuo praised as he trotted to his little brother, handing him a water bottle. "You even managed to shoot both fire and ice that last time." As Shoto gulped down the water like his life depended on it, he dropped into a sitting position. "You were making one heck of a face, though," Toya laughed as he too dropped to sit by his brothers, brushing the ice remnants from Shoto's shoulder as he did. "It's just a lot of effort," the boy wheezed. "It doesn't hurt or anything, but it feels like a strain to get my quirk to work how I want it to. You can definitely do it," Enji said from where he was setting up more dummies for the boys to target. "You just need to push yourself." There was an edge to his tone, one Toya and Natsuo didn't pick up on. Shoto very much did. "I am, though," he muttered, feeling accused for not trying hard enough. Enji had a lot to say to that, but bit his tongue. Instead, he turned to look at his youngest son. While Toya and Natsuo were already chatting away about Natsuo's own progress of his quirk, Shoto had a disgruntled look. He was by no means small for his age, just then. There was no reason Shoto shouldn't be able to use his quirk with ease like how Natsuo did. Not to mention, while Natsuo would have a limit to using his quirk due to frostbite like Enji with overheating, Shoto would never have those limits. His power was of a whole other level, that if he was just willing to push a little more, he could completely dominate the playing field. It was infuriating in a sense. "Methinks you're projecting," Ray scorned as Enji explained to her that evening. He shot her a confused look. "How am I projecting?" he asked. "You see the potential in Shoto, one that you can't reach, and it bothers you that he doesn't see the same potential because he doesn't keep up to a pace like you and Natsuo do," Ray explained with an indignant pout. "Excuse us weaklings for not being tryhards like you, number 2 hero endeavor." Enji rolled his eyes and shook his head at his wife's sarcasm, returning to focus on setting up the futon. Shoto cringed as his body ached all over, walking from the bathroom back to his room. Today had been a quirk-heavy training day, and while he'd slowly gotten a hang of it by the end of it, his body felt slow and heavy now. Unlike Natsuo, who just bounded from rock to rock as they went home. Shoto felt it was frightfully unfair. "You're not wrong," he heard his father's voice as he passed his parents' bedroom. Shoto isn't built like me. I find it easier to train Natsuo. Shoto stopped in his steps. He really shouldn't be eavesdropping, but hearing those words were like a shock to the chest, and he stood frozen. The 9-year-old bit the inside of his cheek, a hot flush entering his cheeks as shame settled in. He knew he wasn't like Natsuo and Toya, who, despite the pain of training, thoroughly enjoyed the activity. And Shoto did too, to an extent, but it was mainly because he got to spend time with his brothers, as well as it being a means to his goal of becoming a hero. But it wasn't easy for him. He found pushing what limits he felt difficult. He didn't like the idea of getting hurt. Shoto's only limit is himself. Shoto's eyes stung. If he was willing to go beyond that limit he set, I think he'd find it easier. He blinked rapidly, not wanting to cry. He's only 9. His mother's voice was scornful to her husband. You didn't start training until you were 13. His father sighed. Shoto could hear annoyance in his tone, but didn't know if it was towards him or his mother. I know that. Enji's voice came out soft. I shouldn't be putting the expectations I have on myself onto him. That surprised Shoto. Why would his father need to place expectations on himself? He's been the undisputed number 2 for longer than Shoto's been alive. I get that you see potential in Shoto, but he'll have a lifetime to refine his abilities. His mother's voice was also soft as it moved from far into the room, closer to where his father's voice was coming from. Isn't that the whole reason they're going to UA? Ray, the hero world is dangerous. Maybe not as dangerous as when All Might and I just started, but students die all the time. Villains aren't like in the cartoons the kids watch. They will kill without a second thought, no matter how old somebody is. Worry tainted his father's voice now. Shoto felt his tears die down. I want Natsuo and Shoto to be prepared for whatever might happen. If either of them are able to get hurt and give up easily, I felt them as their father and teacher. You're thinking of that UA boy, Shirakumo? His mother's gentle voice resonated through the room, calming the tension coming from his father, like a gentle hand smoothing out a wrinkled blanket. Yes. Shoto blinked. He silently moved away from his parents' bedroom as they continued to talk, returning to his room. As he closed the door, he saw his beloved All Might plush his father had gotten for him. Getting onto his bed and holding it between his hands, he tried to recall the memory of that day. He didn't really remember their names. One was loud with blonde hair, the other quieter with black hair who had a similar name to him, and then there had been Shirakumo with his bright smile and blue hair. Loud Cloud was his hero name. Shoto remembered liking the older boy. His smile was friendly and his cloud quirk had been fun to ride on. At the time, he hadn't understood what death meant. He'd been too little. But as he grew older, and with Toya's accident, he started to understand the permanence of death. Loud Cloud had died as a second year at UA, already helping people yet too young to be a pro hero. And his father wanted to avoid that happening to him too. Shoto was still only young. He didn't quite understand the hugeness of the world yet, only has a limited understanding of people and how they think and work. But he understood that his father wanted him to get strong so he could protect himself and others as a hero. Just like All Might. Shoto smiled and hugged his stuffed toy as he settled into bed. He'd work hard to get stronger and be the hero he wanted to be. The feeling of cold air through her hair and the freedom of skating along the ice made Fuyumi let out a relieved sigh. School was a lot, and while she loved it, she always looked forward to her ice skating classes. Though this particular session wasn't a class where she was the student, but rather the teacher. She stopped her skates to look at Natsuo awkwardly trying to keep his balance with shaky knees and flailing arms. You need to find your center of balance, Fuyumi laughed at her younger yet noticeably taller brother. Bend your knees a little more and keep your head up. Easy for you to say, you don't have as far to fall, Natsuo complained, but did as he was told. He looked ridiculous, but the advice worked, and he wasn't on the verge of face-planting anymore. There you go, Fuyumi cheered, skating easily to her younger brother and holding both of his hands as she started to gently skate backwards. Keep steady, then push off the side of the blade, like this. Fuyumi had been improving in her skating to the point it was now second nature to be on ice skates. She'd even come to the ice rink with her UA classmates, and they praised the girl for her elegance and athletic ability. Not to mention her patience in teaching her more wobbly and unconfident friends. She always reassured them that it was a joy for her to share her interests with them. Fuyumi was easy to be friends with like that. Eventually, thanks to Fuyumi's patient guidance, Natsuo was able to skate on his own without feeling like his feet were about to disappear from under him. "Thanks for teaching me, Yumi," Natsuo said to his big sister with a grin that reminded her of their father. "Toya and I were thinking about it for a while, but we're only now doing full-on quirk training with Dad, which is why I didn't ask earlier." "That's fine, I'm happy to help you." Fuyumi grinned as she watched her brother be more confident on the ice. "Learning how to ice skate to then figure out how to skate on your own ice is a clever idea, but not something Dad can really help you with," she added with a laugh, remembering how clumsy all of the men in her family had been on the ice. "How's that going to work without skates, though?" "I talked to Toya about it," Natsuo said, clumsily copying Fuyumi's movements as she gracefully slid along the ice. "He spends a lot of time with the support class's teacher, Powerloader, and he said that once I join UA, we can work on getting a personalized hero suit that can both withstand ice and help me skate across it." There was clear excitement in his voice and tone, Fuyumi mirroring it as she showed off a little and did a spin. "It's a shame you'll be joining UA after Toya and I graduate. It'd be fun to go to school together," she said as the two were done for the day, undoing their skates. Natsuo had borrowed one from the ice rink, and while Fuyumi had her personal one she took great care of. "Yeah, it's going to be my first time in a proper school. I'm a bit nervous, honestly," Natsuo admitted to his sister as he managed to kick his skates off, eyeing the food court that served warm snacks and hot chocolate despite it being warm outside. Natsuo had been homeschooled his entire life, and wasn't sure what to expect. "Don't worry, I'm sure you'll do great," Fuyumi grinned at him as she fished out her wallet to treat them both. Since she went out with friends on the weekend a lot, her parents had agreed to give her a small weekly allowance so she could have fun with her friends, or treat her brothers like now, something she loved doing. "You'll be on the hero course though, that's going to be completely different. You know, us in general studies wouldn't even know that it's a hero school. We hardly ever cross over with the other courses unless it's something like the festivals." "I guess you don't really have much of a reason to, huh?" Natsuo hummed thoughtfully. The two ordered a hot chocolate for each, as well as some freshly made dorayaki. Fuyumi got one with vanilla ice cream filling, while Natsuo got a traditional red bean paste one. The two middle siblings continued to chat and enjoy their treats as they watched the remaining skaters, ranging from little kids with their parents to teens stumbling and slipping. It had been grey all week. The air felt heavy with the humidity of an approaching thunderstorm, and the world felt like it had stopped to a crawl with the murkiness of the weather. All but for Endeavour, who did 10 sidekicks worth of work and still always had something that needed doing. His flames could be seen throughout the city, never resting and on the move, only taking a lunch break atop a roof while scanning the environment for anything that needed his intervening. His area was one of the safest and most well taken care of in Japan, which meant a lot of people wanted to move here either for work opportunities or to start a family. He was proud of his achievements at being able to do that. If only he could keep up with All Might, then he might be able to bring the crime rate completely down to zero. Only then would Enji be able to give himself a break. It was late afternoon when he got an unexpected text from the blonde psychic. In a way, he had expected it. Enji was sure that Mirai wanted to ask him to come over and knock some sense into the number one's head. But the first sentence shook him to his core and made his breath catch in his throat. All Might got seriously hurt. He won't stop. I need help, please. Chapter 36. Smoldering. All Might doesn't know where the pain starts or where it ends. It just thrums through his body like the aftershocks of an earthquake, shaking every bone, tendon, and cartilage loose, with any movement he made flowering a new dose of pain tearing at his muscles. Voices were muffled as a splitting headache pounded in his brain like a jackhammer. No matter what they said, he wouldn't listen to them. All Might, listen to me! Sir Nightai exclaimed, the usual calm man frantic as he saw his beloved wounded hero barely standing as he held himself up against the wall. All Might wouldn't. It didn't matter how many times his sidekick, Gran Torino, Recovery Girl, or Nezu told him to retire, to find a successor for One for All, to please give his broken body a rest. All Might won't stop while he's needed, while the people need a symbol. All for One might be gone, but now there's a power vacuum, and somebody else will replace him. And yet, eyes with no reflection mocked him as he fought. His master's killer was speaking, his voice echoing in his head, threatening to split it open. His sight had been struck, and he didn't dare look at the damage. The pain wasn't settling in yet, adrenaline rushing through his body being the only thing keeping him alive. "Look at you, All Might," the voice mocked deeply. "Maybe you should have called for backup after all." Panic flashed in those usually confident blue eyes. It made the demon lord laugh. "Do you think distancing yourself would remove them out of my radar?" He'd hoped so. He'd hoped keeping everybody at a safe distance would bring those lifeless eyes onto him, and him alone. "Oh, All Might," All for One laughed. "I've been watching for a very long time." Those words terrified All Might. They left so many unanswered questions. What did All for One know? What had he planned? Were others going to act upon his orders if anything happened to him? It didn't matter if his body was giving up on him. It didn't matter if he couldn't smile. It didn't matter if he was hurting Sir Nightai by going against his advice. All Might couldn't just sit by at the threat looming over his loved ones. If you keep being a hero in that body, it'll just make everyone suffer. Retire! Sir Nightai's voice finally pierced through the haze in the blonde's mind. The latter didn't stop shuffling forward, completely leaning on the wall lest he collapse. There were so many things Sir Nightai wanted to say, but what little cool he still had long slipped away, and now he was grasping at straws. The number one hero is stubborn. Sir Nightai knows that all too well, but he knows a man even more stubborn. Heavy footsteps echoed through the hospital corridor, making All Might freeze. Finally, something had made him stop in his tracks. The worry of being caught in such a vulnerable state, covered in bandages under his hospital clothes as he depended on the wall to stand, was suddenly dwarfed by the horrified realization of who was walking towards him. Vibrant blue eyes framed by red hair and a navy blue suit stared in wide-eye matched horror at the number one's appearance. Silence reigned over the corridor. Sir Nightai's breath caught in his throat. Besides him, Gran Torino, Recovery Girl, and Nezu were in stunned silence at the newcomer's arrival, not having expected him. Nobody spoke as the two top heroes of Japan stared at each other, both in shock for different reasons. This was the first time Enji had seen Toshinori in months, and never, not ever, had he seen his friend in such a pathetic state. This was not All Might, not the man that he considered both a rival and family. The white of his eyes were completely black. His body was covered in fresh, already blood-soaked bandages. His hair was a clashing, drooping mess that stuck in every direction. And worst of all Might wasn't smiling. "You," the latter stuttered, before glancing back to his sidekick weakly. "You called him." The betrayal in his idol's voice made Sir Nightai wince, shame on his face as he refused to look away from the accusing, exhausted blue eyes. "I'm sorry," the green-haired man whispered, looking like a child speaking back to an adult for the first time. "But I had to. I refuse to let you destroy yourself any longer." The words were heavy with meaning. Mirai looked guilty. Toshinori had a feeling he knew why. Foresight. "What happened?" Enji's voice made him snap his head forward, a movement that made him dizzy and almost collapse to his knees if it wasn't for the wall. He said nothing. "What happened?" "Go home," All Might said through gritted teeth, trying to push himself up straight, but his arm shook. Silence. "Endeavor, go home." Again. Nothing. "Enji." The clothing on his shoulder was violently grabbed and pulled, dragging the hulking blonde backwards into his hospital room that his sidekick was standing by with the other three. If not for Endeavor's strong hand holding him up, All Might would have fallen to the ground. The rough motion made his bandages tighten and pinch around his various wounds and stitches, fresh pain snapping throughout his body like strings pulled too tightly, and he coughed as blood gurgled up his throat. "Hey!" All Might tried to argue, unable to fight back as his friend dragged him, tripping and stumbling, back into the privacy of his room, ignoring Sir Night-Eye, Gran Torino, Recovery Girl, and Nezu. The blonde was thrown into the hospital room, where All Might's destroyed and bloodied hero suit laid on the bed that the man caught himself on before he landed to the floor with a crash. His muscular form was barely hanging on, but he tried to keep it together as he shot an angry look at the redhead. The door slammed shut. What is wrong with you?" Endeavor roared, angry fire flickering around his shoulders and cheeks. He looked furious. "Explain this pathetic state you're in!" The frustration, the nipping despair that always infected his mind at just how vast the gap between him and All Might already was, rushed for his senses. No matter how much he tried to ignore it or push it down, it was always there. And now, to see his friend, a man he saw like a brother, the number one that he put so much effort into rivaling in this broken, weakened state. No words could describe the turmoil in NG's chest. "Who did this to you?" His voice shook the walls and windows, rattled in All Might's ears. "It doesn't matter," the blonde said through gritted teeth, pushing himself back to his full height best he could, glaring at Endeavor. "I beat him. It's over." "If it's over, why were you crawling in the corridor?" Only once had All Might seen Endeavor blazing with such fury in his eyes and voice. And that time, it'd been the results of a panic attack. "All Might!" "No, back off!" All Might yelled back, matching Endeavor's anger. This stunned the redhead for a moment. "I won't have you be involved! It'll just put you and your family in danger!" More danger than they already were in. "You're in danger!" Endeavor wasn't backing down from this. He had the stubbornness to rival All Might. "Barely able to stand, coughing up blood at the slightest movement. Sir Night-Eye telling you to retire?" "That doesn't matter! I have to keep fighting! I have to continue my role as a symbol of crack!" All Might's head snapped to the side as the force of Endeavor's punch to his jaw made him collapse backwards, landing flat on his back atop the bed, next to his bloodied suit. A new pain thrummed through his face, the skin there reddened from the force of the trained hit. He gripped the left side of his body, wincing as his muscular form held on weakly. Dizziness flooded his senses. He coughed, blood dripping from his mouth as he shut his eyes tightly in pain, wheezing and gulping for air through the metallic taste in his mouth. "That shouldn't be possible!" Endeavor roared, indignant rage flickering viciously like the flames around his eyes that he refused to kill. "I shouldn't be able to hurt you like that!" There was a crack in his voice. NG stopped. He could feel tears pricking his eyes. He shouldn't be able to hurt All Might. Toshinori said nothing as he recollected himself slowly, pushing onto his right side, but not moving as he forced himself to breathe evenly through the pain, left hand gripping onto his injured side. "I can't stop," he whispered, eyes still closed. "If I stop, how many people will have to live in fear when I suddenly disappear?" He leaned his forehead against the bed, breathing in deeply through his nose. "Stopping isn't an option. How bad are your injuries?" The question was stern and demanding. Toshinori had to answer. "My respiratory system was nearly destroyed, and my stomach was removed." Enji was going to kill him. "How are you supposed to help anyone with half a working lung and most of your internal organs missing?" He exploded again, furious at the man's audacity for thinking he could just carry on like those injuries were nothing. "I don't have a choice!" Toshinori tried his best to yell back, but mentioned half-working lung was struggling to keep up with Enji's fully functioning too. "There's nobody else! I'm right here!" Endeavor interrupted, now starting to get offended. "I'm number 2! I have been number 2 since I was 20 years old! I said I'd support you as your number 2! He took a deep breath, trying to calm his jittering nerves. "Just because being number 1 is something I don't understand, according to you, doesn't mean I can't help." "I don't want your help," Toshinori hissed, pushing himself up from the bed into a half-sitting, half-lying position. "Not you. I can't have you involved." He was going to try to get up and leave again. Enji couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't take his loved ones hurting themselves and hiding their hurt until it destroyed them from the inside out. He wasn't going through that again. You don't have permission to die until Shoto stops believing his uncle doesn't care for him anymore. That shook Toshinori. Shoto thought he didn't care? Shoto is too nice to say it, but I won't suffer his sad eyes anymore when it's your fault. Shoto misses you, all the kids do. Dad and Ray ask about you all the time. Enji continued, words harsh. You think just because of his force of nature that Dad doesn't worry? He worries every single day. A guilty look washed over Toshinori, shame filling his blue eyes as he looked away from the younger man. That doesn't mean I can just stop, he muttered. It's not just any villain. He's dangerous and powerful, Enji. He killed my master and broke so many others. I can't. Toshinori sighed, defeated. As he did, his All Might form dropped, and it was just Toshinori. Enji winced. He was so much skinnier than before. Dark circles around his eyes, and his black sclera didn't go away. That was now permanent, it seemed, and gave the once bombastic Toshinori a sunken skull look. Not the man Enji learned to appreciate and work beside. What you can do, Enji grumbled, grabbing a chair and setting it in front of Toshinori before sitting down, shoulders straight and arms crossed, is explain everything to me. Toshinori is exhausted. His body hurts, his mind hurts, his emotions are drained, and Enji isn't going anywhere. So he tells him everything. About all the things he'd promised himself he'd never tell him. About Nana Shimura, about One for All, about the villain that was always hunting them down, all for one. How he'd been born quirkless, and his family had been killed, finding purpose once he met his master. He talked about his time at the States, about his worries of having people close to him, about why he'd put distance between himself and the Todoroki family, how he hoped that would put All for One's attention onto him, how the villain had used the family against him. And Enji listened without saying anything. Silence stretched out between them in the now dark hospital room, only lit up by the moon and city lights outside. Is that everything? Enji asked firmly. Everything I know, Toshinori replied with a hushed, ashamed voice. Enji's shoulders raised and fell as he exhaled heavily through his nose. Brilliant turquoise eyes framed by the neon lights coming from the city. With the contrasted lighting, Toshinori could see every line of his face, the way Enji's eyebrows knitted together in a thoughtful scowl, and the ghost trace of wrinkles under his eyes. They hadn't been there last he'd seen the redhead, and it was putting into perspective just how long it'd been since Toshinori and Enji just hung out together. Push everyone away to keep them safe. Enji could understand that. But it had resulted in Toshinori getting hurt to such an extent, and once again, Enji felt like Endeavor had fallen short in his abilities and power. Do you look down on me? Enji whispered, not moving. No, never. Toshinori said instantly, voice still hushed. Then why didn't you trust me with this? I trust you. I thought I should, handle it on my own. Thinks he has to. Silence stretched out between them again. Enji didn't know All for One, but he understood he was dangerous. Enough to injure Toshinori. The knowledge that the villain had been watching his family of course worried him. But if he knew about them anyway, there was no point keeping Toshinori at arm's length from the family. All Might is Shota's idol, and he loves his uncle. He wasn't about to let Toshinori deny Shota his presence. Come home, Enji ordered. There was no room for argument, but Toshinori knew his friend well enough to catch the soft worry in his tone, underneath all of his layers of anger and sternness. Emotions gripped at his chest and pricked his face. He nodded. A knock on the door caught their attention, and they both looked to it as Mirai entered. He'd been pacing outside the room this whole time, and his nerves couldn't take it. I told him, Toshinori muttered. Mirai sighed, relieved, but his expression turned guilty at the next thing the blonde said. You used foresight on me, even though I told you not to. I'm your sidekick. I'm here to help you, the bespectacled man replied, voice steadier than before, but still with that underlying worry. I don't want to see you face off a villain and die a gruesome death, All Might. Enji knew saying something like that wouldn't stop Toshinori. Mirai did too, but there was that little hope that their friend would listen and take it easy. Of course, he wouldn't. Depend on me more, Enji said. We can team up our agencies, put that up as a front. All he'd been hearing from his PR team is how much the public missed seeing the top two heroes working together. You can still be All Might, but you'll have my sidekicks and I as a safety net. We'll pick up wherever you can't manage. Toshinori looked away from their redhead. He didn't want to. But if All for One and whoever out there already had their sights on Endeavor and his family, keeping them in the dark would just hurt them further. Endeavor, he should retire, Mirai argued, displeased at the man taking a middle-of-the-road stance. You know better than anyone that this guy won't stop until he's dead in the ground, Enji replied as he stood up. His eyes lingered onto the bloody, ruined hero costume on the bed. It sent a sickly feeling down his spine to see All Might's outfit like this. But I can at least be there as support, whether you like it or not. Enji's glare made Toshinori feel small. It was strange seeing the tall blonde with his head down and shoulders hunched, barely able to sit up. Mirai wished he could argue with Endeavor, but he knew the man was right. I don't want to support that. I can't, he said in a small voice, shaking his head. Emotion caught at Toshinori's throat, along with the blood. Then don't. Enji's voice caused both men to look at him in surprise. But the fact remains that this dumbass will continue with or without us, and I'm gonna make damn well sure it's with at least me. The fiery hero walked away from Toshinori, so neither could see each other's expressions. Mirai could. Endeavor looked angry and hurt. All Might looked tired and sad. And yet, both were determined, a glint in their differently shaded blue eyes shining in a way only stubborn men like them could have. But number two hero stopped in front of his friend's sidekick. We're telling my family. You should come visit soon, Enji said to the green-haired man, before glancing back to Toshinori. You haven't met Harusame yet. Rest up. With that, Enji was gone. It left Mirai and Toshinori staring at each other. The younger man watched as his idol stood, and for a moment, frenzy grabbed at his chest. But then the blonde was picking up his tattered suit and placing it on the chair, before settling under the covers best he could and resting his head on the pillow. Mirai could have cried with relief. Enji's punch still hurt his jaw. He was sure it was bruising. But unlike the rest of the pain throughout his body, committed by All for One with malice and intent to kill, the pain in his jaw had been one of frustration, concern, and worry. His friend's blue eyes, tainted with fury and betrayal, was burnt into his mind as he tried to sleep. It really hurt, in more ways than just physical. Chapter 37. Bright. The first thing that Shoto noticed was the colour of his uncle's eyes. The kind blues were surrounded by black that hadn't been there before, and it put a worried stutter in his excitement at finally seeing him again. The second thing he noticed was how exhausted and skinny he looked compared to what Shoto remembered. It left the 9-year-old hesitant. Hey, Shoto. Toshinori smiled awkwardly. But the voice was the same. Shoto's face split into a wide smile before tightly hugging his uncle. A bit too tightly for Toshinori's injuries, but he wasn't about to stop the boy from hugging him, instead returning the greeting. Shoto was taller, and while not by much, broader. Natsuo, on the other hand, looked like a mountain. Uncle Toshinori! The middle son exclaimed brightly. The rapid footsteps of the rest of the family were heard as they all scrambled to the entrance, Fuyumi and Toya almost tripping over each other as they skidded around the corner. Rei and Haro also appeared, wide-eyed and surprised. "Hi," Toshinori offered weakly. He felt awful. He'd barely contacted either of them for months. He didn't have time to worry about that anymore as his nephews and niece joined their youngest brother in welcoming their uncle, and hugged the man, verbalizing their excitement with yells and laughs. "Careful, he's barely out of surgery," Enji warned his kids. While they didn't let go of the tall blonde, they did loosen their hold slightly at that. "Surgery?" Haro asked, worried. Toshinori saw the signs of aging around his mouth and eyes, as well as the grey in his hair that hadn't been as prominent as it was now last he saw the older man. "What happened?" "Nothing too serious, I hope," Rei added. "Very serious, actually," Enji replied, which made Toshinori look down at his now worried nephews and niece in shame. "Everybody, living room." The family piled into the room, which was different from what Toshinori remembered. He hadn't been to the Todoroki household since Toya's accident, so didn't see how Haro refurbished the place. It was nice. On the couch, Harusame, now a hefty cat, was sleeping. Something Enji had tried to argue against because of the cat hair everywhere, but that was an easily lost battle. Upon the arrival of company, the white cat opened his blue eyes and stretched, yawning, before trotting towards his master and stretching out to him with his little clawed paws. Toya picked up his cat and showed him to his uncle. "This is Harusame," the eldest showed off his pride and joy. "Oh, this is Harusame," Toshinori smiled softly, reaching out to let the cat sniff his hand. Harusame did so, and his ear twitched, before licking it a little and letting his head be pet by the stranger. "Enji, what?" Rei started as their 4 children settled on the couch, Harusame on Toya's lap and Toshinori in the armchair. "We're telling them about All Might," Enji said in a hushed tone to his wife and father. Both of their mouths made a silent, "Oh." "I'll go make tea," Rei nodded. "I'll bring snacks," Haro added. Goodness knows the kids will need it. As his father and wife headed to the kitchen, Enji stepped into the living room, where his 4 kids were eyeing him and their uncle worriedly. "What's going on?" Fumi asked, petting Harusame from where she sat beside her eldest brother. "Uncle, are you sick?" Toya spoke to Toshinori, concern in his eyes. "Not exactly. Toshinori felt nervous, a hand on his neck as he looked to Enji for support. He was far too nervous for this. The younger man sighed. "Toshinori is All Might." He ripped off the band-aid, wanting this to move along already. His 4 children stared at him like he'd grown a second head, especially Shoto, whose eyes were threatening to bug out. The youngest looked at his uncle, then to his father, then back again. Silent disbelief and suspicion was starting to settle in their faces, so Enji cleared his throat. Toshinori made a small, "Oh, right," as the armchair suddenly creaked and groaned under the muscular weight of All Might. Fuyumi and Toya screamed and clung onto each other in shock, which made Harusame fly across the room and dash out into the corridor with an indignant screech, while Natsuo froze like a deer in the headlights and Shoto made a sharp "ah." "I am here!" All Might proclaimed with a wink and thumbs up to the 4 gaping children, who were all like rabbits under a spotlight. "Destroying my furniture, apparently," Enji grumbled at the suffering armchair. He could easily replace it, but he'd rather not deal with that. All Might sent him an apologetic grin as he powered down with a puff of steam, coughing slightly and wiping a small trail of blood coming from his mouth. That's the issue. Toshinori got injured by a villain, and he's been so wounded he can't use his quirk for long periods of time anymore.
"Hold on, wait!
Fuyumi exclaimed as she flailed her arms, freeing Toya from her tight grasp.
You can't just throw this at us! How long have you known about this?"
"About Toshinori and All Might? Since I became number 2 hero," her father replied casually. "Though I've only learned the whole story 3 days ago." 3 days of rest is all Toshinori was able to give his sidekick before he went insane with doing nothing. And just enough for his body to not be literally tearing at the seams, then falling to bits. "The full story?" Natsuo asked, blinking out of his stupor. Shoto was deaf to the world as his father spoke to his siblings, face blank and neutral as he stared at his uncle, who had actually been All Might this entire time. "It's amazing! All Might is his uncle! That's so cool! It's any All Might fan's dream come true. No wonder he was so busy. Of course, if his uncle is All Might, he wouldn't be around as much. That made so much sense. And that means he can ask him all sorts of questions. Maybe he could help him in his journey to be a hero, especially if he was going to be around more again. Shoto really hoped he would. He'd missed him dreadfully, and even now, when the blonde man looked different than what he remembered, Shoto could still see that gentle warmth he so loved. As Uncle Toshi or All Might, the blonde held a very special place in Shoto's life. Wait. Shoto let out a choked sound as the left side of his face burst into flames, his whole face red as he came to a humiliating realization. All his life, he'd rambled off to his uncle about how cool All Might is. And his uncle is All Might. Shoto? Toya asked with a raised eyebrow as the youngest buried his face into his hands, trying to pat the fire away from his left cheekbone that wouldn't go away. At this moment, Ray and Haru returned from the kitchen with tea and snacks. At Shoto's silent, frantic attempts to control his embarrassment, Ray had to choke down a laugh. I'm guessing Toshinori told you, Haru said with an amused tone, placing the snacks on the table. You knew? Toya asked with his arms crossed, a suspicious squint on his face. For a long time now. Your mother found out after she married your father. The eldest Todoroki replied as he went to stand beside Toshinori, a hand on his shoulder. Though that's all I know. And you let me say all those things about All Might? Shoto squeaked, looking distraught. Because it's cute, Ray wheezed through barely kept in laughter. The 9-year-old looked like he might combust into flames. Shoto, are you embarrassed because you fanboyed about All Might in front of Uncle Toshi? Natsuo asked. Shoto's scream of humiliation was muffled behind his hands, sounding more like a startled mouse. Why? Toya fanboys about Endeavor in front of Dad all the time. The middle son laughed. Hey, you leave me out of this, Toya snarked, his own cheeks flushing up at the statement. Enji couldn't help the smile that tugged at his lips. Shoto. The two-toned-haired boy felt the gentle touch on his head before he saw the reassuring smile on his uncle's face. Don't be embarrassed. It was never awkward for me. I always found it very sweet. Toshinori's strong, yet soft touch soothed the child's emotions, the embarrassed flame on his cheek flickering out. I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier. Why didn't you tell us? Shota asked with a shy voice, but feeling put at ease. It's actually what the surgery I mentioned relates to, Enji said, looking to his wife and father. You don't know about this neither. It's not great. Ray frowned slightly.
Are you insane?
Haru yelled, pinching Toshinori's cheek like he was threatening to tear it off.
Going off on your own to face against a villain like All for One. Do you have a death wish?
Enji stared at his father, disciplining the number one hero with all the shock and awkwardness one had when seeing their brother being scorned, and trying to not bring any of the heat to yourself. His children and wife sat very still with equally wide eyes, never having seen the eldest Todoroki act this way, and not feeling like getting caught in the crossfire.
You better apologize to Sir Naitai for all the trouble you put him through. And Gran Torino. In fact,
Haru's blue eyes snapped to Enji, who all but jolted at the sudden attention onto him.
Invite all of them for dinner.
Enji nodded vigorously. He already had, but he didn't feel like arguing with his father right now.
Seriously, did you think I wouldn't worry?
Toshinori let Haru pinch his cheek with the same guilt-ridden expression dogs got when their owners caught them causing mischief, like getting into the treats or knocking over a plant. All he could do was sit there pathetically. At least he wasn't getting kicked in the kidney like Gran Torino would have. He hesitated before admitting, I guess not. This made Haru let go of his pinched cheek and smoothen his hand over the already reddening area. Toshinori, I don't care if you have this one-for-all thing, or are the symbol of peace, or whatever, Haru said sternly, yet gently. I will always be concerned for your well-being.
I mean, I wasn't before, but I sure am now,
Toya piped up incredulously.
How do you even survive without a stomach?
Shouldn't you know, being a future doctor and all? Fumi asked teasingly, elbowing her older brother in the side slightly. He whined in response. Well, you can ask Recovery Girl when she comes to dinner, Ray said as she poured tea for everyone. Only now did Harusame peek into the room with light, careful steps, suspiciously eyeing All Might as he hopped into Enji's lap. The man's large warm hand petted the cat as he settled into a loaf position.
Toshinori's eyes lingered on them as they started speaking about plans for tonight casually, like he hadn't just told them a terrifying villain had supposedly been watching their every movement, before his eyes drifted back up to Harrow, who was still holding his cheek in a warm touch. The man returned the look, blue eyes looking at him over his glasses. There was a small amount of, not exactly anger, but parental worry. Then it was gone. Eyes softened as the hand moved to bring Toshinori's head against Harrow's side, running through his hair in a soothing manner. The blonde couldn't help but close his eyes. He couldn't lose his family. Another family. Not for a third time. To say that dinner was a strange mismatch of characters was an understatement. Gran Torino, Recovery Girl, Nezu, and Mirai all joined this We Know All Might Secret club, and it was odd, yet natural at the same time. While not all the children had met everybody, nobody here was a stranger. Toya certainly didn't waste any time making himself known to Sir Night-Eye. So, All Might's sidekick, he sniffed, sizing up the skinny man. While he looked like a stiff breeze would knock him over, something about Night-Eye was deceptively solid. Toya had a keen eye for those things after so many years of watching heroes, mainly Endeavor. Endeavor's son, Night-Eye greeted back with matched energy at the dinner table, pushing his glasses up. They were facing each other, with Shoto between Mirai and All Might, looking all rainbows and sparkles as he was between two of his favourite heroes. All Might being his favourite, and Sir Night-Eye by association. On the other side of All Might was Rei, Recovery Girl. Enji was at the head of the table. Then it was Harrow, Gran Torino, and Fumi, who faced All Might. Natsu was planted at the other end of the table, facing Enji, and stuck between Toya and Sir Night-Eye. And Nezu had planted himself comfortably on Enji's shoulder. He claimed it was warm. Enji only muttered a complaint that it was hard to eat, but other than that, didn't argue. While everybody else at the table was getting to know each other better, catching up after not seeing each other for some time, Gran Torino and Harrow chatting away like the older men they were, Toya and Night-Eye were having a glare-off. Natsu eyed them both as he munched on his rice awkwardly. "Seems All Might has fallen behind," Toya started, narrowing his eyes. "Hardly," Night-Eye huffed, unmoving. "He's been taking a much-needed break after his injury." "You know that's not what I mean," Toya hissed, snapping his chopsticks rudely at the man. Rei's hissed, "Toya, manners," went unnoticed. "Or are you telling me you haven't been keeping up with the ratings?" "All I see is All Might is number one," Night-Eye dismissed, but the glare of his glasses showed he was accepting the boys' challenge. Apparently there was a challenge. Natsu wasn't sure what was happening. "In approval on power ratings. Only by a small margin," Toya pushed back. "While Endeavor is unmatched in his solved cases." Oh no. Toshinori and Enji sent each other mildly panicked looks as they realized the calamity that was occurring. Toya's a hardcore Endeavor fanboy. Sir Night-Eye is a hardcore All Might fanboy. "Mirai, why don't you swap places with—" "A moment, All Might." Mirai raised his hand, the blonde hero deflating instantly. His psychic was set on defending his honor. "I do not find your implications amusing, young Todoroki." "I don't find your face amusing, old man," Toya hissed back. Natsu leaned back, having no desire to be caught in the crossfire of whatever this was. Rei was glaring daggers at her badly mannered son. Apparently good behavior went out of the window when faced with, arguably, All Might's number one fan. Shoto looked oblivious. The rest of the table made a point to ignore them, Fumi enjoying chatting with Recovery Girl about school. "As much as I agree that All Might should retire, I will not stand by the idea that ratings is all that matter. All Might is a symbol of peace just as much as he is number one." Mirai pushed his glasses back. "All Might is a symbol of peace because he's number one. Not number one, not the symbol of peace," Toya said sharply. Natsu stammered. "That's not true," Shota piped up, indignant. Enji and Toshinori cringed, looking at each other awkwardly. "Being number one is just a ratings thing. Being symbol of peace is a role and attitude. I'm sorry, I can't hear you over the sound of over 30 sidekicks that loyally follow Endeavor and keep up with his work ethic," Toya said, sticking his chin at his baby brother. He'd defend the flaming sidekicks of his life, and they were as much a part of Endeavor as a flame hero himself. Guys, Natsuo tried again. Now you're just deflecting, Mirai said firmly, pointing his chopsticks at the teenager. Electricity sparked between the three fanboys, and Enji was about to get involved. My favorite hero is Gangorka! Natsuo declared suddenly like a drill sergeant. That made everybody stop and stare at him. Even Mirai had his eyebrows raised. Natsuo started sweating at having all eyes on him, but he just wanted his brothers and Mirai to stop their squabbling. Big fishman cool, he muttered. Silence. Mirai snorted a laugh and covered his mouth. Toya burst out laughing. Shoto blinked. Are orcas fish? He asked innocently. It didn't help Mirai and Toya's laughing fits. Despite the start, dinner went smoothly. Many discussions were had about All Might's future and how Endeavor could help. Nezu was his usual bright, cheerful self as he talked about finding a potential successor at UA. Being honest, I thought maybe one of you four would want to take up the mantle, Nezu admitted at one point, gaining surprised looks from the four Todoroki children. They looked to each other thoughtfully. Toshinori paled. No, he started, but was interrupted by Fuyumi. I want to be a teacher, she chirped, shaking her head. Pass. No offense, uncle, Natsuo said. I'm just not the type to be able to sacrifice myself like you do. Shoto, you're 9. Don't even think about it, Angie said with warning as Shoto opened his mouth. The boy huffed and patted at that. Angie's eyes chilled over to Toya, whose blue eyes had a faraway look for a moment. This could be a chance for him to be a pro hero, but Angie didn't know if he had it in himself to let that happen, after everything the boy already went through. And after seeing Toshinori scarring, he couldn't bear the thought of his delicate firstborn with the same injury. Nah, Toya shook his head. Nah, I want to be a doctor. Sorry, Uncle Toshi, but I want to make my own path, not be a successor of an already existing one. Both Enji and Toshinori let out sighs of relief. Toshinori hadn't even considered his niece and nephews as potential successors, but hearing that none of them, except maybe Shoto, but he's a baby, wanted one for all lifted a weight off his shoulders. He wasn't looking for a successor anyway, unlike Mirai, who had come to a difficult but fair decision. I wish to help you still, All Might, but if you won't listen to me as your sidekick, then I think it's best we split ways, the man said towards the end of dinner, pushing up his glasses. Maybe then, as a fellow independent pro-hero, you'll actually listen to me. The jab sent a wave of guilt through Toshinori, but the blonde could only nod. More than that, I could do more, helping through the country independently from All Might and be of support to you like Endeavor. It looks better on paper having multiple agencies work together rather than just two. Contact my agency. We'll set that up in the morning, Enji said, Toshinori sitting silently as his soon-to-be former sidekick and his somehow still friend discussed business without his say, but with him involved. The plan was to have Mirai set up his own agency, then join Endeavor and All Might in an official government-recognized team, but not one promoted via the media. The alliance would mean all three were working together behind the scenes, sending support where was needed. Without Mirai, All Might would have a lot of paperwork, but something both Endeavor and Night Eye's agency could take care of. While All Might dealt with big events, their sidekicks could take care of the aftermath, and their PR teams could work together. Essentially, All Might could go about doing All Might things without worrying about anything else. And whenever his injury got the better of him, he'd call Endeavor in for support. If I find out you're holding back from calling me, I'll tell Dad, Enji threatened as he pointed his chopsticks towards the blonde. Toshinori could only laugh nervously as Haro grunted in agreement with crossed arms. Mirai helped Rei with the dishes. Natsuo too, as there were more plates than usual. As Rei fussed about getting tea ready, it left the boy and man by the sink alone. Sorry about Toya. He's enthusiastic when it comes to Endeavor, Natsuo said after a moment while he washed the dishes. It's nothing to apologize for. Passion in the young generation is important. Mirai shook his head, standing like a prepared coat hanger with a cloth in his hand to dry any dishes Natsuo passed to him. That, and smiles and humor, is what is necessary for a bright future. Natsu paused his movement, hands deep in soapy water. Despite making you laugh earlier, I'm not really a funny guy, he admitted softly. He wasn't a jokester, or did pranks, or had funny quips. Smiles he could do, but humor? What did that even mean? Naitai seemed to ponder that for a moment. Normally when I talk about laughter, I mean comedy, a good sense of humor. Not something everybody has, admittedly, Mirai agreed, pushing his glasses back. Your father is notoriously unfunny. Natsu gave the sidekick an unimpressed look. He truly had his father's face. But not everybody has to be a comedian. Being simply able to laugh and smile, that in itself is already good. Natsu blinked, confused. Isn't everybody able to just laugh and smile? He asked. He was always laughing about something in his family, especially now that Toya was doing so well. Fuyumi was always giggling and squealing. No, not everybody. Sir Naitai shook his head. Some people's smiles don't reach their eyes. They're dishonest or a facade. And others... He paused, tilting his head. How much could he really go into detail with the young boy? Natsu looked at him expectantly. Sometimes people grow up in bad environments, bad home life, or something bad happens, like an accident, and they become unable to smile. The simple things in life become harder than they should be. Something ached in Natsu's chest. After Toya was admitted to hospital, when the house was terrifyingly silent, he'd experienced that. Simple things like getting up and eating breakfast felt like impossible tasks, and all he felt was anger and the need to cry. Smiling had been hard. Ah, I get it, he muttered, looking to the water, where his soapy reflection looked back at himself thoughtfully. Then he smiled, and beamed up to Sir Naitai. I want to be a rescue hero, like Gang Orca, but in the mountains. The people I save are most likely going to be scared, so it's best if I smile for them, right? Sir Naitai raised an eyebrow. Yes, that would help reassure them, he said softly, watching the boy's smiling face. It reached his eyes. It was a warm, friendly expression. A rescue hero? Why that specifically? He asked, and Natsu let out a hum in thought. Because I can, he replied after a second. At the sidekick's still quirked eyebrow, Natsu returned to washing the dishes. People get lost in the mountains all the time, especially during holiday seasons. I'm made for the cold, so if I train well, I could really fill a need. I'm able to, so I want to help those who can't. He stumbled over his words a little. So much like his father, he didn't know exactly what words to use to explain what he thought and felt. And maybe he wasn't sure yet. What sort of hero he wanted to be, his attitude, what drives him. It was still in the works. But the foundation was there. Sir Naitai smiled softly. A very fair reason. Gran Torino and Harrow sat out in the darkness of the garden by the koi pond, looking up at the stars, only enlightened by Harrow's gentle candlelight quirk. The others were all still inside, Recovery Girl going into detail with Toya about Toshinori's surgeries. With every word said of just how bad his injuries had really been, Enji was closer to sending his honorary brother to the pearly gates himself. Thankfully, having Nezu propped up on his shoulder, because it's warm, stopped him from doing anything. You're a lot like her, Gran Torino said after a moment, sipping on some hot tea Ray had made for them. Harrow blinked as he glanced at the older man, confused. Like Nana. I hope that's a good thing, Harrow joked lightly, gaining a smile from the elderly man. A very good thing. It was nice to be able to talk about her again. Gran Torino missed his friend dearly, even after all these years, and knew that Toshinori did too. He'd considered her like a mother after losing his family. She had a son, you know. Harrow's blue eyes were on him, wide in surprise. Her husband was killed, and she feared that All for One would use her child against her, so placed him in foster care. He paused, remembering how the child had sobbed and cried for his mother as she left him, Nana unable to explain to him why. He remembered the sorrowful tears staining his friend's face as she missed her son. Haru felt something tighten in his throat, and he looked back to the sky. Nana Shimura had died and left 2 children behind. Her son and her student. That hit a little too close to home. He didn't want to think of how easily he could have died because of some random no-name villain. How he could have left Enji behind. Alone. She's stronger than I am, Haru muttered. I wouldn't be able to send my son away. Not even for his safety. His eyes caught a particularly bright star in the sky. I'm not like you heroes. I can't sacrifice my world for the rest of others. You say that, but you were willing to risk your life to save little girls. Which you did, Gran Torino commented with a sip of his tea. I'd say your son takes after you in that prospect. And your grandchildren. They're all taking up careers that are about helping others. A doctor, a teacher, 2 pro-heroes. That's no easy path. Haru hummed softly at that, not wanting to take credit for something he didn't do. He was still working on being nice to himself with Dr. Tsuzura. At least he could take the compliment these days without shooting it down. He even started to believe the kind things Enji said about him. What made you become a teacher, Haru? The old man asked after a moment. Haru let out a puff of air and sighed, rubbing his neck to try and remember. That was so many years ago now. Fresh out of high school with a pregnant girlfriend, I took whatever job was available to support us. My elementary school took pity on me, and I became the assistant coach and worked my way up from there. Which wasn't much, but I tried to make it work. Not enough for his wife to stay. That's it. He paused, looking down to the ground, before snorting and smiling at Gran Torino. Some of us are very boring and ordinary. I don't have a greater reason for the things I did. The 2 men stayed silent, both teachers in their own right. Grandpa Torino! Shota called out, catching the elderly man's attention. Mum prepared some taiyaki. Would you like some? Toshinori had told them that was his teacher's favorite food, so Rei had done the effort to get enough treats for everybody. Oh, yes I would, Gran Torino called back. We'll be right in. Shoto grinned with a thumbs up as he disappeared back into the house to inform his mother. The elderly man looked to Haru with a raised eyebrow. Grandpa Torino? Haru laughed lightly. Well, you're his uncle's old teacher. I guess to Shoto that makes you an honorary grandparent, he said as he got up, dusting himself off slightly. I'm sure if Nana was still around, she'd be Grandma Nana. Gran Torino snorted at that, shaking his head. But he never once corrected Shoto whenever he called him Grandpa Torino the rest of that evening. Toshinori was staying the night with the Todoroki family due to much begging and demands from his nephews and niece. Final straw had been Harusame sitting on his lap. Nobody moves when they are chosen by the feline overlords. Kurumada was kind enough, and being paid, to drive everybody else back to their homes or the train station. Mirai was heading back to Tokyo to start on the paperwork to establish his own agency. Mirai, Toshinori called out to him as the others headed to the front door. The green-haired man stopped to look at the blonde. I'm sorry. I caused you a lot of stress and worry. You're my sidekick. You've done nothing but be of help, and He hadn't cared if he hurt Mirai's feelings, doing what he had to in the name of being the symbol of peace. I wasn't fair. Sorry. An apology isn't necessary. Naitai shook his head. That's what he loved about All Might. His drive, his passion, his dedication to his work. But after using foresight, it had been too much. But it's appreciated nonetheless. Thank you. His voice was soft as he smiled to his idol. I'm not leaving your side as a sidekick on bad terms. In fact, I will remain by your side, but as a fellow pro. Much like Endeavor has all these years. Toshinori smiled back. Relieved tears pricked at his eyes. Harusame meowed and purred on his lap.
Chapter 38. Brilliant. Shoto groggily made his way to the kitchen, rubbing his eyes with a hefty yawn. He could smell food wafting through the house, but upon arriving in the kitchen, found it empty, which confused the 9-year-old. "Good morning, Shoto." He heard his uncle's voice coming from outside, where he was sitting with a patio with a coffee next to him. Shoto grinned and trotted towards him. The man looked well rested compared to yesterday, and was enjoying a peaceful morning with Harusame in his lap again, the cat purring happily as the blonde petted him. "How did you sleep?" "Good," Shoto chirped, greeting his uncle with a hug before sitting beside him on his left. "Did you see Dad and Fuyumi already?" Shoto knew his older sister always woke up when their father did. "Your father just left. Fuyumi's getting changed and waking your brother up for school," Toshinori replied with a nod. The other Todoroki would be up and about soon. It was still relatively early for the normal folk. It was a warm morning, the sky a soft array of blue and orange pastels as the sun rose in the horizon, painting Ray's flower garden with a gentle shine. The smell of morning coffee, the warm furred body of Harusame on his lap, the gentle rumble of the cat purring, Shoto's jovial presence next to him. It made Toshinori feel like everything was alright. That just for now, he could take it easy a little. "You're not going to retire, are you?" Shoto asked innocently, mismatching eyes looking at his uncle who was also All Might. It was odd. Now that he knew, he could see All Might's features on his uncle, yet they looked nothing alike. "Not for as long as I can put it off," Toshinori laughed softly, smiling to the boy. If All Might suddenly disappeared out of nowhere when everybody thought he was fine, people were going to be confused and start asking questions. Shoto hummed at that, not having considered what the media and public would think. "Shoto, you know you absolutely can't tell anybody about me being All Might, right?" Toshinori trusted the boy, but he was still only 9. He might not understand the delicate nature of the topic. Shoto blinked at him. "Why would I tell anyone?" he asked genuinely. "You didn't tell Dad or Mum or Grandpa for years, and only told us after you got really hurt. It's a big secret." Maybe Toshinori underestimated the boy's sensitivity and perceptiveness. Shoto could come off as so awkward and oblivious at times, it was easy to forget he had many of his parents' sensibilities. Though that's probably what made him awkward too. "You're right," Toshinori laughed softly. Another moment of gentle silence passed, just the two of them, and Harusame enjoying the morning warmth. "Uncle?" Shoto asked softly, almost carefully. Toshinori looked to the boy and saw a worried expression. How bad is the scar?" He and his siblings had been told about the extent of their uncle's injuries and surgeries, that he no longer had a stomach and his lungs were severely damaged. But he couldn't visualize the extent of it. It sounded so extreme. Toshinori hesitated, placing a hand over his left side instinctively. "Pretty bad," he admitted softly. He remembered the look Sayanitai gave him the first time he awoke after one of his many surgeries. "It's really bad." "Can I see?" The question made Toshinori wince, not sure if that was a good idea or not. "It's ugly, Shoto. I don't want to scare you," he admitted after a moment. "I don't think there's anything ugly about a scar." Shoto shook his head, instantly disagreeing with the man. "Mum has a scar, and Dad thinks she's beautiful." His father rarely explicitly said it through words, but it was in the little ways he was with her. Brushing her hair out of her face, smiling at her as soon as he saw her when he returned from work, the small forehead or cheek kisses that he never hesitated to give. His father always looked at his mother tenderly. Shoto's innocent bluntness disarmed Toshinori and left him staring at the child. He let out a small sigh through his nose, looking off to the side. The ache in his side of his barely healed scars and stitches bit at his nerves and muscles, making every movement more difficult than it should. Even making the small effort to lift the side of his t-shirt to show Shoto his still-forming scar put an uncomfortable pressure on his shoulders. Shoto's eyes widened. The whole left side looked reddened and in various shades of bruising. The stitches were still raw, forming a crack-like pattern that looked like a fist had punched a wall. Which is probably what happened. All Might is insanely powerful, Shoto knew that, had watched endless videos of the man and his impressive fights that were beyond superhuman. What sort of villain could do such damage to All Might? It was unthinkable. It's okay. He's gone. I killed him, Toshinori reassured, letting his shirt drop back down and resting his large hand on Shoto's bed hair. He can't hurt you. Do heroes have to kill? Shota asked in a small voice. No, preferably not, Toshinori replied. But with villains like All for One, not killing them is more dangerous. He wouldn't say that he'd been enraged, seeing red when that mocking smirk spoke of his family. If you want to become a hero, you have to make tough decisions. Do I need to be strong to be a hero too? The question confused Toshinori, and he moved his hand away to look at Shoto. That says I can be strong, but I find using my power hard, and I think he's worried that if I got to UA, I wouldn't be able to protect myself. He remembered the conversation he had overheard. Toshinori let out a small laugh. Your dad is a helicopter parent is what he is, he joked with a goofy grin, one that Shoto particularly loved. He overthinks and overdoes. But in a way, I get why he worries. And he's not wrong. You could become incredibly strong. Without a quirk, I couldn't have become a pro hero. It's just not possible. But you don't even need one for all. You've already got strength. He ruffled Shoto's hair, making the boy giggle. You just need to work hard. Like Dad? Yeah. But in your own way. It's your power, after all. Shoto grinned. Harusame meowed, demanding pets. Thank you, Todoroki, Recovery Girl said peppily, watching Toya set up some medical equipment she'd requested from Powerloader. I do it myself, but my eyes aren't what they used to be. Don't worry about it. I helped Powerloader make it, so I know how to set it up. Toya grinned at the woman. His school shirt was rolled up at the sleeves, fingers working carefully and meticulously. He's been really busy after the sports festival this year, so I've been helping where I can. Mainly being his delivery boy, he joked. Speaking of, you didn't go to the school festival this year neither, Recovery Girl commented. She saw Toya's face twist into shame. You've come such a long way. You still think you'd relapse if you watched others use their quirks? Even though you go watch your father's sidekicks? That's different, Toya muttered. I feel safe at the agency. I know all the sidekicks. A good portion of them know me since I'm a baby. They're basically family. But the sports festival... The noise, the cheering, the rivalry, the competition. It would be too much. Not to mention seeing teenagers his age doing what he couldn't, even when he didn't want to. It irked something in him. I don't want to risk it. Dr. Tozuro agrees that if I'm really unsure, I shouldn't push it. Even when your brother has his sports festival? She asked. Natsu would be entering UA in the next year or so, after Toya and Fumi graduated. Toya's hands stilled. He hadn't thought of that. Going out and spending time with friends was one of Fumi's favourite things to do, especially when they all went to the ice rink. But on this day, her and the girls went for boba tea and sweet snacks in the town after school. Seriously, I can't believe it's already been 3 years, one of the girls whined, looking distraught. She had her sleeves rolled up and shirt untucked, the uniform jacket tied around her waist. And I'm going back south, so I won't be able to see you guys. Sad reality of becoming a productive part of society, another lamented dramatically before smiling. Her uniform was tidy, but with the top button undone and wearing jewellery. We can still keep in touch, and whenever we have time every once in a blue moon, we can meet up. One of us should get a boyfriend and get married already, so then we'd have a really good reason to meet up. The first girl giggled, swooning at the idea of getting a boyfriend. I bet our ice princess is going to be the first to be married. What, me? Fumi laughed, slightly blushing in embarrassment. Her uniform was pristine. I don't know about that. I think my brothers would scare away any boys. Your brothers aren't who I'd be worried about. The jewelry girl laughed. Fumi gave her a confused look, head tilted. Seriously? You can't think of anybody else that might scare a boy away? No? Fumi said after a moment, looking a little oblivious. Her blue eyes sparkled with such innocence it made her friends awe at her natural beauty, until the messy French shook her head free of any smitten feelings. "Your dad's endeavour, that's going to be intimidating for any boy, surely," she said in disbelief that Fumi didn't consider that an option. "Dad? Oh, no, I don't think so." Fumi shook her head, laughing lightly. "He just looks serious, but I can't imagine he'd actively scare a boy away." "Why would I want to scare a boy away?" Fumi's two friends jumped out of their skin and let out shocked cries as they scuttled to hide behind Fumi, who was shorter than the both of them, before peering up shakily at the man that was their friend's father. "Oh, hi, Papa!" Fumi chirped brightly. "Are you out on patrol?" Her father grunted in reply, flames flickering around his shoulders and eyes. "We were just talking about what would happen if I got a boyfriend." "A boyfriend, huh?" Endeavour repeated lowly. Honestly, he hadn't even thought of that. He wasn't sure what was typical for teenagers to do, but he was vaguely aware that relationships would be on the horizon. "Your brothers would most likely do a background check," he said thoughtfully, pausing after a moment. His little girl with a boyfriend. Angie wasn't sure what to make of the concept. "It depends, but I trust you to be sensible. For the most part, anyway. If Fumi came home with a punk, he might have issues." "See?" Fumi turned to her friends, who were pale in the face but looking up in awe as Endeavour stood before them calmly, arms crossed and with a dominating stature. This was the first time seeing him this up close. "Oh, Mum knows I'm staying out a little later. I'll be home in time for dinner." Her father grunted in response. "Don't eat too many sweets, you won't be hungry otherwise," he replied, before starting to walk away. "See you at home, Ice Cube." "Bye, don't work too hard." Fumi waved her father off as he continued his patrol. She turned to her two friends, the both of them blushing a little as they watched Endeavour leave. "What?" "Your dad's hot." Fumi blinked. "I'd imagine so. He has a fire quirk." "Oh my god, Fumi!" Banging resonated through the living room as Ray entered with a tray of tea and snacks for her eldest two children. She blinked and stared as Toya continued smacking his forehead against the low table, Fumi staring at him, unimpressed. "It's really not that bad," she sighed. "It's really not that bad," Toya said mockingly, pausing head-smacking to sneer at his sister before resuming. "Is everything alright?" Ray asked cautiously, standing in the doorway. Fumi sighed again as the repetitive bang, bang, bang became a background hum. "Toya got a so-called bad grade in math. Again," she huffed. "Even though it's not, you passed." "By 1 point," the banging resumed. Fumi rolled her eyes and groaned. "Huh," Ray breathed. At this moment, Harusume trotted into the room with a loud meow, demanding attention and cuddles from his owner. This stopped Toya's lamenting as the white cat hopped onto his lap and sprawled, barely exposed and flexing his claws in the air. Toya sighed as he went to stroke Harusume's chest, the cat's loud purring replacing Toya headbutting the table. A small smile graced the teen's face as he felt his stresses soothed. Ray took this as a good time to place the tray down without anything getting spilled. "You know, it's okay not to be good at everything," Ray said sweetly, settling between the teens as she looked at their homework. "I know that," Toya replied, looking at his mother while never stopping to pet Harusume. His forehead had reddened a bit, but it wouldn't bruise. "But it's frustrating when I'm good at everything else. Why is math the one thing I'm bad at?" Ray squirmed guiltily, a nervous sweat forming on the back of her neck. Maybe telling Toya he probably got that from her wasn't the best idea. Despite everything that had gone down in the last few years, Enji still found the time to have his one-on-one days off with his children. He still took Toya to the agency monthly. Fumi's daddy-daughter dates now took place on days she had ice skating lessons so Enji could watch her. Shoto's day out always became an all-might merch scavenger hunt, and Natsuo never strayed from going to the aquarium. Just like today. "You never get bored of coming here," Enji observed. Natsuo grinned up at him. "Never. There's always something new and different to look at," the 13-year-old replied, all but skipping into the building. The worker at the ticket booth noticed them and nodded with a smile. They had a year-round ticket pass and are familiar faces here. Natsuo's eyes lit up as he saw the promotional banners to a seahorse display. "Look!" "Seahorses," Enji hummed. "Always something new, you're right. Do
Do you want to go ahead while I get drinks? Despite Natsuo not being a fan of hot weather, the boy still really liked his hot chocolates. Natsuo didn't need to be told twice and made a beeline for the seahorse displays while his father went to the cafe. The blues of the tanks made for an otherworldly hue on the walls and ceiling, a fluorescent mix of blues that accentuated the seahorse's tanks as they floated about. Small, delicate and spotted, Natsuo practically pressed his face against the glass to see their fins working up close, looking at how they wrapped their tails around the seaweed when they wanted to stop, and appreciate their designs. He was so infatuated with the little creatures that he didn't notice a group of high school girls chattering and giggling nearby. "Hey, you! What's your name?" Natsuo jumped when he realized he was being spoken to, eyes wide as he looked at the girl about his height. "Oh, Natsuo," he replied blankly, not too sure why he was being approached. "Natsuo, huh? What school do you go to, Natsuo?" The girl smiled sweetly at him, her friends giggling and blushing behind her. This felt weird. "I don't. I'm homeschooled," Natsuo replied, starting to feel uncomfortable but not understanding why. The girls all cooed at what he said with surprise and interest. Do you need something?" "Your phone number is a good start." The main girl winked, leaning into the teen as she lifted her flip-up phone against her lips. Natsuo's face warmed, but the discomfort just got worse. What was happening? Enji turned the corner, hot chocolate for Natsuo in one hand, coffee for himself in another. He scanned the dark blue room with azure highlights for his son, a little surprised to see so many people on a school day. When his eyes settled on Natsuo, an uncomfortable prickle snagged at his neck. 4 high school girls who couldn't be any younger than 17 were very clearly getting up into Natsuo's personal space, the poor boy flustered and leaning away but visibly unable to respond. It triggered an old memory. "Why did you tell off the cashier?" a 15-year-old Enji huffed, embarrassed as he walked beside his father with shopping bags in each hand. His father looked heated, a little angry even. "Because she was being flirtatious," Haro snapped. "She was just being polite. Enji, no woman in her 20s says, 'Hello, handsome,' and tries to give you a paper note with her phone number on it to be polite." Enji shrunk at his father's harsh tone, feeling guilty, like he'd done something wrong. Haro noticed and immediately changed his demeanor. "Look, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to embarrass you. I'm not mad at you, I don't like all these people treating you like an adult." Broad, tall with a stern yet youthful face, Enji passed for a 19-year-old easily. A couple of the more courageous in UA had already tried to make advances, but Enji's obliviousness had made it very clear he didn't get what they wanted, nor that he was interested. Adults who didn't know him often addressed him like he was a young man in college, but again, it wasn't something that bothered Enji. He just went along with it. He didn't understand why his father worried so much. Until now. "No, I really don't have a phone." Natsuo's voice raised a little, stepping back from the girls who had started to get pushy. The girl who had initially showed interest looked upset, while her friends were getting mad at the teen. "What, is she not good enough for you or something?" One snapped, making the young teen wince. He didn't understand what he'd done wrong. "Excuse me!" It wasn't often Enji used his Endeavour voice while in civvies, but he was angry. The girls all turned instantly to look up at the man with big, round, shocked eyes. Natsuo took his chance to walk around the distracted girls hurriedly and hide behind his father, looking shaken. "Please leave my son alone." "Your son? Oh my god, he's Endeavour's son. We weren't doing anything wrong," one of the girls squeaked up at the clearly frowning red-headed man. "If anything, he's the one being rude. My friend just wanted to—" "He's 13. Enji snapped firmly, the syllables echoing through the room with enough power even the seahorses stilled in their tanks. "Oh, we're sorry, we didn't know. He looks older, sorry. The girls disappeared instantly after that, embarrassed and ashamed of having antagonized the boy they thought was their age, but actually wasn't even in high school yet. Enji huffed, steam rolling off of him like clouds over a cliff. He was so angry. He looked down to his son, Natsuo having buried his face in his father's side. "Are you okay?" Enji asked. Natsuo shook his head, wrapping his arms around his father's middle as he peered up at him with watery eyes. "Why were they mad at me? Did I do something wrong?" he asked with a shaky voice, holding back a sniff. Enji felt like going after those girls and forced them to properly apologize, kneeling and face on the ground. No, you did nothing wrong. They thought you were older. I guess they thought you were rejecting them when you said you didn't have a phone and got mad. Enji explained as softly as he could, despite anger bubbling in his chest. He handed his son the hot chocolate, Natsuo taking it meekly, but not looking as peppy as he'd been before. Seriously, Enji was going to chase down those girls. To distract himself from his anger, he looked to the seahorse tanks. They're a lot smaller than I thought. Natsuo hummed, taking a sip of his drink. I don't really know much about seahorses, other than the males carry the eggs. Female seahorses make the eggs, then place them in the pouch on the male's abdomen. Natsuo muttered against the lid of his drink. At his father looking down at him, listening, the boy got a little of his confidence back. But there's so much more to them than just that. Did you know their eyes work independently of one another? That's so. Yeah, and they're pros at camouflaging. To trick predators, they use underwater plants to... Enji sighed as he leaned his back against the wall, waiting for Natsuo as the boy went to use the bathroom at the aquarium. He decided to call his father. He knew the man would be about done with work at school by now. Hey, Enji, how's the aquarium? Haru's voice was bright on the other end. Good. Frostbite's been telling me all about seahorses, Enji said with a smile, head leaning back as he closed his eyes for a moment. He also got mistaken for being older by a group of 17-year-old girls. Ah, that sounds familiar. He heard his father sigh on the other end. Is he okay? He was confused and upset, Enji replied, hesitating for a moment before mumbling. I understand why you were worried when it happened to me now. A small, soft laugh echoed from the other end. Sorry I didn't take you seriously. Enji, it's fine. Kids always think their parents are talking nonsense. Then they grow up and realize that, actually, some things parents say have some truth to them. I see it all the time in school. Haru's voice was peppy. You were a teenager. It's okay. Okay. They spent the rest of the day at the aquarium until it closed. Kurumada was going to pick them up, but was running a little late due to traffic. The two Todoroki stood in the parking lot waiting patiently, Natsuo happily playing with a seahorse keychain his dad had gotten him. He was going to get a copy of the house keys soon since he'd be going to UA in a year and a bit, and wanted to put this on the keychain. Unbeknownst to Natsuo, Enji was aware of a line of Gang Orca merch being made that would be available just in time for Natsuo's 14th birthday next year. Dad? Natsuo asked after a moment. Enji looked at him. Should I be acting older? No, Enji said instantly, a little harsher than he'd intended. Seeing Natsuo's startled look, he cleared his throat. No, Natsuo, you shouldn't. You're still a kid. You're going to be an adult for the rest of your life, but only a child for a few more years. Don't rush it. You definitely rushed it, didn't you? Natsuo teased, grinning up to his father mischievously. The man raised his eyebrows at his son and thought about that. Had he? He'd always acted like himself, never pretended to be anything else. Sometimes he put on airs for endeavor, but never... Had he forced himself to grow up too fast? Maybe, Enji muttered out, before smiling down at Natsuo, a soft expression only his family got to see, which is why I don't want you to do the same. There's nothing wrong with just being a kid. Back at his agency in Tokyo and recovering from yet another round of surgeries due to some slight complications, Toshinori laid in bed with a laptop on his lap. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, shaking slightly. A blank email was open, addressed to a David Shield. The blonde sighed and rubbed his hands over his face. He closed his laptop. Not yet. He couldn't. He would, but not right now. The physical pain was blurring his vision. The villain was tall, broad, and connected to endless wires and machinery. He shouldn't have been so fast. A clock should have been able to dodge him. Panting, with blood covering his vision as he laid face down on the floor, Iwo Oguro
could barely hear the villain's low laughter as a man's dress shoes stilled in front of him. From above, a man that eclipsed the common understanding of the modern world peered down at the broken man, face split open and barely breathing. What an interesting quirk, a clock. The voice was like gravel digging into Ogura's brain, but he couldn't even wince as his body froze up. I'll take great care of it. Chapter 39. Dazzling. All these villain outbreaks were driving Endeavor up the wall. Well, technically they weren't actually villains, they were victims of some sort of quirk or drug that triggered their quirks to work overtime and turn even the weakest of average Joe into Godzilla-level threats. Thankfully, with All Might's help, the villain outbreak was swiftly dealt with in Narahata, although Endeavor was sure this wasn't the end of it. Sitting in a meeting room doing nothing was also testing Endeavor's already shortened temper. We can't make exceptions for people in the moment when we don't know if they are a civilian or villain. He snapped back at Detective Eizo Tanema. There are laws for a reason. If someone is acting violent, whether under the influence or not, they have to be stopped with the necessary actions. Well, yes, that is the most practical, Detective Tanema said with a slightly exasperated smile. The other heroes in the room not arguing with the number 2 on being objectively correct, but some had differing opinions when it came to the grey area of vigilantes. But we'd like to provide a gentler comment from you to the masses. I'm sure if you ask All Might, he'll be able to mince my words into something marketable, Endeavor huffed. Always the press, always the masses to keep in mind. No matter how many years he did this job, that's something that always got on his nerves. If what he needed to do had to be done, it didn't matter what the public thought. Some things are just necessary. Thankfully, Takauchi was quick to the rescue of the comment from All Might, and that freed the heroes from the meeting. All who had attended had been a part of the effort to subdue the instant villains in Narahata, some more familiar than others to Endeavor. Being number 2, of course he'd been asked to join, as well as All Might, who had been absent during the meeting, not something he commented on. However, he had plenty to scorn him about when he finally got him on the phone while walking out of the police station. We could have managed it without you, Endeavor snapped on the phone to Toshinori. He watched 2 younger heroes instantly take down a villain calling himself Suicide Bomber that had randomly attacked the police station. Hellflame mixing on the bomb quirk like that wouldn't be a good idea, so he stayed back. One of the heroes, a black-haired man, had something familiar about him. Don't think I don't see you running all over Japan constantly. Toshinori laughed guiltily on the other end. I can't help it, he excused weakly. Now with Sir Naitai gone in his own agency, Toshinori didn't have a close sidekick nagging him about taking a rest and was overdoing it a little. I'm sure I'll hear an earful from Mirai too. You definitely will, Enji sighed, annoyed. He noticed Tensei Ida, Ingenium, wave at him from the entrance of the station, and Enji awkwardly waved back as he saw the young man take off in a run. From the corner of his eye, Detective Tsukauchi hurried down the corridor with papers. He gave a personal statement to Tsukauchi. That's unlike you. Oh, well, actually, about that. Toshinori knew he was going to get yelled at again. I was overworking and, well, Tsukauchi found out. He did he? Enji growled into the phone, not at all surprised to hear of this. Calling me surprised, somebody found out about your true identity because you're being careless. He could hear his blonde friend shrinking and withering away more than he already had from all the surgeries. You're lucky Tsukauchi is a good man. I know, Toshinori said meekly. I'm not helping because I think you can't handle it. I just wanted to make things go a little faster. I know Fuyumi and Toya will be graduating this year, so I don't want you to be held up by work. Enji couldn't pretend and say that hadn't been a fault. I appreciate that, but that's for me to worry about. Toya and Fuyumi being in their final year now, with their graduation quickly approaching, Enji had been in the process of deciding to take an active step back from work to properly support them. Burnin, Kido, Onima, and the rest of his sidekicks were all very supportive of that choice, even though it would mean more work for them. If we know anything about Toya and Fuyumi, it's that your direct support will make the world of difference to them, they all exclaimed, practically ushering their boss to take it easy. You're not exactly a spring chicken anymore, boss. I hope that's not you calling being in your early 40s old, Burnin. Endeavor had reproach with narrowed eyes at the flaming-haired woman, who just cackled. Back to the present, Enji had ended his call with Toshinori, as he had to join Rei at UA very soon for a parent-teacher meeting regarding his eldest two. Before he could head to the train station to return to Musutafu, Best Jeanist waved to the red-headed man, looking fashionable and put together as per usual. "Endeavor, it's been a while." "Best Jeanist?" Enji grunted back. "You and Edshot have been doing well these few years." "Just doing our part. How is Toya?" "Much better than before. He and his sister got into UA's general studies and are graduating this year. They're aiming for doctor and teacher careers, respectively." "Oh, wonderful!" Best Jeanist propped his fancy glasses onto his always perfect hair, genuine happiness in his voice. "I'm glad to hear that. That means you'll be taking a step back from work, hopefully." "Everybody seems to be pushing for that." Enji resisted, rolling his eyes. "Well, of course. I don't know your daughter, but if she's anything like Toya, your presence will be a great motivator for them both." That wasn't the first time Enji had heard that. He left Best Jeanist with a promise to take it easy for the sake of spending more time with his two eldest children before they finished their last year. Thankfully, the train ride back to Musutafu was easy, and he met Rei at the entrance of his old school on time. "Hey," he pecked his wife on the head as she smiled up to him. "Ready for yet another meeting?" Rei joked. "Seems that's all I do these days," Enji huffed, but it only made the woman laugh. Parent-teacher meetings were usually Haro and Rei's domain, and then they'd tell Enji of what had been said. Seeing how this was one of the last meetings they'd have before Toya and Fumi graduated, he made the decision to actually attend one of them. Of course, that brought a lot of stares and looks, some of shock and some of awe, but Enji and Rei equally shrugged them off. They weren't here to be ogled at, they were here to learn of their children's progress. Fumi will have absolutely no trouble. She's already gotten a 12-month course lined up, as well as a job offer from your father's workplace, Toya and Fumi's homeroom teacher chirped. As a sort of apology on behalf of the old headmaster, the new headmistress had quickly granted Fumi a job placement once she passed a teacher employment examination when the girl asked about it, something Fumi was very grateful about. "That school is the source of Toya's biggest suffering. It's the natural place to start," she'd proclaimed confidently at the dinner table when she'd gotten the offer. Toya's entire face had turned a beetroot red at his sister's vivacity. "Toya, on the other hand," the homeroom teacher continued. Enji's stern face was clearly intimidating, but the teacher managed to pull through. "Will certainly succeed. He just needs to pass his math retake." Rei audibly groaned with her face in her hands. Toya had narrowly failed his math final, but had gotten a second chance to retake it before the end of the school year. "I'll make sure he does," Enji replied firmly, a large hand on his wife's back as she lamented Toya having inherited her pitiful math skills. "If he passes this retake and graduates, he'll be able to apply to any university, or are there other requirements?" "No, that's it. Toya has been very proactive, and already has a couple of universities in Musutafu he wants to apply for. As long as he concentrates on his math and passes that, it will all be smooth sailing." At least that was reassuring. To Enji at least, Rei looked like the world was going to swallow her up. "It's just one thing." Enji tried to ease her worry. "The one thing I'm equally bad at," she lamented, sighing softly. "Just don't make him cry." "Why would I make him cry?" Rei had a very vivid memory of her father sternly pointing at the math questions she didn't understand as her vision blurred with unshared, frustrated tears. To this day, the question, "What's 6 times 9?" haunted her nightmares. "Math has a way of breaking people," she said solemnly. Enji didn't get it. It was just math. "Excuse me, Endeavor, Mrs. Todoroki." A voice called out to them as they walked out of UA to head home. They turned to see a man Endeavor recognized as Powerloader, mainly thanks to his helmet. "I'm Powerloader. I manage the support course's developmental studio." "Oh!" Rei clapped her hands together happily. "Lovely to meet you. Toya speaks very highly of you. Thank you for being such a source of support for him these years." Powerloader seemed a little bashful at the praise from the beautiful woman, before noticing her scar. It wasn't hidden, but she wore it with such confidence he hadn't seen it before. "Your son's a good kid. He's got a keen and observant eye, catches small things others don't.
Paoloda said instead of commenting on the feature. Normally, I'd prefer just being myself and my machinery, but he's good company. It's just a shame he couldn't find kids his age to click with. But he speaks a lot about your psychics, Endeavor. He's with them currently, Angie replied with a nod. Toya claimed it was a study session at the agency, but if they went there now, Endeavor was sure Toya was watching Vernon and the others train or exploring the agency like he owned the place. I just wanted to say... Paoloda thought about his words for a moment, rubbing his chin with his orange-tipped fingers. Toya spoke to him a lot about various things, and in turn, Paoloda shared his experience and advice where he had it. He didn't want to betray the student's trust by spilling something to his parents he may not want them to know. Toya was pretty torn up about failing his math exam. We know, the parents said simultaneously. They had found Toya face down on the living room carpet with Harusame loafing on his back when he got his results back. He'd passed with flying colours and everything else, Fuyumi too, but just math he'd failed. The evening had been a mix of celebrating the two's achievements and reassuring Toya that, no, failing math wasn't the end of the world, no matter how much he wanted to throw himself into the koi pond. I apologize if he told you about his academic struggles, Ray said carefully with a sheepish expression. Paoloda had a feeling she may also be of the less adequate in math. He laughed internally. Not at all. I'm glad I'm someone Toya can trust enough to talk to about his worries. I may not be his homeroom teacher, but I'm still a teacher. I have no doubt he'll pass his retake with Endeavor aiding him, Paoloda replied, before a slight grin showed itself under his helmet. Point is, don't be too harsh with him on his math. I hate math! The cry echoed through the house that evening. That's not going to solve the equation, Angie sighed. He'd underestimated Toya's inability to process numbers and letters cohabitating on the same line. Look, it wanted to find the value of y. All you had to do is move everything across. When am I ever going to use this to help people with their quirks? Toya snapped, covered head to toe in the coziest Endeavor merch he had, Harusame's head peeking out from the open zipper, purring happily in a deep sleep despite the white-haired teen's laments. Engie sighed again. Toya's stubbornness rivaled his own. In the courtyard, Natsu and Shoto giggled at their brother's cries of lament. They had no such struggles with mathematics and were having fun skidding on their own ice under the watchful eye of Haruo. Natsu was steady on his feet than Shoto, and was showing him how to not lose balance as the ice formed under their soles. The older boy had the advantage of his ice evenly manifesting from his body, while Shoto's only appeared on his right side, which made the small boy have to focus his center of gravity differently. Obviously, once we get hero suits, we'll have shoes that are better fitting for sliding without losing control. But it's good to get the bases solid without the need for extra gear. 'Cause then, it's only enhancing what skills we already have, instead of replacing ones we don't, and then we gotta depend on it. Natsu rambled slightly, grinning as he managed to get from one side of the courtyard to the other and back. You sound like Dad and Toya, Shoto giggled as he tried to do the same, but ended up losing balance and falling on his butt. Like Genji had said, Toshinori did get an earful from Night Eye, only after he saw All Might's shenanigans at the Sky Egg accident though. Endeavor hadn't been there because he was dedicating his time to helping Toya study. You're absolutely ridiculous! Mirai exclaimed through the phone on loudspeaker. Toshinori was rubbing his neck sheepishly as Tsukauchi blinked at the anger coming from the number one's former sidekick. Detective Tsukauchi, you're aware of All Might's injuries. You must stop from asking for his presence constantly. Well, Tsukauchi stammered, not too sure how he got roped into Night Eye's anger. It's my fault, Mirai. I know it is. Night Eye interrupted the blonde hero before sighing. Whatever. I'm still displeased at your recklessness having revealed to the detective your condition, but perhaps it is good to have one man on the inside of the police to know. Better it be Detective Tsukauchi than anybody else. Endeavor speaks highly of you. Tsukauchi and Endeavor often worked together throughout the years since the man entered the police force. He was quite fond of the gruff-looking number two, appreciating his practicality and quick, efficient work, even when he came off as rude sometimes. In turn, Tsukauchi was aware of Endeavor thinking good of him, based on that small interaction he'd had with the man's son years ago. Not to mention, he never seemed to attract the man's irritation towards himself. That had to be worth something. Despite all odds, Toya passed his math retake. Not without some sweat and abused textbooks, thrown across the room and not too accidentally smacking Shoto in the face along the way, but with the help of many cups of tea, not coffee, that'll just dehydrate him, claimed Enji, many cuddles from Hosame and his father mentally dragging him through the fog of his own mind, Toya passed. I'm never touching math ever again, Toya all but foamed at the mouth as he ripped apart his workbook, looking like he'd combust in any second. Which is why all 4 of his ice family members were surrounding him like they were about to conduct a sealing ritual, frozen hands at the ready. You guys aren't funny. His mother, brothers and sister found themselves very funny as they snickered at his expense. Burnin howled of laughter as Toya told her of his laments. The white-haired boy glared daggers at her, leaning against the vending machine where he and the woman were getting soft drinks during her break. Come on, Firecracker, that's pretty funny, she said jovially, slapping his shoulder. Hardy har har, I'm so amused at everybody laughing at my suffering, Toya replied flatly, taking a gulp from his canned drink. Whatever, at least that's finally done. Despite the delay, I still managed to get into Musutafu Medic University. I've heard good things about MMU. They'd be crazy to turn you down. You've got ambition and smarts where it matters. The fiery sidekick grinned at the younger man. You're gonna be staying at the campus? Nah, I'm staying at home. I think my parents would die worrying if I up and left, Toya snickered. Despite now being 18 and about to graduate in a month or so with Fuyumi, who would be turning 18 in December, his parents clearly still worried about them like they were little kids. Not something parents really grow out of, his grandfather claimed with a laugh. Fuyumi has her year-long teaching course and a job lined up. I've got 5 years of medical school, then I'm hoping to work at UA with Recovery Girl and in the agency of all the medical staff. Oh good! So I'll still be seeing you around, Burnin replied chippily. Would feel wrong without our residential daddy's boy prancing around the agency. I don't prance. But you are a daddy's boy. Toya rolled his eyes at the woman, but he couldn't stop himself from smiling at her teasing. You know what we should totally do? For your 20th birthday, you should let us psychics take you out to a bar, Burnin said brightly as they returned to the main lobby area. Toya raised an eyebrow at her. Kido is a sake connoisseur. He'll teach you the world of all the best alcohol Japan has to offer. Sounds like you're trying to get me blackout drunk the second I'm legally allowed to drink. What? No way, Burnin drawled, shaking her head at the accusation. But her sharp-toothed smile showed that she wasn't against the idea of seeing a drunk Toya. The young man snorted as he rolled his eyes. Despite the tears swelling in her eyes, Rei refused to admit she was going to cry. Except when she did, as she reunited with the now graduated eldest baby boy and girl. The 2 freshly out of high school youngsters had just been saying their goodbyes to friends and teachers. Fuyumi made plans with a friend group to meet in the future, while Toya got a metaphorical head pat from Powerloader and a see you soon. Before they awkwardly tried to comfort their silently sobbing mother as she tried to avoid making a scene. It didn't help that their grandfather was in much the same state. I can't believe you've grown so quickly, Harrow said for his emotions as Rei fussed over Fuyumi, who she wouldn't let go of. You sound like a long-lost relative returning from war, Toya said flatly. The man had seen him every day of his life, yet acted like it'd been months. You were already crying at breakfast. Shoto and Natsuo snickered at the scene, Angie standing there with his arms crossed, stoic in his smart suit that he wasn't wearing his hero uniform under for once. But he couldn't help but feel emotional as well, as seeing his 2 eldest children already being young adults. It was incredible to him that, once upon a time, Toya fit in the palm of his hand, and Fuyumi snugly against his shoulder. When was the last time he carried his kids like he used to? You what? Rei's small exclamation of surprise brought Enji out of his thoughts. The girl looked a little flustered. I turned down a boy, she repeated herself. Just after the ceremony, a boy from her class confessed to her. I told him I wanted to focus on my studies. Natsuo and Shoto were quick to scan the crowds for a potentially dejected-looking young man. That one there looks heartbroken. Shoto narrowed his eyes with a hissed tone. Natsuo matched his expression as they glared down an innocent young man whose only crime was being a suspect in Shoto's mental clue board. Stop it, you two, Harris scorned lightly. That boy does look suspiciously down. Rei joined in, narrowed eyes making it clear where Shoto and Natsuo got the look from. Stop, you're embarrassing, Toya said flatly as Fumi looked like she was going to die. Enji walked towards his two children, silent throughout all of this. Despite them both being young adults now, their father still towered over them, making them tilt their heads back so they could meet the blue eyes they'd both inherited. Dad? Fumi asked at the man staring. All this growing up too fast, and Fumi turning down a boy talk made Enji realize that his children weren't going to be little kids forever. He knew that, obviously, but seeing Toya and Fumi's once childish, chubby cheeks smoothing out to youthful jawlines and maturing features really made that sink in. It also reminded him that he was strong enough to lift a car. Fumi and Toya let out surprised shouts as their father suddenly picked them up, one child on each arm, before Fumi melted into a fit of delighted giggles. Toya's whole face turned a deep red, embarrassed even as he wrapped an arm around his father's shoulders for stability. Enji didn't care if they were getting looks from other parents and students. No matter how old they got, these were his babies. His and Rei's. Nobody was ever taking that away from him. I'm proud of you two, he said in his typical stoic voice as he held his children close. Toya and Fumi looked at each other from where they were in their father's arms, each with an arm around his broad shoulders. The girl grinned brightly at him, cheeks reddening as her eyes teared up. Toya could feel his own burning as emotion whirled in his chest. Good emotion. Happy feelings. Now you're going to make me cry, Toya said through a sobbed laugh and buried his face in his father's shoulder. No matter what age he was, this was still home. Fumi's laugh rung in his ears like a joyful chime. Hara couldn't help himself. In a true grandfatherly fashion, he took a photo. He'd be sure to send it to the entire family. Chapter 40. Luminous. Being the sons of the number 2 hero did not save Toya and Shoto from having to do chores, and today they were doing the dishes. Their mother had made curry for lunch, and they were facing the challenge of rinsing the large saucepans without getting drenched. It was a dull and arduous task, but they managed to get through it, not without some mutual splashing and hushed curses at each other. Things went smoothly until they had to dry the pans. Shoto got started, using a kitchen towel to start wiping down the metal objects. Toya, on the other hand, mischievously grinned. He started spinning the towel around and... Slap! Ow! Shoto cried, doubling over as Toya whipped his side of the towel. Why? Toya cackled ferociously, looking mighty proud of himself for picking up at least one thing from the boys' locker rooms. He'd seen his classmates always doing that, but hadn't seen the fun in it. Now, with Shoto as his victim, he totally got it. Gotta stay alert, future hero, the big brother teased as he did the spinning motion again with the towel, threatening to smack Shoto again. He laughed once more as the boy flinching to dodge, before getting his own pan to dry off now that he'd gotten some fun out of this ordeal. Shoto grumbled at that, glaring at the mostly dried chore as he held a sopping kitchen towel. His own mischievous grin spread across his face. Water makes the towel heavier. In theory, if he spun it like Toya did and... Smack! Toya collapsed with a cry of a murdered cat as Shoto got him in the back. The sound was so ridiculous and Toya's movement so dramatic that Shoto couldn't help but burst into laughter while Toya withered to the ground with a now wet jumper. You little... That made Shoto stop laughing instantly. Eyes widened as his big brother looked up from the ground with poison. Without a second thought, Shoto turned tail and sprinted out of the kitchen. Come back here! His brother's war cry only fueled Shoto's legs, years of playdates of tenure having prepared him for the fateful day he would need to run away from his brother's grasp. Despite that, Toya was hot on his heel, angered adrenaline pumping through his veins. As Shoto dashed around a corner, Toya slammed against the wall before continuing his pursuit. A door opened, and their mother stepped out of the laundry room with a pile of fresh clothes. Mom, move! Shoto cried as he slipped past his mother. Rei didn't even register Shoto cantering past her, confused as to why he had just yelled, and letting out a cry when Toya nearly ran her over. Boys! She yelled after them, but they were already gone. Despite it being his day off, Enji still responded to some emails and okayed some construction being done to the agency in his office. He'd run out of coffee, which is why he was in the corridor heading to the kitchen to make some more just to help him through the last stretch of event plannings he had to read over. If only he hadn't been so set on getting more caffeine, maybe he wouldn't have been met with Shoto pouncing onto him and scrambling up his father to climb his shoulders. "Hey, Shoto, what? Dad can't save you!" Toya roared as he too pounced. That's how Enji found himself trying to keep his balance as his eldest and youngest boys wrestled, clawing and kicking at each other while using his back and shoulders as either launching pads or defense. And also how he ended up with a noticeable bruise on his jaw, where Shoto had kneed in his panic to avoid Toya gouging his eyes out. Safe to say, Enji wasn't particularly pleased about that. Natsu and Fuyumi couldn't help but giggle in hysterics as they heard, "Ridiculous behaviour! Almost flattened your mother!" and "I didn't raise feral dogs" consecutively within 10 seconds. Rei sat, appalled with solemn dignity, with a cup of tea and Haru-sama on her lap, who was deaf to the world as he slept. Haru couldn't help but find it a little funny. As summer came round, so did Natsuo's 14th birthday. He was in his last year of middle school, and with that meant he'd be applying for UA close to the end of the year. But more importantly, he got far many more gifts this year for his birthday than usual. Enji had been made aware that Gang Orca was finally getting a merchandise line, which included a doll, clothes, and other accessories. And as per Enji fashion, he went overboard. To the point that Gang Orca's agency noticed the large order being shipped to the Endeavor agency, not the Todoroki household, because Enji, Rei, and Haru had no idea how they'd hide the surprise long enough from the kids for it to even be a surprise, and got in touch asking about it. "It's for Natsuo's birthday," Enji explained with hidden embarrassment while on the phone to Gang Orca. Thankfully, the other man seemed to take this very seriously indeed, and only nodded and grunted in approval. "I will add a birthday card to the order." And true to his word, Gang Orca did. Personally signed and all. Which, despite having met Gang Orca personally twice, Natsuo was delighted about. He was pulling a Toya with how much he was vibrating with excitement. Rei and Haru couldn't help but laugh. "Natsuo, you have a plushie now too!" Shoto exclaimed happily as he rushed to get his All Might one from his room, still in pristine condition. "You, Toya, and I now match!" "Does it count as matching if they all look different?" Toya muttered to Fuyumi, both humoured by their baby brother's excitements. "You know, you could invite friends to your 15th birthday if you want," Rei said as they all munched on cake. Natsuo just had calls from Rei's parents, his uncle Toshi, who was who knows where in Japan, and even Sir Naitai, so he was in high spirits. Once you're in UA, you'll be with kids your own age. "Huh," Natsuo muttered. "I didn't think of that. I've never gone to regular school before. As regular as UA can be." "It's not very regular," Enji informed. "Either way, it'll be my first time going to any school," the middle son continued, suddenly looking thoughtful. He was wearing his brand new Gang Orca hoodie, which had a fin on its back. He looked to his elder siblings. "Do you think I'll make friends?" "Without a doubt," they both said instantly, the young adults indulging in their cake slices. Nothing quite beat Mum's cooking. "Anybody gives you trouble though, you tell us, we'll set them straight." "Anybody gives you trouble though, you tell us, we'll set them straight," Toya said with narrowed eyes, jabbing his fork towards his brother. Natsuo laughed nervously. Later that night, Enji approached his newly 14-year-old son while the boy happily sorted through his gifts in his shared bedroom with Toya. The room wasn't the messiest, but it could definitely do with some organising. One side had Endeavour posters and merch lining it, while the other side had a more sea theme, now with new editions of a Gang Orca poster and a signed birthday card. Toya was in the bathroom getting ready for bed, and Natsuo was waiting for him. "Frostbite." The boy looked up at his father with a smile when he heard the nickname. "About going to UA, you have a choice for the entrance exam." "Oh?" Natsuo looked intrigued and sat cross-legged on his covers. Enji leaned against the wall. "You can either go through the regular entrance exam, like I did, or you can go through the recommendation entrance exam. Since you've got good grades, have great control of your quirk, and are my son, you'd easily have an outstanding reference to get into the latter," he explained. It didn't make a difference to him. Either way, he had no doubt that Natsuo would get into UA's hero course. He's a smart, capable kid with a good heart. The only difference is that being a recommendation student came with some prestige. Since I'm the one writing your reference, I thought I'd let you decide what you prefer. Natsu hummed, looking down to stare at his new Gangorka plushie that was rested beside Toya's Endeavour one, which was still in one piece and almost like brand new, somehow. The regular entrance exam, the 14-year-old replied, grinning. It was contagious, and Enji couldn't help but mirror it, returning a smile much like his son's. How come? I want to know what you had to do to get in, Natsu replied. Plus, I don't know, recommendation sounds like a lot of pressure. I know I'm good, but I don't know if I'm that good. Definitely not as good as Shoto. Not as good as Shoto? Enji was confused. Natsu was stronger, faster, and had more stamina. Not to mention better control of his quirk. Shoto was by no means weak or lacking. He was certainly much further ahead than most children his age. But between Natsu and Shoto, it was clear Natsu was the eldest. Shoto has more potential than me, Natsu replied, not at all bothered by his own words. I've got the same limits as you. Shoto doesn't. Ah, Natsu had noticed that too. It's not like they hadn't talked about it, but only ever in the terms of Enji and Natsu's weakness of overusing their quirks. Never anything else. But the boy knew he was built like his father in ice form, unlike Shoto, who was a combination of both ice and fire. Natsu must have come to the conclusion that he'd be retracing his father's footsteps when it came to his power level. Natsu, you're just a teenager. You're not anywhere close to having reached your full potential, Enji said, a little worried his son was putting himself down. I'm not saying that, the boy shook his head. It's just true, Shoto's stronger than me. He just doesn't see it yet. Enji couldn't argue with that. Is that a good enough reason to not want to do the recommendation exam? He said instead. It sounds too preppy for me. Is that a good enough reason? Natsu shrugged. Enji let out a scoffed laugh. Preppy. He shook his head. Alright, I'll write the reference for the regular entrance exam. Unless Nezu decides otherwise. Good night, Frostbite. Night, Dad. Thanks. The world of gaming was completely unknown to the Todoroki lineage. But that didn't stop Enji informing his eldest and father about a soon-to-be-available for pre-order All Might video game. It's idiotic, but Toshinori is pretty enthusiastic about it. Enji grumbled. Gaming really wasn't his interest, but he knew that Shoto would be dying to get it. And with the game being just about ready to be pre-ordered with no advertisement yet, he wanted to get a head start. Shoto's going to be suspicious if we buy a controller, or whatever they're called, just as the game is in pre-order. If you get the right setup now with some other games, he'll be too preoccupied to see the correlation. That's how Toya and Haro ended up in a game store for the first time. Completely and utterly lost as to what they were even looking for. I guess we should start looking for games? Haro offered, scratching the back of his neck. Toya's eyes roamed over the various names that meant little to nothing to him. He knew PC, and that was about the extent of it. The All Might game only works on some consoles, so we should get one of those and then games that work on it too. He shrugged, heading towards the technology on display. I don't know if there's a difference though. I don't even know what sort of game we should get. I know your mother most likely wouldn't want any hyper-violent ones, Haro contributed. He looked at the consoles and just got more confused. Maybe I should look at the games to get an idea of what to get. I'll pick out a console, Toya nodded, keeping back a comment about his grandfather being old. As the man left to the other side of the store, Toya sighed. They're quite a big family, so they should get several controllers. 4 at least. Could there even be that many players? Maybe it depended on the game. Narrowing his eyes, he saw that some of the consoles had more than one type of controller, gadget and accessories that could be bought as extras. Toya grumbled, hands on hips, as he became as confused as his grandfather as to why there needed to be so much variety and multiple options. Did they need all of these just for one game? Or did some games need certain accessories for them to work? He tapped his foot, groaning as he realized he wasn't much better than his grandfather, and looked to a counter. Nobody was behind it, so he guessed they were either on break, doing something in the back, or didn't care. Great, he sighed, before noticing somebody in the corner of his eye, as well as the odd sound of scritch, scritch, scritch. A hooded figure, hunched over, looking at the controllers as well. The person was muttering to themselves, and Toya just about heard what they were saying. No good. Too fragile. Sensitivity too weak. The voice sounded rough, but was that of a young man, probably around Toya's age. The odd sound he'd been hearing was of the stranger scratching his neck rather intensely, to the point it made Toya's neck ache. No personalization options. Hi? Excuse me. Toya approached him. In the other man's hunched state, he was a little shorter than Toya, but they were definitely the same height. Red eyes glaring through a mop of light bluish hair snapped to the white-haired man approaching him, annoyed. Do you know about this stuff? Yes. The young man replied after a moment. Toya sighed, relieved. Oh, good, he said with a bright smile. My grandfather and I are trying to get a console and games, but it's our first time even seeing these things. Do you have any pointers on what's better or worse? The young man never stopped scratching as Toya explained his situation, and didn't even blink, watching him warily like he thought there was something suspicious about the blue-eyed boy. Toya's smile never faltered, just raised his eyebrows questioningly at the odd behavior, before his eyes winced slightly at seeing how aggressively the man was scratching his neck. Paying more attention to his features, he could see faint scars on his right eye and lip, the latter being chapped and rough, with his eyes being surrounded by dry wrinkles, despite them being mainly obscured by his thick greyish-blue hair. He noticed a mole below the corner of his mouth. Are you alright? You're scratching rather deeply, doesn't it hurt? Toya asked, voice tinged with worry as he raised his hand to point at his own neck. The other man's eyes narrowed. None of your business, he said sharply in a raspy tone. Okay, that was rude, and Toya couldn't help but pout at the attitude. Is it just for you and your grandfather? Huh? The console. Oh, no, it's for my family. I have 3 siblings, though we're getting it so my youngest brother can play a new game, Toya replied, crossing his arms. At least he was getting some sort of help. The man's eyes left Toya's and looked through the consoles, before settling on one. He pointed to it with his free hand that wasn't scratching his neck so hard it almost bled. Get that one. It's powerful, most games work with it, and if you get this extension... He pointed to a piece of tech Toya couldn't begin to decipher. You can add more controllers, and it's not hard to set up. Oh, great! Thanks! Toya's expression brightened as he looked at the young man again, smiling. Tomura. The man introduced himself. Toya couldn't be sure if that was a first or last name, but he didn't bother probing further. Clearly, this guy liked his privacy. Thank you, Tomura, he said with a polite honorific. I'm Todoroki. He extended his hand to shake Tomura's. Red eyes lowered to look at the extended hand. Todoroki. He knew that name. It's not one he liked. But coincidences happened, surely. Carefully and almost hesitantly, he shook Toya's hand. The white-haired boy couldn't help but notice the way the blue-haired man kept his little finger out, not letting it touch him. Nice to meet you, Todoroki. It didn't sound particularly genuine, more said out of politeness than anything. A strange change in attitude from before, but Toya wasn't exactly one to criticize others for their lack of social skills. When the handshake was done, Tomura returned both his hands to his hoodie. Toya could see how raw his neck was and couldn't help his look from lingering. Don't worry about that. I have a skin condition. I'm used to it. It looks painful, Toya commented, to which Tomura shrugged. I didn't mean to be pushy before. I'm in medical school, so I got curious. Medical school? What sort of doctor are you aiming for? Tomura asked, one eyebrow raised. It pulled on his skin in a way that looked uncomfortable, but Toya didn't comment on it. If anything, he was just glad to be having a conversation with somebody new. A general doctor with a specialization in quirks, Toya explained with an enthusiastic smile. I want to help people with difficult quirks, find ways for them to live the life they want alongside it. Alongside it, not despite it. Tomura seemed interested now. That made Toya gain more confidence to talk about his ambitions. That depends on what the patient wants, but I don't want anybody to feel like their quirk is bad. Too much of that going around, he replied. My sister's studying to be a teacher, and she wants to help elementary school kids not be bullied for being different. We both want to help educate people on being kinder and accepting of people's quirks and difficulties. Tomura hummed at that, tilting his head slightly to the side as he stared with piercing red eyes at Toya. How very ambitious of you both. The comment sounded odd to Toya, but he didn't have time to question it. I know a doctor who specializes in quirks. He's a freak. Charming? Does that make me a freak too? Toya couldn't help but laugh at that. A small smirk pulled at Tomura's lips. If caring about people and their quirks makes me a freak, then I guess that's what I am. Not the worst thing to be. Tomura snorted. What do you consider the worst thing to be, then? Toya's eyebrows raised, and he glanced off to the side, thinking about it. His eyes caught the cover of a video game, showing some evil entity roaring with red eyes and clawed hands reaching forwards. Toya pointed his thumb towards it. Demonic Overlord is somewhere on the list, he replied with a thoughtful pout. Tomura let out a low, short laugh, shaking his head. What, you don't think so? Toya said with a light laugh himself. The half-lidded smirk the red-eyed man had told him that he didn't. Toya, I found some... Harrow's voice approached, and he stopped abruptly when he saw his grandson speaking to a stranger. Oh, sorry, am I interrupting? This is Tomura, Toya introduced. Tomura, this is my grandfather, Harrow Todoroki. Tomura's expression was blank again, and he gave a small nod to the older man. Harrow did the same, smiling sweetly with gentle blue eyes. He suggested we get this console and accessories. Thank you so much for your help, Tomura, the man said kindly. We're completely clueless of this sort of thing. Tomura didn't acknowledge the sentence, and his eyes lowered to some of the games Harrow was holding. You'll need a gamepad for that one, he said flatly, motioning his head to a multiplayer game the burgundy-haired man had, before pointing to another one beside it. Some sort of realistic-looking racing game. And don't get that one, it's terrible. His eyes hovered over some games besides them that would work with the console he suggested, and with 3 careful fingers, picked up a different racing game, but with more vibrant and cartoonish characters. This has more levels, challenges, and playable characters. Okay, thank you, Harrow said with a grateful smile, taking the game from Tomura's unusual hold. You're pretty knowledgeable, Tomura. I have a lot of time to kill. The young man replied flatly, scratching his neck again. His phone buzzed in his pocket, and his eyes glanced outside, clicking his tongue in mild annoyance. Time's up. I gotta go, meeting someone. Kurogiri didn't want him hanging out in public too much. Oh, alright, thanks for all your help, Toya said with a grin, waving at Tomura as the young man abruptly left. Momentarily, the bluish-haired man stopped at the door and glanced back at Toya and Harrow. Piercing red eyes met kind and warm blues, respectively, before turning away and leaving the shop. What an odd young man, Harrow said observantly, before smiling to his grandson. But kind enough to help us. You two seem to be quite invested in your conversation. Toya returned the smile. Guess I'm not a complete social disaster. He laughed, before noticing an uninterested middle-aged man in the store's uniform coming from the back room. That's how the Todoroki household ended up with a gaming console in the living room, and with an overjoyed Shoto once he got his All Might video game for his birthday. Much like his father, Natsuo was unworried when it came to the entrance exam. The written one was of no issue whatsoever, and if anything, he was excited about the practical test. He'd finally be able to test out his abilities against real opponents. With the addition of his father's advice and guidance, Natsuo's nerves rattled with anticipation rather than nervousness, which did wonders for him against the robots he had to destroy. Thanks to Fumi teaching him how to skate and playing with Shoto on their own ice while his grandfather watched over them, Natsuo was first into the battlefield. The first robot appeared, and instantly Natsuo shot a spear of ice right through it, much like he'd seen Endeavor do with his fire when Toya showed him videos. Toya was always set on Natsuo replicating Endeavor's attacks, but in ice forms. You and Dad are built the same way, he remembered his older brother saying excitedly, maybe even with awe. If you can get all his techniques right, you can then work and improve on them, making those moves your own. Wouldn't that be awesome? Natsuo didn't really think copying his father's move beat for beat was awesome, but clearly Toya did. And if Toya thought something was awesome, here was Natsuo to reject those ideas. With that in mind, robot after robot fell at Natsuo's feet, be it because he froze and snapped their joints,
pierced them with ice, or they crashed into the ground thanks to Natsu making them lose their footing with ice. Never before had he been able to use his quirk to this extent. It felt amazing. He felt invincible. But not everybody had trained with the number 2 hero since they were a preteen, and not everybody was as used to using their quirks in a fight. In the corner of Natsu's eye, he saw a group of kids his age trying to take down a 3-point opponent, but they were clearly overpowered, running into each other and unable to land a hit. They were backed against a fake building, which, in their clumsiness to get away from the robot, the machine crashed into. Instantly, the building started to crack and collapse. If that fell, it would crush the teenagers. If the building didn't get them, the robot would. It was a split-second decision as Natsu skated towards the scene at a not fast enough speed to save them, but just enough that he could get close. Once he was within range, he swung his arm in an overthrow motion, and a wave-like wall of ice cascaded over his fellow teens like a protective dome. Just in time for the heavy materials of the building to come crashing down. Natsu knew his ice would be able to support that and trusted the examinees to be able to collect themselves. With that, he had the freedom to tear the 3-point robot to useless pieces. "Are you okay?" he asked as he pushed debris away to check on the teenagers he had just saved. A couple of them were making the effort to get out too, and he extended a hand to the girl close to him. Yeah, we're fine," the girl breathed out, accepting his help out as the others followed. "Thanks for the save." A bell rung through the arena, the sound that the exam was over. The saved examinees all groaned and looked disappointed, swearing under their breaths at their inability to score higher. "Great, thanks for that!" One boy snarled at Natsuo, who was taken aback. "Because of you, we couldn't get out in time to get more points!" This boy had long ash blonde hair tied in a low ponytail, with dark brown eyes and a strong jaw. "Saichi, calm down," another boy tried to soothe his angered friend, but to no avail. "I didn't mean to." Natsu raised his hands defensively, scowling a little at Saichi's aggressiveness. "The building was about to fall on you. I couldn't just do nothing." "If I fell, it's because of you!" Saichi ignored Natsuo's words, pointing at him accusingly. "You're Endeavor's son, right? I bet you don't even need to do the entrance exam. You could just get in because of your dad's position." Natsuo's scowl deepened, looking much like his father. "That's not true. Even if that was the case, I wouldn't do that." He growled as annoyance bubbled up. "If I get in, it's because I passed the exam fair and square." Getting into a fight right now would be a really bad idea, but even as he tried to not let his annoyance turn to anger, he couldn't help but want to smack this guy. "Oh yeah, I'm sure." Saichi spat sarcastically before turning heel and walking off. The previous boy and the girl Natsuo had helped out sighed and looked to the white-haired boy apologetically. "Sorry about him. He's very competitive," the boy said with a wary look to his distancing friend. "Thanks for the save, Todoroki. We completely fumbled back there." "Don't worry about it." Natsuo forced a smile for his worsening mood. "You say he's competitive, but it sounded more like he's under some pressure to enter UA." Having watched Toya and Shota wrestle for as long as Shota had been able to crawl, Natsuo knew a thing or two about competitiveness. Not to mention Fuyumi when she entered ice skating competitions. He knew the determined look to succeed and one-up her personal records. Whatever Saichi's problem was, it wasn't competitiveness. The boy and girl looked to each other. "Well, do you know Snatch?" the girl asked. Natsuo nodded. He vaguely knew of the Sant hero. He mainly worked with the police. "Saichi is his son." "Ah, well, that explains a lot," Harrow said with an exasperated expression when Natsuo retold him the events of the day. "The Saichi kid is probably just jealous. I wouldn't overthink it too much." "But Natsuo saved him. Why was he so mean?" Shota asked from where he was doing homework beside Natsuo, who was pouting, annoyed. They were in the living room while Rei took Fuyumi to her ice skating lesson, and Toya had his day out with Enji at the agency. The eldest child was getting some much-needed help from the medics there to complete his homework. Lo and behold, math is everywhere in the medical field. Unfortunately, that's often the case. I bet there are people out there who have issues with All Might, even though all he does is continually save people. Harrow thought of Enji before he became number 2, but made no such comment. There's always going to be people who don't like you just because you represent something to them.
For Saichi, he probably sees you as a rival because you're also a hero's son, not to mention the number 2 hero. I don't know what Snatch is like, but it's possible something's happening at home for him to feel that way. Doesn't give him a right to accuse you, though. You did the right thing. Natsuo felt a little better as he spoke of his grandfather, his face relaxing from a pout to a neutral expression. Then his eyebrows knotted in thought. Saichi said I'd only get into UA because of nepotism. Natsuo grumbled. A large, warm hand brushed through his mostly white hair. And he's completely wrong. His grandfather reassured him with a tender smile, the corners of his mouth wrinkling in his older age. Everything you've achieved thus far, and everything you will achieve, is thanks to your own skills. Your successes are yours, not your father's. He may have trained and guided you, but at the end of the day, what you decide to do with all of that is what defines you. You're hardworking, driven, and kind. Saichi doesn't know anything about you or us. He can only make assumptions. Shota's eyebrows also knitted, annoyed at hearing the word assumptions again. Especially because it was negatively directed at his brother who, in his eyes, was among the best people on Earth. The others being his family. But Natsuo's face relaxed completely to a happy smile. He believed his grandfather without even a crumb of doubt. Nothing in his life had ever given him a reason to think his grandfather would ever lie or sugarcoat a situation. With bated breath and excitement, Natsuo waited for his results.
My Father's Warmth is currently ongoing. I will be posting audiobooks every 10 chapters. And then when I am done with recording all the chapters and the story is done, I will put it all together in a big compilation. Thank you everybody for watching, and thank you to my channel members.
Shota asked as he patted the ice off of her right. Anima chirped from somewhere in the car. Still, what he said.
Replay quote here.
Images of this. You've been far too busy. Kuromada had kindly taken charge of being her chauffeur. Chauffeur? Shoto wheezed as he tried to keep up with his rivaling. Nightai greeted back with matched energy at the